I see. All right, then I guess it is best.
He has a dirty mind.
Absolutely.
Um, it looks like we've got Wasman still talking in the side chat, so if someone could invite him in so that he's
It's
not
some
just
Yeah,
hanging out there.
sometimes that's good. Like they break away from the group and then they come back in because they're curious.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So, I think we need to bring him back into the VC if we can. Well, if nobody's gonna talk, I hope you don't mind if I open a question to the room because, I've asked people individually for their stories of how they became flat earthers, and I've heard a few of them, and they've been really interesting, but I haven't heard several of yours. Um, so we heard Peter's story. Crit, AI, DJ, I've heard yours. Drace, I don't know if I've heard yours, but if any one of you 20 Cups, I definitely haven't heard your story. If any of you would be willing to share, I'd be curious to hear. But don't let me put you on the spot like I'm doing.
It's all good. Yeah, for me it was the end of 2014. I was just looking on YouTube, saw Eric Dubay's video in my feed, and I was like, ignore that. It's retarded. Flat earthers are probably retarded. And so it kept popping up in my feed, and so I'd be like, I haven't seen it. I'm gonna just laugh at this. because I know the Earth is a globe. Everybody knows that the Earth is a globe. And then I watched 200 Proofs by Eric Dubay, and throughout the video I was like, nah, but gravity, but refraction, uh, these words that I would attach to try to explain these things. But he would be like, don't just believe me. Like, here's anomalies within the story. Uh, I'm not telling you to believe anything. I'm just saying, hey, maybe you should check your own story and understand what you believe. And I kind of took that to heart because after I watched the entire thing, I was like, I still believe it's a globe, but I do want to help this guy understand how it's a globe because I think I understand more science than him. And so I'm going to go talk to my astrophysicist friend and my robotic engineering friend, who we used to play computer games all the time together. And I was like, I'll talk to both of these guys and I'll ask them to provide me with the empirical evidence to support all of my positions and help explain to Eric Dubay that he's wrong. Little did I know that that conversation didn't go as expected. I was just trying to get the information to show to the flat earthers, but both of my friends got really, really defensive and and because I was just playing Socratic, I was just playing devil's advocate. I was like, I didn't take anything personally, and so they got very annoyed. But I managed to break through that dissonance just because I'm on your side. I am trying to prove the globe here, and so they kept trying to feed me stuff. But eventually, the the stories I was getting from the robotic engineering, the stories I was getting from the astrophysicist weren't matching perfectly because the astrophysicist was working from an Einsteinian concept, and because he understood Einsteinian better, he considered Newtonian physics to be incorrect. And so when the other guy was saying, "Oh, it's a Newtonian," and trying to explain it with Newtonian mechanics, I would bring those Newtonian mechanics to the astrophysicist, and the astrophysicist would be like, "No, that's retarded." And then I'd be like, "Oh, bro," to the robotic engineer, "Well, he's saying you're retarded." And so my experts looked like retards to me, who was just trying to understand this. And so I started to study all the experts I could get after that to try to understand this subject better myself. I started looking at all of the different videos the flat earthers were putting out to try to understand where they were coming from better. And eventually, over time, I would be like in the comments, being like, "Bro, like this isn't like this." Telling the Globers like you're like, "No, no, 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 you're wrong." Like the science at the highest level says we don't know this. Science at the highest level says the opposite of what you're claiming. And so uh, that kind of dragged me into the middle on the fence. And eventually, the Globers were so vitriolic and so aggressive and attacking all the flat earthers in the comments that I started to stand up for them and defend them. And then eventually they started calling me a flat earther. And then I just accepted the label. Oh, I wasn't talking into the mic. I was talking to the old mic. I hope you heard that.
We could hear you okay.
And then I started talking talking more to the flat earthers themselves, how to get the raw data. Went to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on YouTube, started talking in their live chat, and they invited me into the server, and the kind of rest is history. I've just been here ever since, providing research that I can contribute and going over anything that Globers send us because I want to understand their perspective and where they're coming from and why they believe what they believe.
I think it's interesting that another person had that same experience of coming face to face with the vitriol of the Globers and that pushing them more towards investigating this topic. I don't know how many of us had that same experience, but anybody
I
else?
hate to admit
Go
it,
ahead.
that I was like that when I first came across flat Earth.
I have heard, yeah.
Yeah, I was not very kind, and it's not a good showing. And it took a long time to admit it, to really to say it out loud. But yeah, I was that toxic sort of anti flat earther, and it really got to the point where, despite all how cringe I was being, and toxic, they did not respond in kind. They just kept turning the other cheek. Like, and not all of them were religious. I mean, they, like I said, broad spectrum, but they just kind of went with it. And I wasn't overboard. I wasn't telling people to, you know, disprove gravity type stuff. Um, so so anyway, then they basically had asked me to, why don't you take some of our questions to like a Glober server and see what happens. And I'm like, well, sure, why not? I've got some questions about the globe. Let's see how they handle it. And it was this group that was called End the Flat Earth, or the Flat Earth, or Flat Earth Ended, or something along those lines. And yeah, I went in there and just, like, hey, here's a couple of questions that flat earthers have. And right away it's like, oh, you're a flat earther and you're just pretending like you're not, so you don't have to take the heat or something. And just cringe type stuff. And I just played it straight. I'm like, nope, I've been talking to some flat earthers, and here's some of their questions. I couldn't answer it appropriately. Like, in the group, it was advertised as, we've got the experts. In this is like a Facebook group. In this group, we've got people with multiple interdisciplinary degrees that are experts in the heliocentric model that will be able to answer any question perfect, down to last detail, and articulate it at any education level. And not a single person in there had any degree whatsoever. It was just they basically at some point they banned me from the group, and like the owner said, hey, we handled that wrong. Most people come in there and they're just trolling, and we troll them back. It's a trap and troll group. No one's got any degrees in here. It's just a bunch of idiots online. Like, they get a kick out of like banning people or dealing with trolls and whatnot. And I'm like, well, why would you advertise that? Why would you pretend like you've got some sort of like professional scientific communicators that are there? I raised that right from the very beginning. And when the moderator said, well, you have to go through a little bit of hazing before the experts talk to you to make sure you're legit. And of course, that never happened, and I'm like, so here I go to the Flat Earth group, and they're humble, they're patient, they answer questions, they kind of just let whatever toxic behavior, just let it go, unless it's overly toxic, like self delete and whatnot. And here on the globe side, you go to their server, and just trying to steel man the flat Earth position is incensing to their mind. They can't even take that, while LARPing as some sort of scientific communicator who's got all the answers for you. And I'm like, damn, really?
Very true, Crate. Even when I was a Glober in the days of Globe Gangsters, we went to troll that server. What is it? Some kind of panda, and those nerds there. Like, we just came in and said a few things about laser tests or water curving, and they like just unloaded on us with all the hatred and language and everything all at once. I guess they were hungry because maybe nobody showed up for a while. So they really abused us. But, we were trolling back then. But same, just want you to know that I observed the same. See, I originally thought that that's what Flat Earth was about, like going back all the way to the beginning. I thought that this was just a setup to lure people in and kind of abuse them, some kind of internet, abuse circle. That's what I thought it was.
Yeah, the Gem Panda is an interesting place where they want and don't want to talk about flat Earth at the same time. They're like, hey, we used to go out and they would go to flat Earth. They would do raids, and then once Discord changed the terms of service, where you can't raid anymore, they're like, well, here what we'll do is we'll set up this like fake quasi flat Earth server. We'll get people to come here thinking it's a flat Earth server, and then you'll swarm them as soon as they join, and then once they leave, talk about how we own them. And then once in a while, they kind of ran out of flat earthers because people got wise to it. Hey, that debate flat Earth and more, that's not a flat Earth server. It's just a bunch of people pretending to be flat earthers. So then at some point, they got bored because they're playing on like cheat code with cheat codes on, but they got the full control of the conversation, like environmental conditioning, kind of talk about with the overview effect, and Maslow's hierarchy of needs. So they got full control of the conversation. They got all the mute buttons. They've got who they get to decide who can do whatever, and they still can't carry on a conversation about a topic they made a Discord channel to talk about. It's like those guys are so bad they could not lead a silent prayer. And then they eventually run out of flat earthers because people are like, yeah, this is just dumb as shit. So they get globalists who join thinking it's a flat earth server, and they're going to Allahu Akbar that place. And then they just turn into flat earthers and then troll the globalist. And
That's
then,
exactly, you're describing that dynamic there very well.
well, it even got better than that because eventually they decided, you know what, we're done with flat earth. We've debunked it enough. And we're going to move on. It's going to be the and more debate flat earth and more from now on. No more flat earth talk. We'll talk to flat earthers, but not about flat earth. We'll explore their other ideas that they have. So the next thing that happens is they decided to go all in politics. And this has been where it's been for like 6 years now. Like when Trump won, kind of like the election. And so yeah, they got rid of all the right wingers. It's now just basically this weird left wing echo chamber. And then all the right wingers who are kind of anti flat earthers, kind of that jingoistic people like God bless America, we landed on the moon. They made their own server, and you can go there and talk to them, and they'll still talk about flat Earth and whatnot. And it's kind of fun, they actually, so you kind of see how leftists sort of ruin everything. As soon as you get any sort of leftist in charge of something, they just nuke the place just by their pure hubris that they think they know better than everyone else. They can do a better job at some already established, IP or whatever. Like, here's something you guys can do. And then they take it over and just burn the place to the ground.
So, Crit, your special lady friend, is she ever going to join us for the ladies' night here?
Maybe. Yeah.
I bet you're going to behave when that happens.
I always behave.
So you kind of said that when you introduced it to her, it was something she had like it was a common feeling amongst where she lived that the American space program was bunk, but you didn't. I don't think we got to the point where you addressed introducing flat Earth to her.
Oh yeah, it was just like other sort of other flat or other Discord communities. You could like add a lot of different servers I'm on. So it was more about like, hey, what other servers are you on? And I'm like talking about it. This one. I'm on this server, this server. Flat Earth. And
Did you
didn't really.
did you react to that or
Yeah, well, kind of like what? What are you talking about? You know? And I'm like, yeah, I'm on some like flat Earth servers. You know, like like flat.
Yeah, but later on at breakfast, you had to like say like, by the way, just so you know, the Earth is flat. Life's not just about Discord servers, right? Like, I mean, you guys went on a walk, looked at the Atlantic Ocean from Portugal, from the coast, and you didn't like, we see too far? You didn't drop that?
No, it's yeah, like it's one of those things where it's not a very important topic to most people. Like it doesn't really matter at all. It's like, oh, maybe it is, maybe it's
Easy
not.
for you to say, like 2 years ago when I got hooked, I'm still here. Couldn't shake
Well,
it
yeah,
off.
that's kind of not functionally normal, you know, to be hooked on something like that because it's
Point
really
taken.
kind of an irrelevant question. No, like no fucks given if the Earth is if someone's a flat Earther or not. Maybe like you know, like I said, like compared to before, like pineapple on pizza. Some sort of like you. What we really see here is like this first world problem where they've got no issues in life. They don't have to worry about water, you
That's
know,
very true.
medical supplies. They don't have to worry about security. Nothing. They basically are, you know, they're born on second base, you know, thinking they hit a triple, and they've got
Yeah,
no
in general,
problem.
like asking yourself about the shape of the Earth is down the list of priorities for most people,
Oh yeah,
for
totally.
economic reasons mostly.
Yeah, totally. And so if you say like to someone in Portugal or people I met that, hey, I think the Earth is flat, they're just like, okay, and what? That's it. I think the Earth is flat, and they're like, okay, what do you want me to do with that? I don't know, whatever. It goes, I don't give a shit. You know, like it says, I don't give a shit if you think cats and dogs will someday get along. You know, I don't give a shit if you it's Ford or Chevy. Like like all these sort of like you know hot takes about like whatever your favorite sport team is or you know, they kind of see it as just whatever. Like there isn't there's bigger things to think about than if somebody thinks the earth is flat or not. And what you see
You know
though
what's ironic?
is the opposite, that somehow these anti-flat earthers, you know, like Simon Dan, you know, now Professor Dave, they think at the same time now, this is like this cognitive dissonance, that flat earthers are absolutely to blame for everything wrong in the world. Because of these pesky flat earthers, we don't have flying cars. And at exactly the same time, they think flat earthers are some cringe conspiracy group that nobody's listening to. No one cares about. But then they've dedicated their life to challenging this topic that's irrelevant and the biggest issue of the modern society. And that's the main problem you have to get through. You have to get through because you have to ask that question, why would they be like that? And it turns out that my take anyway is that they're atheists and they lost the great meme war in 2016. So now they tried to get a quick win against people they just waved a magic wand and said, that group of people over there, those flat earthers, they're religious. So if we can debunk them, then we can debunk all of religion, all of it. It shows you that look how bad religion is. It gets you to think the earth is a flat. But then they failed to realize
Yeah,
that
that's
all the astronaut corps, deeply religious, heliocentric model comes from the Catholic Church, Big Bang, Catholic Church. You know, like they miss that part. Like you're like, well, hey, well, dude, well,
Yeah.
how do you explain all this religious, like how you say,
But to
space
be
mysticism?
honest with you, Craig, I'm doing you a favor here, I think, because you're going a little bit long. But some flat earthers, especially on Twitter, do the opposite, do the same thing in reverse, right? They associate flat Earth with religion. Anyway, I think it's ironic the reality on the ground over there in Portugal and the fact how often Portuguese explorers are cited by Globers, you know, Vasco da Gama or Magellan. But they're the modern day Portuguese, you know, couldn't care less about the shape of the Earth. The claim is that their forefathers couldn't have navigated the Earth had they not been had it not been a globe, right?
I never heard them use any sort of Portuguese explorer
No, you never
as
heard
a
Vasco da
no.
Gama or Magellan
No,
and
any
their accomplishments being associated. Oh,
no,
you,
any
you didn't hear
globalists
the Portuguese.
and no, any globalists tried to invoke that age of exploration. I've heard like people like, where they said that, why um the pilgrims had used 3 ships. You ever hear the reason for that?
What?
So that when one of them goes under, they have a spare 2 ships to flee to.
No, so that if one went over the edge. Oh, not the I got it mixed up. I meant Christopher Columbus, not the pilgrim. The pilgrims only had the one
That's why you had me so
yeah,
confused.
yeah. The pilgrims were they had gone with or did they have 3 too?
Well, the
Oh,
pilgrims, there was no,
no,
Chris,
so
there
you
was no
had
such thing as the pilgrims in one ship. Like it was, at that time, the
no the first
communications between the continents were firmly established. There was a
no
stream of ships.
no, it was Christopher Columbus who had the Nina, the Pinta, and the Santa Maria, right? That was Christopher Columbus.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah, they say the reason why he did that is that if one ship fell over the edge of the Earth, the other 2 would be able to get back.
Also, the ship on point was like, you didn't want to be on point because at any moment you can just fall off, and then the other 2 guys will see that and they'll turn around.
They'll turn around, yeah.
Well, more likely than that, because we know that there's no edge you can fall off, because that would violate the second law of thermodynamics. But maybe the first ship could hit the container. Like that's the worst that can happen. You'll just bounce off.
Well, they also
But
thought too that the
even that
Earth was
wouldn't work
really
if
small. Based on his observations of ships disappearing bottom up, he ran the numbers. He said if you sail west, you'll end up east. Like
That's
there
why
was just
Globers make fun of him, right? Even Globers will make fun of him for miscalculating the radius.
well, he
yeah,
used
he
that
thought he was in India.
1.25. Yeah, he thought he landed. Yeah, that's why they're called Indians. When he landed in the Jamaicans or the or his first landing was, I think it was Jamaica.
No, it wasn't. It's today's Dominican Republic
Oh,
and Haiti,
Dominican.
right?
Yeah,
Hispaniola.
yeah. So when he got there, he thought he was in India, and they're like, "No, so, no, this is not India. What are you talking about?"
Well, are you sure those people knew what India was? They're like, no, no, that's not India, man. India's next.
No, because he's asking for gold, and he's got his like speakers or translators, and no one knows what the hell he's saying.
He didn't have any translators. He had a girlfriend who became a translator.
They had no one who spoke any like Eastern language. They just were gonna sail west, end up east, and
And how would you
sounds
obtain
like
a
a horrible.
translator for the people that you didn't know existed?
No, they knew that. 'Cause that's why he wanted to sail because he thought it'd be a better route than overland. Because overland was really expensive and took a long time to get trade routes established.
Oh yeah.
So he said, if you can, that's how he got the funding. He says, hey, if we sail across the ocean, then there won't be any bandits, any warlords we have to pay off.
Muslims, perhaps.
Yeah, none of that. You just got ocean. Just got to worry about falling over the edge, and monsters, sea monsters, and whatnot.
I didn't know you knew so much about history, Craig. Now that was me being an asshole. Couldn't help myself.
You see, what I think I would be scared of if I was on one of those ships is that, like you're saying, the one on point, they'd think that one would go over the edge and the other two would turn around. I'd be afraid that the other two wouldn't be able to turn around because the wind would be blowing too hard that direction.
Ships can sail. They can sail in the roughly opposite direction of the wind.
You're right, but those ships were invented after those ships. The ships you're talking about were about 100 years, I think, or 150 years after that. A
Oh, so
different kind
you're
of.
saying you're saying during the 1400s, if you sailed, you couldn't like control your direction?
Not like you can with other ones. So the type of sailboats that have rectangular shaped flags, like the ones you'd see in like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies with Jack Sparrow or whatever, those were not made to direct the wind and capture the wind in a way where they can nearly sail into the wind. But it's the ones that have triangular sails that were invented later. Those ones were designed where they can almost sail into the wind and capture the wind and utilize it in a different way. Yeah, the ships they had back then, they couldn't do that. They had to go basically the same direction as the wind, or they weren't moving at all. And I don't think they had oars on those ships, or at least not ones that would do the job. So, like, yeah. So this might seem kind of out of the blue, but there's a purpose to it. I've examined all the salty seasoning mixtures in my kitchen, and I've found that almost none of the salt in my kitchen has iodine added to it, which is a problem because I was looking at this nutritional supplement I'm taking, and there's iodine in that, but it's less than the daily recommendation of iodine for a fully grown adult. So I'd have to take like double the recommended dose to like get my actual proper daily dose of iodine. And typically when people end up with iodine deficiencies, two things happen. One, they lose cognitive ability. They're just simply less intelligent. But also, problems can come up with their thyroids. But it just kind of makes me think about these Globers. I'm wondering, like, are they suffering from iodine deficiencies or what? Or who knows? Maybe some of us flat earthers are. But I'm just saying to all of you, you should probably check and see if your salt is iodized or if the supplements you're taking have iodine in them. If not, you might want to get some iodized salt or some iodine you put on your tongue or whatever.
Yeah, most countries do supplement iodine in some way in their diet. If females are iodine deficient and they have babies, it can cause serious problems with children, and that's why.
Yeah, most countries are, but here in the United States, unfortunately, it's not mandatory, which is
I
really
think
kind of disappointing because a lot of the tastier salty mixtures don't have iodine in it, which is like, well, that's just annoying.
I think most of the salt used commercially though is iodized. Um, I just you go to the Asian market and get yourself some roasted seaweed.
Yeah, just
Have you had that, Orion?
stop using
Oh,
stop
yeah, I
using
eat
table
seaweed
salt
sometimes.
and use sea salt.
But just plain sea salt doesn't really have any iodine in it.
Yeah, but if you can get the roasted seaweed and it's really good. It's a really good snack and it's got a lot of iodine in it.
Yeah, the
You
only
had
problem
them
I have
with
with those
weed.
is I don't like the soybean oil or the canola oil or whatever, or sesame seed oil. Not that
Yeah,
it's
I mean, you can get some like dry roasted stuff too, but I know what you mean. Like I don't eat canola oil either. That stuff's
I
gross.
mean, don't get me wrong. Like, I actually love seaweed. Like, seaweed's actually one of my favorite foods, but it's just that I'm kind of a natural born carnivore. I don't really like. I gotta eat meat and eggs pretty much all the time.
Yeah, it's
You
good to
got
just like throw in stuff too.
you got to protect yourself from the Lone Star tick. Have you heard about that?
But Lone Star,
No.
what?
Apparently, what was it, 6,000?
9,800.
9,800% uptick in a new disease that's supposedly spread by this one tick, and it makes you basically allergic to meat or animal products.
Oh, I know somebody who
Mammal
had that.
products.
Great apes are
Actually,
fine.
Yeah, great.
yeah,
Great apes and humans are fine. This is not good.
yeah. No, I know someone who had that happen to him, and it's called alpha gal. And you have to go on like a serious antibiotic regimen. But yeah, it makes you allergic to red meat. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
I thought it was Lyme disease that did that. My memory failing me?
I haven't heard of that associated with Lyme disease. This is a separate one, but it's also tick-borne. I mean, Lyme disease is mostly neurological, from what I've seen.
Oh, did you know you can cure Lyme disease by getting stung by a giant swarm of bees?
Yeah, I've
Sounds like
heard
a fun
about
way to
that.
solve a problem.
Just hyperstimulate your immune system.
Unless you're allergic
There's
to
something
bees.
in the toxin of the bees that does
Well,
it.
if you are allergic to bees, it also cures Lyme disease. So, technically.
That's cool.
I'm wondering if someone's allergic to bees, can they inoculate themselves in an upward direction with that? Like, somehow get a tiny amount of
Yeah,
say
they
bumblebee poison in a syringe and prick themselves with it over the course of a year,
yes,
like once a month.
yeah, they do that. It's they get a needle, tiniest amount, and they poke you with it. They do it with a lot of things, peanuts and things like that. They expose you to it slowly and then build up an immune system to it.
Still, though, I feel like that's got to be like a political movement here in the United States. Not that most of the rest of the world needs it, most of the rest of the world doesn't need it, but here we need it. Like, it should be mandatory, I think, for all salt and
Hold on,
salty.
Charles. Weren't you back when I knew you like a year ago? You were like a libertarian.
This is a libertarian thing. It's just that, I mean, it
Oh,
would be
okay. So as
different.
long as libertarian is, there should be
Well,
no
hold on.
mandated things other than the
Maybe.
things I want to be mandated.
Let me ask you something. Let's just go with taste to begin with. Do you think you can taste the difference between iodized salt and non-iodized salt?
No.
All right. So then, as a libertarian, at least as far as taste goes, there's no difference. So making it mandatory as far as the flavor goes doesn't change anything. It makes it so larger portion of the population is
Hey,
not
look,
suffering
I
from
didn't want to start a discussion about this. I just wanted to make fun of you.
Oh yeah, I get it. But I'm just saying, like you know, I'm a libertarian unless it doesn't make sense.
That's
They
what
don't,
a non-libertarian would say.
they don't want you healthy though, so they're not going to add it into. Of course, you can buy
Yeah,
iodized
but
salt.
why does he want me healthy? I'm not his property. Like,
Well,
let me be unhealthy.
I think they'd take more controversial stances with other things in the food. Like, I can list to you a whole list of things I think should be completely and totally
Yeah, but why
illegal.
do you care? Why do you care if I'm healthy or not? It's none of your
Well, it's not
business.
well, it's in regards to the other list of things I was going to say. It's not that if I care if you or anyone else is healthy. It's that when I live within easy walking distance of a 7-Eleven. I almost never go in there. It's been months since I've gone in there
You
because whenever
should
I
try.
do
It's
go in there,
actually a quite
the only
interesting
thing
place.
the only thing in there that I can eat or drink that doesn't damage my body is water, bottled water. Like the
Can I
entire
ask you a
protein
question,
bar
Charles?
section is all full of sucralose. Everything in the protein bar section is literally everything
Let
is
me
full of
ask you a
sucralose.
question because I'm curious about how you think. Let's say through some miracle, you were given an opportunity to pass one piece of legislation automatically for the United States of America. It's a hypothetical, obviously. They'll never let you anywhere near Congress. But listen, and you get a choice of one of the two. One is mandatory iodine in salt. The second choice is immediate ban on teaching the globe in public schools. Which one do you go with?
Well, I would be for the salt one, but I'm not actually against people being taught the globe in school. I think that the students in school should be taught the globe and flat Earth to
Okay, so
improve the
let me feedback taken. So two options: one, iodine and salt; two, mandatory teaching of globe and flat Earth explanations for the Earth.
Well, honestly, I don't know which one I would pick, but I can tell you if I had a choice of my own list of ideas, I can tell you exactly which one I'd go for.
No,
I
I
would
specifically don't
work
want
for.
you to do that. I want you to pick between the two.
Oh well, okay, then I guess iodized salt.
Okay.
I would pick
But
education because you can always take iodine in your own salt.
well, if you want to know what I think Congress should focus on first, more than anything, is
I do not.
revising our relationship to the Antarctic Treaty. That's actually where I would start. Auditing
Even before
and
the
revising.
salt? even before the salt?
Yeah. I mean, even before anything, even before everything. Like it's the longest standing treaty in human history, international treaty that's been honored treaty as opposed to one that's not been honored.
What
And I
year
think,
was it? What year was it established again?
I don't remember if it was 1958 or 1959. I think it was 1958.
What year was NATO created? Honest question.
I think in the 70s. I'm not sure. I think NATO has had multiple incarnations. So I don't know when they
1949.
started calling NATO.
1949.
Oh, that's the point
So
you were trying to make.
you may wanna revisit that statement just for precision. It doesn't, I'm not using
Well,
this against your
wait,
argument
to
or
be fair
preference.
though, I think it's a much large. Well, it is a much larger number of countries, certainly currently, that are involved with. I'll granted you're right about what you said, but you know, it's the largest one as far as total number of countries involved in honoring it. As far as that goes,
Maybe. It might be.
I think
What
it's
about
above six.
UN? United Nations.
Oh yeah, I'd go to the Ron Paul way with that. That's why I campaigned for Ron Paul. He was going to withdraw from the United Nations if he became president.
Yeah, I know, but thank you for sharing that detail. But it might be bigger than the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. I really don't think so. I think
All right,
independent
I'm going to Google it.
exploration beyond the 60th parallel south would really turn things over.
There are only two countries. No, there are two countries. Well, it's complicated, but here are the ones that are not members of UN: Vatican, Palestine, because it's not, the state is not. Taiwan, also for similar reasons. Kosovo, for similar reasons. Then we have Cook Islands and Niue. I didn't know Niue was a thing. Western Sahara, Somaliland, Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia. So these like controversial. So there's maybe 10 that are not members of UN. You think there might be more that are not members of the Antarctic Treaty?
What about North Korea?
North Korea is a member of the United Nations.
Oh man,
Really?
Yeah,
Wow.
they always
One
sit
stopping
there with
every
their
day, huh?
sad faces.
it's a collective organization, not necessarily a treaty. Like, is there an actual treaty you have to take part in to become part of the
It's an
United Nations?
agreement. It's actually an agreement that when you sign up for it, you sign up for recognizing resolutions, all sorts of things, right?
Yeah, but it's not similar to a
Some
contract.
hardcore libertarians would argue that you actually surrender a little piece of sovereignty when you sign up for the UN. That's what the
A big
anti-UN
piece of
people say.
sovereignty.
There you see, case in point. Just one just came out of the woodwork.
I'm not really a libertarian though, so
Well, I
Okay,
think the
but
more important thing
see
to
what I
point
mean,
out is it's not
Charles?
necessary. It's just entirely unnecessary.
Charles, it doesn't matter. We're talking about your claims. We need to be in this circle. We're precise about the claims we made. You made a claim that it
Yeah,
was the
yeah,
oldest. It was
I already
not.
conceded it was
You
wrong
make a
because
claim that it's the largest. It is
the
not.
longest one
So you
or
got to be
whatever. Well,
careful.
it's the largest, not the longest running. I think it's the largest
It's
too.
not the longest running, and it's not
Oh,
the
okay.
largest.
All right, fine. Neither then. But we should still withdraw from it. And politics is
That's an
downstream from culture.
orthogonal
So we can
issue.
do
UN
everything we
was
can to-
created in 1945. All right.
What would your first act of Congress be if you had the option to present a bill?
Do I have a freedom to like choose from anything, or are you gonna give me like two choices? Because the ultimate freedom is super horrifying. So many options.
Anything. What's on the top of your list?
Okay, so honestly, if I could just do one right now, I would say mandate a law. Actually, maybe a president could do it without the Congress. That within 5 years from now, there must be a permanent moon base. So basically, show it or stop talking about it. You have 5 years, permanent moon base. You have unlimited funding.
Ooh.
And then after those 5 years, if there isn't a moon base, we're taking out the funding,
Well,
all of
I'm
it.
going to point out the
Permanent
problem with that
ban.
right at the beginning.
Permanent ban after the 5 years, right?
After 5 years, it needs to be like the ISS, permanently manned moon base.
Or permanently banned. No more talk about it. No more funding
No
about
more
it.
money.
Complete waste of time.
Well, in a free country, we cannot ban, Musk from trying to make it. But like government funds are out.
Yep.
I'm all for that, except for the one part where you said unlimited money for 5 years, because that sounds like it kind of
Well,
reminds
in
me when you said that. It
quotes,
reminds
in
me of the
quotes.
California railway scheme, where it's just a whole bunch of people pocketing millions and billions of dollars and nothing getting done. Like it just sounds like another opportunity for that to happen.
I know, but why are you criticizing? I didn't criticize you. I asked you what your choice was. You told me, and then I respected it. So stop nitpicking.
Oh, ask me. Ask me.
Ask him.
I
Ask
want to
him.
play.
What would your first act? Or, I mean, what would your first bill to present to Congress, if you could present a bill to Congress, be?
Well, keep in mind, we're going to assume that this bill is going to pass 1,000%. So whatever I choose is going to happen.
Yes, it's magic. Whatever you say happens.
All right. So in honor of Ladies' Night, obviously, I would repeal universal suffrage.
Fair enough.
What would that entail?
It would entail that nobody has the right to vote just for being alive. So this idea that everyone just gets the right to vote with no skin in the game or anything is just gone. The whole concept is just eradicated.
I've heard of something similar to
And
that in Switzerland.
that would disenfranchise a lot of people. It would disenfranchise women. It would disenfranchise men, et cetera, et cetera. It would disenfranchise a ton of people who, quite frankly, aren't competent enough to vote.
How about can I propose an amendment to your bill?
As long as
They
it's an
cannot say yes.
amendment.
Okay, I am proposing one, so you can reject it. First of all, if you do that, you have to establish rules for who can vote, right? Now, I propose that one of those rules is if you're a Glober, it's an automatic out.
What the heck?
I mean, because you've shown that you cannot think critically, or you were too lazy to research anything. So how can I trust you that you're going to research any sort of bill, right? If you're a Glober, or
Nope.
if you are going to, how can I trust you that you're going to reason over it critically? You're not.
That's fair. That's fair. But I would never put the vote to whether I trust whether you're going to make a good decision or not. The only reason you should get the right to vote is because of demonstrated effort that you put into the country you're voting in. So in other words, you have to earn it first. So we're not going to do this test that you pass the test and then you can vote. No, you have to have a sequence of demonstrated actions
Like in Starship
that
Troopers.
earn it to you. Yeah. Okay. If you're not willing to put 2 years in to serve in the community, you don't get the vote. Nice try. Next.
Dude, I was just thinking about that same movie when he said that.
Yeah,
That's not the
this
movie.
idea
The
that you
movie does a
just,
horrible job describing that, but the
yeah,
book does a
it's
good
not very
job.
good. But the main thing is like your right to vote is not earned by simply not dying until you turn a certain age. That doesn't qualify you.
That's a pretty low bar.
I know. Oh, hey, I'm here to vote. What's your qualification? Well, I didn't die yet. No.
Fair enough. Maybe we can get, if we get our act together, guys, we could get all three passed.
So the rules they have in Sweden, or I'm sorry, not Sweden, Switzerland, is if you accept government funds in the form of welfare or assistance along those lines, you forfeit your right to vote. But in that country, you can gain back your right to vote just by paying all that money back, every dollar, to the government. And then after that, you can vote again. I think that kind of makes sense.
Is that at the federal level or specific cantons have that law?
I think it just applies to the whole country as far as I know.
Oh, also, my amendment would also have a rider, and the rider would be everyone currently employed has 1 month, and then they're kicked out of the government. You're all gone. Everybody talked about it. All congressmen, all congresswomen, all senators, all staff. Absolutely 1,000% you're fired.
But then we elect new ones, I guess, right?
Yep.
Okay. I just don't
But
want
only
that to
the people.
conflict
But
with
only
my
the
bill.
people. Right. But only the people who have earned the right to vote by the metric which was
Right,
decided
it's a
will
reset.
be able
It's a
to vote
reset.
for the new staff. Yep. Exactly.
That makes sense. New rules, new deal, so to speak.
And it would also have a third rider, which is if there's any pushback about having to be fired, there's a $300 billion allocation to Blackwater to come and kick you all out.
Could there be a fourth rider?
Man, this is like riders into the sunset now. Let's just keep going.
Moonbase. Just throw
Yeah,
it
but
in there.
I'd broaden it. All government programs that have been wasting money and producing nothing for the past, whatever. You have 5 to 10, whatever we decide upon. Let's just say 5 years. You have 5 years to accomplish this task. Otherwise, you're gone forever.
I love it.
Hopefully, in those 5 years, you won't end up with another Congress and another president that'll just go another direction.
But keep in mind that only the competent and demonstrated participants can vote. So all of these demographics who vote, which vote retarded, they no longer can vote. So, for example, did you know that if the women couldn't vote, there'd never be a Democrat elected? Minus all the
Ever
fraudulent votes, of course. But there's certain voting blocks that if they didn't exist, and even if there was a merit attached to it, the majority of those blocks could never achieve the right to vote. And so certain groups of political parties, they would never get elected ever.
Yeah, you're kind of reminding me of a woman that was in the news a little while ago, talking about exactly what you were, and she was advocating for women to no longer have the right to vote because, with her political views, she realized that she would get almost everything she wanted politically done if women didn't have the right to vote. And what made it kind of funny also is that she had daughters too, so she was like advocating for her and her daughters to also not have the right to vote.
And to be fair, my thing wouldn't even ban females from voting. Okay, it would ban women from voting. And if people don't understand the difference between that, then let me educate them. Nobody should be able to vote just because they're part of a ubiquitous class. Like, I'm a woman, therefore I can vote. I'm a man, therefore I can vote. No, it has to be you can vote if you meet these requirements, whether you're male, female, tall, short, stupid, smart, black, white. You meet these requirements, you can vote. If you can't meet these requirements, too freaking bad.
AI, I'm sorry to do this to you, man, but in the interest of, precision regarding claims, I just did a quick Google, right? I mean, I can compare on DuckDuckGo, but Democratic Party was founded in 1828. Women were given the right to vote at the federal level, at least, in 1920, so almost 100 years later. And before that, there were several Democratic presidents in office. Let me read them: Andrew Jackson, Martin Van Buren,
Yeah, but they're
James
totally
K.
different
Polk.
Talk about the modern
But
era.
so was the
I'm not talking about in
Republican.
antiquity.
Oh, okay.
Keep in
Well,
mind, Peter, even in the time of JFK, like Kennedy was a Democrat. Like Kennedy was not a Democrat by today's standards. Like if Kennedy
yeah,
existed
but same
today, he'd
goes
be
for
he'd be in the
Republicans.
Democratic Party.
Yeah, but the same goes for Republicans. There was a big switch and shift in these parties over
Yeah.
the last 50 years or so.
So check this out, Peter. When they passed this rule, it wasn't the case that all the states just spontaneously had women voting. It was like a cascading effect. So each state adopted it in a certain order. There's actually a book written about it and what happened after each state got universal suffrage actually enacted. And basically it just records that all the social programs, all of these politicians that were basically pandering to this new voting base, they just started to increase and it never stopped after that. It's very hard to unroot them because they were basically had a permanent voting block. And if you remove that voting block, which hadn't done anything to earn the right to vote, they hadn't demonstrated anything. They're just voting because they were given the privilege to do so. And if you just remove that, all of those people that got elected after that would have never been elected. And all those bad social programs, all that stuff would just never have happened. Well, we can't really tell because we can't go back through time and see how it would have played out. To be fair.
That's the problem.
No, but we can take Switzerland as an example.
But a very interesting factotum, which many modern people don't know, is that women were actually given a vote of whether they wanted the right to vote, and they overwhelmingly voted they don't want it. And then it was forced upon them by decree. Now, the reason that the leaders of what's known as the anti-suffragettes, which in other words, they didn't want women to get the ubiquitous right to vote just for the sake of being women, the reason they gave why they didn't want the right to vote is because they knew it would upset their family life and the social dynamic, and women would suffer. Fast forward to today, and women have suffered. Wow.
How so?
I don't know, man.
How so, dude? What do you mean, how so?
How have they suffered? I don't see any women around me suffering. I see plenty of women around me, but not any of them are suffering.
Oh, they're suffering, bro.
I mean,
They're
AI.
unmarried.
You
They're
gotta look
childless.
around your. You gotta look
They're
around
they're
your
they're
immediate.
growing with
Maybe it's
they're
you,
growing
bro.
old with cats. Hey, look, they're not dumb. They understand what's going on in the world. They understand that this was an attack against the family. That's part of what opens your eyes when you become a flat earther. You realize that all these things that were promised you to help you out and give you freedoms were actually just one giant trick.
Yeah, hold on, but stay on topic. All Charles and I are saying we don't observe women suffering en masse in our
What?
vicinity. So maybe if you do, maybe
Really?
it's you gotta look in retrospect a little bit.
Yeah, do you live
Oh
in like
shit.
New
Okay, I got it now. I got it. You don't
York?
understand. You don't understand how women are suffering. That's fair.
Yo guys, Crit's
Maybe.
back. Crit's back. He's gone for 10 years. He's finally
Dude,
back.
we talked to Crit for like 3 hours already today.
Oh shit. That's the first time I'm seeing it. My bad.
He has a good story. He has a girlfriend now. He told us the whole backstory.
Oh shit. Hell yeah, dude.
You missed it, dude. It was a very moving story, and I
Oh
even
man.
didn't make any nasty comments.
Okay, my bad. Sorry. I interrupted. I thought he just popped in, my fault.
Are you still LARPing lots as a Japanese teenage Japanese girl? I can't. What is this PFP?
Yeah. No, dude. Go. This is another good movie actually. I just saw it. It's good. It's a Chinese movie. Chinese animated movie. It's not bad.
I don't know if you're older than 16.
Bro, I can't watch animated movies if I'm older than 16.
I mean, I'll make it simple for you. No,
Why not?
because I said so.
Your arbitrary standards of age in movies.
Here, I'll read you. It's well known that the self-reporting of women in what's called the happiness index has declined absolutely in relatively to men's since the advent of the women's liberation movement. That's well known. It's fact. Women are more
But
Yeah,
but
miserable
is
what's
than
it
funny
men.
about
above
that?
or below men's?
What's that?
Is
I
it
was gonna say,
above or below men's?
Well below men's.
I think AI and India go to the same circles to discuss these things. You guys have a
Yeah,
similar
post a
outlook
link to
on the
that.
latest.
I'm trying to wrap my mind around that.
I hope
Hey,
this
listen.
red pill has
I
a
know
lot
that
of
women you
iodine.
encounter in your life, they tell you that being a boss babe and never having kids and running through 50 guys, like they tell you that they're happy, but when they actually report, when they're not in public, they all tell on themselves.
I
You
don't
weren't
really
aware of
run
that?
into the woman you just described.
Hey,
The
AI,
woman
does
I
this red
know are
pill come with a healthy amount of iodine?
Oh yeah, dude.
Ryan,
Listen, iodine is kind of red.
Ryan, are you surprised that females are emotional and like complain?
Dude, it's not even about that.
I don't know, man.
If
I have
I
a lot
had
of
to
female
deal with you
friends that just
dudes, I'd be
play with their
complaining
dog
too.
in the bedroom. They pet their cat, they pet their dog, they play video games, and they are perfectly content.
Yep,
But
yep. That's what they
you're
all say,
the
bro.
woman I know.
How old are they? How old are they?
One is 26 right now. Like
Yep, yep.
others are 30.
All
They
right,
have
so
no
yes,
like
your
interest
30-year-old
in.
old friend is gonna within the decade she's gonna be complaining to you. Trust me, that's how it works. The wall comes for everybody.
I definitely haven't heard that yet.
It also depends if she has other venues of complaining to do. Like if her mom's still alive, you're less likely to get it yourself.
Yeah, it also depends on like the social dynamic between you. Like she might have certain friends she likes complaining to. She might not wanna look that way to you because girls are more conscious of the social interactions and how they appear in the social interactions. So that's why they're oftentimes speaking under the roles or like implying things, which what most men don't get. They're a little bit too direct to catch a lot of those implications.
Also, is
Wait,
my
I've
mic
fucking
working
losing.
again? Because it's not working earlier.
Sounds good.
Okay, then I fixed it. It was the settings.
Wait, what did you say? What did you articulate earlier that you said was the cause of like the last 30, 40 years or whatever of women feeling worse? What did you say the cause of that was?
Oh, it was equalizing the expectations of the roles of men and women in the workforce and the home. So basically, men and women are interchangeable units in the industrial complex, right? Rather than specially unique and have completely different life tracks.
See, I think I can see, at least from what I've learned about the world, how that plays out with some negative consequences in South Korea and Japan. But here in the United States, I don't know, man. Maybe your town's just different from mine. I do
Well,
not.
dude, here in the United States, most people anesthetize themselves with trivial things like entertainments, and they think that they have a meaningful life because they watched Game of Thrones to its completion. Okay, these people are brain dead retards, dude. No offense. Okay, but if your life has been eating candy and watching Game of Thrones, right? You're going to get to a point where you realize that everything you've done has been absolutely meaningless. You have no children, you have no progeny, you have no long-term spouse, you have nothing of meaning. But I definitely was there for Game of Thrones when Arya Stark killed all the people with the poison. Wow, what a life I led. The problem is, bro, people are so broken, they don't even know that they're suffering. They're in a cage and a prison that they don't even realize they're in. That's what's indoctrination, brother.
So all those people you described, I'm pretty sure they're much more well off than even I am currently. So
What does
forgive me.
well off mean? Have more material gains? Have more time to
No,
watch Sex
no,
in the City?
no. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, then what do they have that you don't?
Happiness.
Al, what kind of happiness do they have?
Well, there's a lot of women I know, a lot of women I'm friends with, where if they wanted to get a boyfriend, if they wanted to, they could very easily and very quickly. But these same
Oh, you mean the
women, the
sex
same
part?
category of women I'm talking about, they don't want a boyfriend and they're happy without one. Good for
And
Yeah,
them.
they're
That's when
happy
you come
now.
in as a
You're
good
correct.
friend.
You're correct. They're happy now. You're correct. But they're deluded that they're happy now. Trust me.
So you're saying these same chicks I'm talking about, you're saying like 5 or 10 years from now they're just going to all be miserable?
Oh
I
yeah.
don't think so. I mean, maybe you're
It's
right. Maybe you're right about some of them, but most of them I don't think so.
think about it this way. It's the same way with the party people who go out every night to party and they're having so much fun. But then they've ruined their liver, they've ruined their looks, and then the rest of their life is not very fun. It's kind of the same thing. You got short-term gains versus long-term gains.
yeah, Orion, do you believe people can delude themselves or not?
You got to be more specific with that question.
It's very simple. Like, do you believe people can delude themselves into believing something or not? Like, I believe I'm happy when actually I've destroyed my life. And
Yeah, bro,
then,
what kind of question
and
is
then,
that?
and
We're on the
then,
flat Earth server, so all the Glovers do that.
yeah,
They
and then
delude.
and you tell yourself you're happy, you've destroyed your life, but then later on it hits you and you realize, well, I was just lying to myself. Is that possible?
I'm
Very
still
much
having a
so.
hard time following you. Like, I just can't quite understand what you're asking me.
So I'm asking you if it's possible to be in denial and then later realize that you
Oh
were
yes.
wrong and have regrets, right? That should be easy to
Hey,
answer.
hey.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
keep in mind,
possible.
if you're a flat earther, if
Oh,
you're a flat earther, you should understand that you've been deluded your whole life and believe something mistaken, right? Okay,
I'm
the
just
thing
saying.
that
You're roboting.
What I'm saying is, to feel better about their lives and what's happening, they tell themselves that everything's fine. I'm good. I'm happy. I'm happy with not having a boyfriend. I'm happy with my feminism and hating men, and I'm happy with like my cats and like. Sure, I wouldn't mind children. Sure, I wouldn't mind a really good man with like 7 figures and over 6 feet and super handsome and romantic and always there for me and emotionally regulated and super intelligent and muscular and strong and has a lot of stamina and he's very socially adept and like they delude themselves into thinking they can achieve these things and at the same time that they're happy not having them.
I'm just wondering how many people like are there many
achieve those things
women that
after.
you think fall into that category that you've met personally? Like
Yes,
women you've actually known that fall into that category.
I've met many. Many of them do not admit it right off the bat. Many of them try to maintain a mask, but many of them also do admit it when they like realize they have no chance, and so at that point, or like at that point, they don't mind more telling you a little bit how it is. But if they're keeping you around for a reason, you're a gopher, you're a usable pawn in the friend zone, or you're a strike target, then they will keep up their mask.
For instance, grandma's
So,
friend
one of the
never
reasons
had
why women are
kids,
happy.
and then once she got old enough, she really regretted it because she was all alone in the end.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
So these women who
Maybe
you meet,
you guys just know different people than I know,
they're not
but
going to tell you. They don't tell you the truth.
Yeah. Hey,
that was,
Orion, who do you think
they don't frown very often either.
Orion, who do you think would be happier? Right? You see this grandma sitting at a family function with, all her kids, that, and she's going created, or an old lady sitting around patting her cat, no one to talk to and no one to share it with.
I've
See
also
your point,
wondered
but again,
about.
in my experience, like equally happy. Like I'm just saying, like I don't know too many like grandmas. Actually, I guess I know some. Like
Yeah,
met
I
some
know,
of
but
the team.
you got all these women that say they don't need a partner, and they end up so they could be 20, and then
Yeah,
they
my
end
point.
up not getting
I
one.
want to be
Right?
clear. I understand what you're saying, and I'm not saying it doesn't apply to no one. I'm just saying, of all the women I've met over the last 10 years of my life, all the women I've befriended in various different places, none of them fall into the category you're talking about. Not even a single
Yet,
one.
yet.
But you don't know that. Like you said earlier, you claim to have experience of it, but you cannot experience their feelings. You can only experience what they express to you and what you interpret from that.
Well,
I would
if you
just
guys are right, I
Yeah,
got to
can
point
I
Heidi,
you.
just
those are
contribute
both things
something
to
real
share.
briefly? Orion, what part of the country do you live in?
I live just outside Portland, Oregon, in
Okay,
Beaverton.
you know what's funny? I was going to say, I bet you live in the Pacific Northwest.
So do I. So do I. He's my brother here.
Well, anyway, okay. Well, I mean, when you're talking about, you understand that modern feminism would absolutely ostracizes women for saying anything other than what you're seeing from these women. But it is absolutely anathema for one of these women to admit that they feel unfulfilled by choosing this completely like childless single life, right? There's intense pressure on women to claim that they are fulfilled by things that will never fulfill them. And if you go to other parts of the country that aren't so leftist, I think you would have a very different experience. The women you know are still going to have the same outcomes, but they're going to deny that in the process. So, I mean, that's my experience and that's my perspective. But when you were talking, I thought he's got to live in a really leftist area. So
I think you're right.
that ends my talk.
You're right to point that out. You're right to point out the difference in averages. But even amongst the group of women I've had as friends, a lot of them, especially like my best female friend, is definitely not a leftist, but is a libertarian like me. And she wants to have children one day. But until then,
Right.
she's not interested in dating anyone. She's not interested in messing around with
Right,
anyone.
right,
Well,
right.
how
And
So
can
what's
guess
she have
what?
children if
the
she doesn't date anybody?
Yeah, guess what? Guess what, friend? Guess what?
well,
She's
hold
gonna
on.
wait. She's gonna wait until she's absolutely train wrecked biologically, and no man that she actually wants her. That's the problem, friend.
I guess that applies to more than one woman I know.
Well, yeah, that's the reason is because they told women that you can put your baby factory offline for the time when it's prime, and then when it's all mothballed and you need 17,000 drugs to get it to work again, then a man will want you just like he wanted you when you were 22. It's delusional, bro.
Yeah, but just keep in mind, it's not strictly a leftist problem. Again, that
No, I,
particular one I'm
I
thinking
agree.
is not.
It's a greater cultural problem. I mean, I know plenty of quote unquote right wing women who would say the
You know
same
what part
thing.
of the problem is? Yeah, you know what part of the problem is, guys? Is that men are no longer men in women's eyes. So women have to do the man thing for themselves during those years because they can't rely on men because men are so weaker after we did this whole equalization thing. Men are essentially chumps, which is why a majority of these women, when they encounter men, they're not attracted to them. They're not going to give over those decades of their lives to a milquetoast loser.
Now that's a good
And
ass
that,
point there.
and
Yeah,
then
I
the
have never
problem
been
is,
attracted
and
to
then the
that.
problem, well, here's the problem. Here's the worst problem. That's what happens. But then they think that when they're 30, 35, approaching geriatric pregnancy age, that a man that they wanted back then is going to want them in their current condition. So they get double screwed.
It's also extra hard to find the decent conservative man out there because the fuckboys will pretend to be whatever they think you want.
Now, I'll put it to you like this, bro. I'm 46 years old, and I get propositioned from 20-year-olds. Okay, I don't even have to talk. They want me. You know why? Because I'm the kind of a man that they want. But the majority of men that they meet aren't going to want that. Aren't going to want a 35-year-old woman, dude, who has all those sentiments and who wasted all that. But I'm not even saying that because some men wouldn't deal with the modern young woman because she's not mature enough, right? Because they don't raise people up to be adults by the time they're biologically adults. Most people are infantilized.
Yeah.
They basically tell people you're not an adult until you're like 30, 35 years old, and now it's time to start a family. Well, guess what? I don't know if you guys know this or not, but when a woman is about 30 to 35, she's going downhill when it comes to her fertility window. If that's not her prime birthing years, in case anybody didn't know.
And
And
generally,
guess what
averages
else?
after 35, it starts decreasing by a
Yeah,
decent amount every year.
exactly. Now here's another cruel joke that they don't tell women. If you have a baby when you're young, and then you have a baby later in life when you're 30, 35, 40, it is a much better experience than if you offline your system for 15 years and then have your first baby.
I've
They're
actually
putting their
heard about
cart before the
this.
horse. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the best proper, my favorite married women that I know, they've told me things like what you just said, and the fact that it's also common knowledge amongst married women that after the first childbirth, your period stops being as painful.
Guess what? Guess what? What do most women do for the privilege of offlining themselves for a decade and a half? They drug themselves into a biologically damaging stupor with things that never should have been introduced into the female body in the first place. Totally messes up their psyche. So here's one of the problems with a lot of people they encounter women who aren't interested in men. It's because they're literally on drugs, on hormone blockers, right? Called birth control. So they're not even acting natural.
Some of them have also been proven to cause cancer and a bunch of other health problems, and it's been known since I was a teenager because I knew this before I was of age to have to use any of this, and I've never used any of these. I'm like, if you don't find a good man, just don't fuck. Just be a virgin.
Yep. And so when it comes to women in these super liberal areas that claim they want this type of life, guess what? All these posts from like these magazines that poll women, they find that these women who live in these areas, when polled anonymously, they self-report that they fantasize about a different life, which is essentially the classic conservative lifestyle where they get married young, they have a robust, manly man who's conservative in his values, who wears the pants in the family, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's what they express and what they really want, both sociodynamically and sociosexually. So what you guys said earlier was these women are lying to everybody that they're happy.
Well, the thing is, it's very sneaky what they did because women, and you see this from a young age, even in children, we learn more socially and we are more focused on the social aspect, which is why peer pressure and the majority rule thing often works more, and the emotional appeal works more on women, especially when they're in, because of the hormones and all that stuff. But they have been using like television programming and other things like that to teach women that it's socially acceptable is you need to put this down, you need to elevate that. And they've been elevating the soy boy, they've been demasculating the men in the social media, in the movies, and all this shit more and more and more, and demonizing the proper masculine hero. And I've been complaining about this for years, even before I could see it for what it was.
And not only that, but it's not just in a vacuum where they're just doing that and the men are actually awesome men and great manly men. It's actually the majority of men that women meet are still infantilized boys who have no idea how to take care of a woman, who have no idea how to be attractive to a woman, and their natural way of being is not attractive to a woman. So a majority of these women who are putting off men is because, quite frankly, all the people that they meet aren't actually men in their eyes.
Oh, how do you get those men? By convincing their mothers to raise them that way.
Well, and then the other question is, how do you get those men to become something more? And this is why it's kind of a catch-22, because, for example, I can get 20-year-olds if I want. Why are they interested in me? Just think
Better
about it.
question is, why are you not interested in them?
Well, I have various reasons that come with maturity, but that's the thing, okay? Maturity. They're interested in me because in their eyes, I'm over all that boyhood phase that should have been, beat out of the average man by the time he's 25, not by the time he's 35. But because women have offline themselves for 10 years, men don't have to raise up to the standard for those 10 years either. So basically, everybody's putting it off until the 30s and the 40s. So when a woman is young and fertile and she wants to have a baby, she wants to start a family, she wants a man in her life, she looks out at the people her age or 5 years older, she cannot find a man. So her only choice is to go into the older ages.
That is like so true.
And
And
now,
I
go ahead, go
gotta
ahead.
throw in one thing about what you said earlier, which is the classic quote of good times create weak men create hard times create strong men create good times create weak men, and so on and so on.
Right, right. And so let's take a moment to just pause here because it sounds like I'm accusing men of not stepping up to the plate or women of not understanding what they are. It's not about that. Both the men and the women are victims of the system designed to produce this result.
Still, though, the premise that, well, I'm just wondering, are you saying that the average woman in the United States is less happy than the average man? Are you taking that
I mean,
stance?
that's a self-reported fact.
Because, like,
Women report themselves to be less happy than men, dude.
I want to tell
It's
you
like
why I don't
brain
believe that.
chemistry. It's because if you think about the hormones and the brain chemistry, we produce less serotonin, but we produce more oxytocin. I can't say the name of the other one right now, but the other chemical. And the thing is, the oxy thing that I can't say properly, that you usually get through like connectivity, bonding, staring into people's eyes, petting pets, that kind of stuff. Meanwhile, the serotonin is the other kind of joy thing, so it makes sense that once they fucked up the family unit, the
Yep.
bonding, the community, of course women are going to be less happy. Not to mention, if when women don't even know how to understand themselves, they don't understand their own nature, they don't know how to deal with their hormones. Because the hormones, which are affecting you 3 weeks out of 4, is literally gonna mess with your mental state, your emotional state, and if you don't know that it's happening, you're gonna let that control you. And if you let your emotions control you, you're not gonna be logical.
So the reason why I don't believe that the average woman in the United States is less happy than the average man is because of two statistics, and that is that the first one being that of the men and women in the United States that are single, roughly about 60% of the men are looking for someone to go on a date with, and roughly about 30% of the women are also looking for a date. So that's a
Yeah, I'd
two to
agree with
one
you.
ratio in the
I'd agree with
single.
you, but I'd agree with you,
That's
but
not the only one. That's the secondary one. The more important one is when you look at suicide statistics. Roughly about 3.7 men in the United States commit suicide for every one woman. That's why I
Take a
think you're wrong.
very strong focus, because both of these have to do with the nature of men versus women. First of all, I'm gonna start with your second point because I remember that still. The suicide thing is also to do with how we act, how we react, and how we are wired. Just like men are often more task orientated and object orientated, and women are more people orientated.
Let me interject a
It's
fact here,
less
Karma, real quick.
likely that they'll, yeah, both do stuff like that.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna interject a fact here. This is actually well known that although the completed suicides are higher in men, women attempt suicide more. And the reason is because they're not actually going to do it. They're doing it as an emotional ploy. So they're not actually intending to end themselves. When a man decides to end himself, he carries it out. Big difference, like Karma said, between the nature of the man and the woman. So
Yeah,
what
but I
makes a
think
man
that
happy, what makes a man happy and fulfilled is not the same as what makes a woman happy and fulfilled. So the dating statistics isn't relevant and the suicide statistics are.
Oh yeah,
I
the
think
dating
you
statistics
saying
I
that just
also have a
furthers
thing
my
about.
point.
Can I add something to that real quick? It's also with the dating statistics. That's because of the dynamic of the women are the sought and the men are the seekers. Like if I go on a dating app, you have to deal with so much shit to try to find somebody who acts like a decent human being. So a lot of times you get either jaded or tired and you don't want to deal with that, so you want to take a break from it because it's tiring. Also for women, when it comes to the romantic seeking relationship stuff like that, it can be very tiring because you also have to be on your guard, because with women it's always a safety concern when you're trying to meet new men, because men are stronger than you. If they are violent or evil or bad, you are in danger. So it's always a guarded process in the beginning, unless you have a reason to try to trust this person. And if you're not an idiot, you're not going to trust them right away anyway. So, understandably, a lot of women will just be like, maybe someone will hit on me. I'm just going to take a break for a little bit. There's like a bunch of little other things that play into that.
You can also go on a double date. You can bring a friend and ask him to bring a friend.
Yeah, but like the
There's
whole having to think of all those things, having to worry about that stuff, trying to read into, can I trust this person? Is this a rapist or a murderer? Like that can be mentally draining, honestly. So for a lot of women, like they might just experience the dating market as very stressful, which is something I've heard very commonly. So they, like I say, a
Yeah.
lot of them will take breaks and then go again on the market after taking a break from that. But then
Right.
they
So
might
part of
also
this
meet
problem,
while they're taking their break of searching because somebody else hit on them.
yeah, part of this problem is that guys are disenfranchised from having a partner when they're younger. And so they're upset that they don't have a spouse or a mate or a girlfriend or whatever. But part of that is because women have been so equalized with men, there's no sexual energy. And what I mean by that is the flow. So, for example, statistics of divorce are a certain percent, but when the women makes more than the man, the statistics for female initiated divorces jumps to an almost 80% guarantee it's going to end in divorce. What does that mean? It means the woman actually is attracted to a man that's more powerful than her. So if you create a social dynamic where men and women are actually equals, the amount of men they're attracted to goes down because now the men are not as more powerful than them. So the sexual energy is gone. So for example, to help Orion's point, if women didn't have as much equality in all of these spheres, their natural attraction to men would increase.
It's all about finding the balance. Like you can make it work even if the woman earns more. If you're like, for instance, the handyman around the house, instead of feeling always demasculated because she's always paying for everything, if she's always like, "Oh, I couldn't do this without you. You're so strong. Where would I be without my tall, handsome man?" Like the thing would still work out.
That's true.
Just like I had a friend who had a really strange marriage, really, if you think about it, because she had a thyroid problem, so she was overweight, she was bitchy and bossy, and he was submissive. He was a good follower rather than a leader, and he loved not having to make decisions and having her be the boss. So when she went to the doctor because of her health issues and they find out the thyroid problem, she gets drugs, she starts losing all the weight, and all of a sudden she's level headed, she's not always annoyed, and she's like, oh my god, I feel so bad about how bossy and bitchy I've been all these 3 years or whatever. Now I want us to be equal partners.
clear,
That'd be
crisp
dumb as fuck.
line.
Really?
Like,
Because you've done that. Everyone in this room's done that.
I just told you I haven't.
That you need to go get out more. I mean, seriously, like
outside.
you've never seen
I'm
the moon
outside.
on the horizon,
I'm outside all the time.
and you've never seen the moon on the horizon before, ever.
Yeah, behind.
That's
I've seen
something
it go
you've never
behind
seen
mountains.
before.
Like, you just asked me a question, so I've seen it go behind mountains, things like that. I've never seen it set over the ocean.
Okay, you've seen it set over a mountain. How far do you think the moon is from the mountain?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does matter. Because you can see the moon just as crisp when it's over your head than when it is on the horizon.
Yeah, okay, so a mountain, are you calling the mountain the horizon, or is that a local horizon?
I'm calling
the
the moon, wherever you see the moon where it about disappears.
Okay, so that would entail that the Earth's got curvature then, right?
No, I'm talking about how far the moon is from where you're looking at it.
So the Earth doesn't have curvature. I don't
No,
understand
I'm
what you're
talking
saying.
about that. I'm talking about how far the moon is from where you are standing.
Okay, so the moon goes over the horizon. So you're saying that the Earth has curvature.
I never brought up anything about the curvature. I brought about how the sun really doesn't change size when it goes over your head from far away. That's what I brought up.
Why? All right, why should it?
Because any car that's far away is a dot, and then the closer it gets bigger to you. What in your life has ever been far away?
How far away is the sun?
How far away is the car?
How far away is the sun?
How far away is the car? How far away is the car when it's a dot?
Are we talking about the sun or a car?
We're talking about, okay, here. You see a car coming far away. It's a dot in the distance.
It's not analogous to what we're talking about.
It's totally analogous.
So
everything that's big, everything that comes from you from far away gets bigger when it gets closer to you.
Okay, I just simply asked you, right? I said, why would the sun get bigger and smaller? Would it be to do with distance to the sun?
It's far away. Anything far away from you is small. It doesn't matter how far away it is. It's further away than whatever. It's a dot in the sky.
You want to know how close the moon is? I said it doesn't matter, but now you're saying
93 million miles away and then 257,000 miles away from the moon. Okay, 93 million.
Okay,
it's
awesome.
Yeah.
Right, so why would you expect to see the sun get change size?
Because I've never ever seen anything far away not change size when it's got closer to me. Can you explain one thing that whoa, I'm talking. Have you ever seen anything that's ever? Why would you interrupt me when I'm talking, dude?
You said your proof that the Earth is a globe is that the sun doesn't.
I never said anything about that. I said about about the sun getting closer to us. I said about the sun changing size.
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tony, if you're going to make a claim, if you're going to make a claim about the sun needing to change size, you're going to have to prove to us that the sun is an object.
Okay, well, any object, it doesn't matter.
No. You're claiming it's an object. I want the evidence.
Okay. Have you ever seen anything that's far away from us?
Okay, you're again claiming it's an object. I would like the evidence that it's an object.
Because you know what? When I'm out in the sun, it burns me.
Okay, that doesn't mean it's an object that can be measured and has a specific size.
Tell me an object that doesn't affect you like that.
You seem to be having an emotional reaction to this, which is really strange.
Well, you came out of nowhere. I wasn't even talking to you, so you must have an emotional
reaction. You're kind of freaking out, so now you're talking to me. Timbo can handle you just fine, but you're making a claim that it's an object, and you cannot prove such a thing, can you?
Yes, I can, because nothing.
Okay, great. Post your evidence in the side chat that the sun is an object.
It affects me when I go out into the beach.
That's not the definition.
When I go into the beach,
you are claiming that the sun is something that is a specific size, a specific material, and can be measured.
I'm trying to say it, but you keep on interrupting me. It's weird.
Just post the evidence in the side chat. I don't have to talk to you about it. You can just. Okay, we see the sun. It has an apparent size, has an apparent location. You cannot prove what it is, where it is, or what it's made of. So stop calling it an object when you don't know it is.
Of course I can't. But
Oh,
I
very
can
well.
prove
Thank
that.
you for
So
admitting
why
it.
would
Continue.
I can
so
prove.
why
And
would
what can I say something though? I
Tony?
can
So
prove that it affects
why
me
would the
when I
sun?
go outside and
Sorry,
don't put
dude.
sunscreen on. It
All
affects
right.
me.
So why
It
would
burns
Thank you
you
for
us.
said?
proving my point, Tony.
All right. Yeah.
Are you
One
trying
of
to
your
say that
arguments
something that's
was
not
the
real
sun.
could affect us where I have to put
So
sunscreen on?
hello, Tony. Tony. So one of the arguments was about the sun changing size, right? Can you state your argument about what that's got to do with anything? Go ahead.
I was saying that the sun is far away and it doesn't change size.
And
And
that
it goes over
negates
our head.
the
So
Earth
it's
being
moving over
flat.
our head. So why isn't it changing size when it goes
Why,
over our head?
why would it change size?
Because it's far away.
Because it's far away, it would change size.
Well, no, I don't think it. I think it's so far away that it wouldn't change size, but you guys think it does.
Oh, so you're straw manning. So when did
You already
any of
strawman
us
me.
say? So when did any of us say that the sun was a certain distance away?
You guys completely just. Oh my
No,
god!
you said I believe the Earth is a globe because the sun
Never
doesn't
said I
change
think.
size.
Really, I
Okay,
said
so
that
what?
the globe is.
So say it
I
again
was
then.
talking about the moon. The moon going into the horizon.
Now you're talking about the moon because when I started
That's
talking
what I
about the moon,
started
you
with. I
started talking about the
started with
sun.
the moon. I started with the moon. If you remember,
Okay, go. Make your argument with the moon then.
Can I real quick?
it doesn't change size.
Since you guys were
The
arguing,
moon doesn't change size. Why would you expect the moon to change size?
can I throw something into this just because I think
Not
it
yet.
would be helpful for both? So there's this thing
I
like
just said
angular.
not yet.
Well, no, it's relative to what you guys are talking. You guys are both missing something, but I mean,
I
go
kind of
ahead.
said not yet. So yeah,
Okay.
I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I mean, it's
yeah.
very
So go.
relative
So
to.
make your argument with the moon, right? So what? So why would the moon have to change size?
Because it's far away, coming from a far distance
Doesn't make sense,
around in a
Tony.
circle.
And the argument of the moon not changing size is what?
Did you ask me or the other person?
No, you.
Say
What's
it
the
again, though.
argument? It doesn't change size, and that
It never
is
changed
what?
sizes. Like even the
Yeah,
moon,
and the
which is
argument is, and what?
254,000 miles away, it still
Yes,
doesn't change
and
size because it's so far away.
what's the argument?
The argument is that it doesn't change size, and when it gets to the horizon, it's like I could get a telescope and still see every single crater and everything, just as
And
clear as I did above my head than I did at the horizon. And you guys said that wouldn't
what?
happen.
What? When did anyone say that that wouldn't happen?
Are you guys saying that wouldn't happen?
That's what you said. I didn't say that.
How would that happen?
I don't know. You're the one making the claim.
Yeah, I'm making the claim that it should change size, and it doesn't.
Should change size based on what?
The distance.
What distance is it?
You guys say that the moon is coming from far away in a circle, right, around us.
Who said that? Who said it's changing distance?
What do you think it is then?
I have no idea.
Oh, well, that's really easy to make an argument where you have no idea what it is, but everyone else is wrong. But it's
I
a
didn't
great.
make the
Wow,
argument.
that's an easy argument.
You made the argument that the moon doesn't change size, therefore the moon doesn't change size.
I said the moon doesn't change size because it's so far away.
Yeah, I know. And
you guys say that it circles around our head.
when?
You don't think that you guys don't use the where it circles around our head, and that during the year it gets closer to the middle, and then it goes further at the end of the year?
No. Who said that?
What do you guys think it does then?
I don't know. It's got cycles in the sky.
It never changes size, though. Never changes size.
No. It never changes size, right?
Never.
What's the argument?
The argument is I think it's so far away and that we're rotating that it just goes around us while we rotate. Or we rotate and it just stays where it's at and it does its rotation when it does.
Okay, all right, what's the evidence for that?
It doesn't change size.
Okay, so what's the evidence that it's rotating around a ball?
It doesn't change size.
Okay, so where's the ball?
It doesn't change size.
Where is the ball? The Earth is a ball, right?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about the Earth being a ball that the moon rotates around of and doesn't change
Got you.
size.
Okay. Yeah. My
So
bad. My bad. I'm
can
sorry.
you
I'm sorry.
prove,
Who am I talking? Sorry, I didn't mean to be
Timbo,
an asshole.
Timbo? So
I didn't mean to be
let's
an
talk about
asshole.
the Earth.
My bad, man.
No,
I'm
you're all
sorry.
right, man.
Yeah.
I don't take things personally. I don't really care.
So
So
this is
let's talk
Timbo.
about
What's your name? What's your name? Tim. I don't have my glasses.
Timbo.
Tim.
I'm the kangaroo down the bottom.
Yeah, I can't read it though. It's Timble or something. Yeah.
Timbo. Yeah,
Oh,
like
you're
an
cool.
Aussie bow.
Yeah. Hey, man.
Yeah.
Nice.
So,
My name's
so that would,
Tony. My name's Tony. Nice to meet you. Yeah.
yeah, you too, man. So that would
All right.
entail that the Earth is a ball, right? So then you'd have to have evidence that the Earth's a ball that the moon's rotating around.
Turkey sandwich.
Well, I'm thinking like, okay, so let me just calm down here because I was getting a little aggravated there, and
Yeah,
I'm sorry because I
no
just came
stress.
back. I just came from an aggravating situation with my girl, and so I might have came in here a little hot, and I'm sorry for
Yeah, maybe.
everyone in here that I did that with.
That's
Okay.
all right. All good. No worries.
Yeah, I'm sorry if I came in here like venting and stuff, but let's get okay, yeah, let's talk.
All right.
Okay, let me
Let's get.
If the moon doesn't change size, what is a supermoon?
I think it's when there's a lot of haze or a lot of atmosphere in between the person that's looking at it and the moon.
So you're saying it doesn't change size, like the harvest moon and all the supermoons we know of is not changing size.
I don't think it's changing size. It's just
Harvest moon's a color change, yeah.
well, it all has to do. It all depends on the what's around it.
Sorry.
So if there's trees
Thank,
around it, it looks way bigger, but when it gets in the sky, it looks smaller. But it's the same
sorry,
size.
Tony. You're missing. You're kind of skipping my question again. So Earth's
Well,
a
I got
ball,
another
right?
question there. My bad. I got another question there. So
No, you're right. So Earth's a ball, right?
I think it's somewhat spherical. I think that they're lying to us they're probably lying to us
All right.
about how big it is for sure. Yeah.
So for the moon to rotate around that ball, the Earth would need to be a ball that has been proven to be a ball, right?
Well, I mean, it seems like, yeah.
What would tell you that? So have you got any measurements of this ball that we're on? Or?
Well, okay. So I know I'm gonna say this name, and everyone's gonna be like, "Oh, fuck him." But
No, you're all right.
I was there when Soundly was doing all his experiments, and it was quite sound. Like he was, like I actually took control of his camera when he was on that 23rd floor. There, yeah, I was there. Like I was
Okay, so
there that day. Yeah.
all right. So if you went to that same spot, and
Yeah.
would you get the same photograph every time?
It would be pretty close. Yeah.
Every time.
Pretty close. I mean, not exactly, but it'd be pretty close. It'd definitely show a curve. Yeah, it would never look flat.
All right. So when we get instances where we have photos of things that we shouldn't be able to see, is that still curvature?
Are you guys talking about the black swan?
No, I'm just having a generic conversation at the moment. We can talk about specific stuff later. But
Well, I mean,
if you say, oh, okay, well, I took photos and this bridge is curving or whatever it is, right? And then you go to a different spot and you take photos of things you shouldn't be able to see, but you catch them in your camera. Like, which one's the correct image?
well,
Right?
when you go out there and the temperature and everything's exactly the way it's supposed to be,
What do you
it's
mean the way
usually
it's supposed to be?
well, they have the 5/6. I think it's 5/6 is the normal, right? 5/6 radius.
Normal.
Now I
Yeah.
don't think. Okay, now I don't think that. Okay, so when what was his name? The guy that said you can look if everything's right, you can see your ass. You know, if you looked in the horizon. Who was that
Yeah,
again?
that's
That was
yeah.
you remember what
I
I'm
don't know
talking
who
about,
that
right?
was, but
Yeah, you know what I'm
yeah.
talking about. Yeah, yeah. No, okay, that's extreme. You know, but there is. It's just I lived in Hawaii, and I canoe paddled to Maui, and that's like far away. And when you canoe paddle, it's just like the mountain just shows up and starts rising up as you get closer to it, and it's kind of hard to because that was our practice. Like we'd have to because okay. So anyone who knows about canoe paddling, 7-man outrigger canoe paddling in Hawaii, is that there's 7 men and you have a state, and the state is all of Hawaii, like all the islands. And so okay, so this year we're going to meet on Maui. So all the outrigger canoes have to canoe to that island, which sometimes it takes like 18 hours to canoe there. And that's what everyone does, as it's easier than, flying it there, it's part of the whole tradition of doing it.
Okay,
And,
so what did you measure about that?
well, just like, okay, so when you're on the Big Island of Hawaii, and I'm about to start canoeing to, me and my crew are going to go to Maui because the state competitions are in Maui this year. So when you start canoeing to Maui, we go in the morning, and you just see the part of Maui, like the top of it, and so you got to you're canoeing for like 12 hours. And every single hour, more of the island pops up. As you get closer, it just keeps popping up. Yeah.
Would you agree that if you're at sea and at sea level in the canoe, that things that are closer to the horizon be indistinguishable from the horizon until you start getting closer?
Sounds like it's just really far away and small, and you think it's the top of an island.
Yeah.
Well, it just raises up. I mean, like really, like you have to.
Yeah, you know what would happen in reality? What would happen in reality is as you got closer, it would just raise up because you were actually just getting closer to it. So it would look like it's raising up, but it's just getting bigger.
Wow. So, okay. So, give me like an example of when you have gone far from something and got closer to it, and it just started raising up.
Yeah,
on the ocean, though. On the ocean would be great. Like an on the ocean would be great.
You're driving all the time, right?
Oh, you're driving. Well, you're on the land, though. I'm talking about on the ocean. Like I was on the ocean, like in a canoe.
Doesn't matter, right? You're talking about perspective.
Yes,
right?
it does.
So as you get closer to things in the distance, as you get closer to things, they rise up, right? It's perspective.
As they would do on a curved.
Yeah, but you would agree,
dude, not curved. Long hallways aren't curved, dude. If you were walking down a long hallway, things that were getting closer to you would get bigger and go over you.
Have you ever canoe paddled down a fucking 255-mile long hallway?
Yeah.
Okay, so you have no clue what I'm talking about. So
it's not curved. It's not curved either, and it looks like things are coming over the horizon.
Has to do with me going over the ocean.
You didn't go over a curve.
Hey, I walked down a hallway, so I know exactly what you're talking about, canoeing over a fucking ocean.
Tony, so you would agree?
Oh my God, dude.
So you would agree that on a flat surface, as you got closer to something...
I have to agree with whoever just talked was the dumbest person I've ever fucking heard.
Okay, it doesn't matter. So you would agree that if you were on a flat surface and you got closer to something, that the thing in the distance would raise up in your vision, right? Would you agree with that? Tony?
He gone.
He gone. Oh, well. I think you pissed him off, nice flat earther.
What? You think you're a nice flat earther? What the heck?
Am I allowed to speak just for a moment? I didn't mean to. Okay, I don't really know why I got muted. I'm not trying to piss anyone off or anything. But anyway, that's why I was asking if I could just add one thing. You said no, and I kind of stopped talking after that. But anyway, who cares, right? There's this thing called it's weird how like angular size works sometimes when we're talking about like long distances. I forget what it's called exactly. It's called like diminution. It's been a while. It's something of angular size, diminution of angular size. But basically, what it is, if you took, and you can do this yourself, right? So you can take two like light sources or like just balls, like simulate the moon or the sun. That's what you guys were talking about. And when you have them close together, or sorry, when you put one far away, you put one right next to you, right? And you like go on the floor with it, and you push it farther and farther, you're gonna see it shrink to the size of the one in the background. But then if you go away from that ball and you have someone else move that ball that's already farther away from that, you won't see the angular size actually change. And I mean, it's by such a little amount that you can't even perceive it. So that could be like a big thing about why we don't see the angular size of the moon change when it goes away from us, right? Because it's already so far away that it's not going to change to like a big degree. I don't
Plus,
know if
it's
that.
probably not a ball.
Well, yeah. I was just throwing in just an argument for that. That's all. I'm not claiming I know what the moon is or anything, but that's all I wanted to say.
Hey, just so you know, brother, you can search almost any word in our server. You're gonna find something about it. We got 6+ years of conversations, 8+ years of videos and media. So see, I just searched the word that you said. I got a little nice graphic here. Sweet.
Oh yeah, well, I can't see the chat, but I guess I'll look it up
What?
on thing. Yeah, my verified.
If you also take those balls that you were talking about in the hallway and keep pushing them away, they'll actually start to disappear from the bottom up too. And the hallway's not curved, right?
Let it roll. Let it roll.
Where'd Hawaii 5-0 go? He left?
Yeah, you scared him off.
I scared him off because I said it sounds almost like it's just real small and it gets bigger as you get closer to it. That scared him away. Must be my delivery.
I think it is.
Well, that to be fair, that's his pickup line.
Can't believe they're still arguing that point. Oh, I started getting closer to it and it started getting higher in my vision. Oh yeah, okay. Does that
Hey,
happen on the flat surface?
what was one of the most first famous arguments about changing of size, meaning that a celestial model is wrong?
Say that again.
So this
Say that
idea, it's
in
like,
English words so that the dumb people like us can understand you.
so he'll say, if this object doesn't change in angular size like I expect it to, then your model can't be correct or something like that. Well, that's actually in the preface, I believe, of the book called On the Controversy Between the Two Great World Systems, which is a written debate between, I can't remember the dudes, but so there's like Copernicus and some other dude. But the forward to that book basically criticizes one of their models as the description of the moons of something, because they're doing in this apogee and perigee, then the angular size of the object should change in a certain amount, and they don't, which means his model's wrong. So there's things within the globe paradigm or view of the cosmos that don't work when it comes to angular sizes, but they want to harp on the moon and stuff. I'm just gonna have to buy a copy of that book or download a PDF so we can have it linked in the bot.
The Minotaur Milkman?
No, dude, we're not going backwards, dude. We're broadcasting now. Responsibility. All right, we're doing a ping. See if we can get some people in.
Get Tony back. He sounded like he was foaming at the mouth.
Dude, he had to go get some more speed, bro.
verbal diarrhea.
Well, apparently my new invention worked. We're buying 250 of them.
Bala bala bala. All right, I'm going to the lobby. All right, people might join if they don't have roles. Make sure you unmute them. Talk to 'em. See what happens. Oh, it's Tristan. Tristan, what's up? We got Wet Wheat Javandi. What's up, Wet Wheat? Yoder, what do you think about that quote about refraction?
Which one?
I don't know. Pick one.
Oh, those quotes. I like them all.
Who won't? What? Shane doesn't have roles? What the heck? Why doesn't Shane Bivens have roles, man? Let me give that in some roles. All right, Shane Bivens, you can talk now if you want to.
Yeah, thanks. I'm trying to figure out where you guys have the full assignment stuff at.
Oh, we gave you the role.
What? Oh,
Oh, you guys do it where you just okay. So you grant roles instead of having like a role assignment channel.
Right.
Okay, that would explain why it was hard for me to find.
Well, mainly because this is a sensitive topic, and over the years, especially back in the day, it was hard to get people to join with so many Discord restrictions. Like, you can restrict people with email address verification, phone verification, but we wanted people to join. So what we did is we had this entry process where you had to go through a VC verification to go further into the server. And then you start getting roles. And obviously, we don't want a whole bunch of people coming in and saying, "Hey, I'm a flat earther." Then they go and talk a whole bunch of crap and misrepresent us, et cetera, et cetera. So we vet people before we give them certain roles.
No problem. Makes sense, man.
what about you, Shane?
I gotta make a whole bunch of fluff and utters. So I'm gonna go on mute, and one of my friends will probably have a cool combo with me.
What brings you here, Shane?
Always curiosity and yeah. Was kind of looking around, but I didn't see you guys like on the politics channels or English hub. So yeah, just jumped on you guys' YouTube stream to see where you guys were at tonight. Always enjoy the
Oh,
conversation.
okay. So you've been hanging around those two, listening to the conversations.
Yeah, I've been jumping in and out.
Yeah.
I go into a lot of stuff in like the politics channel on English Hub and participate,
Yeah.
listen, whatever fits my mode at that time.
What's your view on the topic?
I'm a Glober.
Okay, Cool. What makes you so sure that it's a globe?
I'd say the primary things are the usefulness and practicality and the ability to predict.
Like you use the Earth as a globe?
Yes.
In what way?
Same way you guys would when using GPS, right? I mean,
I
I've heard
don't.
you guys' arguments about GPS, but
I've
I'm
never
sure
used
there's
the Earth
really
as a
unique
globe
ones.
ever.
I'm sorry, what's
I
that?
don't use GPS either.
Yeah, I've never used the Earth as a globe.
Yeah, I guess
Practicality? How
my
is it? How is using the Earth as a globe practical?
if I want to go from one place to another and I don't know how to get there,
Use a map, right?
typically I don't use maps anymore. I used to back in the day. MapQuest was probably the last time I really used maps.
So where's the globe fit in then? So if you're going to go, you could jump in the car. You're talking about that if you want to get from one place to another.
Sorry, I missed a question in there. You're just asking me where does a globe fit into using GPS?
Yeah, I was
Yeah.
just saying because you said you use it. The practicality of using it as a globe is getting from one place to. So I was just thinking, maybe that's you're talking about in your car or like something like that, like going from one side of town to the other. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, longer distances. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the practical use of the globe in that?
Gives me the distance that I need to travel. The um, gives me the
But where
ability
does the
to
globe fit into that?
predict when I would get there.
Yeah, but where does the globe fit into that?
That's greatly improved our ability to map. I mean, I understand your question, right?
Yeah.
But I can't answer it in the way that you want me to, because there isn't an answer that.
Not the way I want it to. I just you answer it however you want.
Oh, okay.
I'm not.
Well,
Yeah.
then my answer still remains the same. I mean,
What?
that when I'm using, when I'm trying to go from one place to another, it greatly serves me. It's usable.
Yeah, but
If
where's the globe in that? So going from one place to another, like, is practical of a globe.
Yeah, because it allows me to predict the distances more accurately.
In what way?
The model that exists works.
Yeah, but how do you?
It's
So how do
usable for me.
you? So how do you go? Okay, I'm going here today. I'm going to
Hmm.
predict where I'm going to go using a globe.
Yes, using the globe model. Yeah,
Okay, how do you do that?
I put in where I'm at and put in where I want to go.
And where's the globe?
I'm using the globe model in order to do that. I mean, we're
In
going to
what
keep going
way?
in circles. My answer is going to be the same.
Yeah,
It's not
but
going
in what way though?
to.
Yeah, but you just saying I'm using a map doesn't that's not you using a globe.
Well, I'm using global positioning system. I mean, and it's just because it's the word
But just
global
because
isn't
it's
why I
called
say it's a
global,
globe. No, 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 no.
yeah,
Let's not jump into those types of
yeah.
semantics of words. I mean, we can if you want to, but I don't know if it
No,
serves
I
us
don't like
moving
all that
forward,
stuff.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. We could go down some weird rabbit holes with that.
Yeah, I end up arguing over nothing, right?
Yeah, exactly. But no, it's just uh, the predictability of it. Like if I try to use a flat map I'm just using a flat map. I'm not saying that like there is something, but if I use that as the standard and I say if I drop a ruler on it and I try to say, okay, this is the distance between these 2 points, it's not as good of a prediction as if I then take those 2 points and look at them on a curved surface. Then I'm able to get more accurate distances and travel
Okay,
times.
so all right, so you're saying all right,
Never happened,
so
brother. Timbo, real quick.
yeah, huh.
You've never traveled anywhere where you had to get a distance from a map and then use the distance to get where you're going. You just
And a
followed road
ruler.
signs, right?
Uh, no, I've definitely used the map in my. I mean, I'm 50 years old, man. Of course, I've used a
Yeah, but
map.
like, did you ever go anywhere raw where it's like I have to go this many miles north, this many miles southwest, and then arrive at my destination? Did you ever do like raw?
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, what type of example was that? It's like going across the desert or something?
No, it's usually like I live in the Midwest. It's pretty flat out here. So going large distances, whether it's
On
just on a
roads
hike
though, right?
or going to a
Oh,
river
okay,
or
hikes. Yeah, hikes would be different. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but that's a different map though. That's
yeah,
a
that's a
map
lot.
with
It's a lot of
with all the
waypointing.
lines on it, right? With all the closer the
I
lines,
like,
the steeper the hill, things like that, right? A topography map.
Yeah, it's a
yeah,
lot of
the,
waypointing. It's a little bit
right. And
harder.
the closer accurate map you get, the more it's going to be. Like, for example, like all the military maps are terrain feature accurate within 3 meters. And so once you arrive within 3 meters of a terrain feature, you ain't going to accidentally miss it, right?
Yeah, and they're flat, right? You're not using a globe.
So there's definitely an economy of scale at play, right? There's going to be a certain zone where you're not going to use a certain map. You're going to switch over to a different map. And at that scale, like if you have a map of, let's say, the entire state,
Mhm.
right, and it's all on one sheet of paper, you're going to have a much different problem trying to measure the distances. But when you're going on a hike, you're going to use an entirely different map, right, which is going to be way more accurate.
I mean, any flat map is going to have a scale on it. It's going to also, especially ones
Yeah.
that are extremely detailed, like a terrain map for the military.
Yep.
Like let's say you're doing like artillery, then
They're
you're
all
going to have
flat
a
maps
map that.
though.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying they're all flat maps. They're like curved maps.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
just
they're
trying to
flat.
find a baseline for when you put a ruler on a map and then went out in the real world, and instead of ending up at the lake, you ended up in a sand pit 100 miles away.
Like where I've done that on purpose.
No, where like you've ever seen any significant discrepancy where the map you were currently using wasn't sufficient to the task.
Oh yeah, that's pretty often. Let's say like if you're in like the Smoky Mountains, so they have a trail. Trail 12 is a pretty straight trail for quite a bit of it. It's about 12 miles. If you map it out on a flat map, and like like a trail map that they would give you or that you'd pick up at like a visitor center or anything like that, and you lay a ruler across it, it won't measure exactly the 12 miles.
What is it
But
measured?
if you go on it, and you have like let's say you've got like a tracker with you or something else, or let's say you took like would you guys discount like a wheel on a stick with a rotation on it
Yeah, but
with like
are
a
you going
RPM
up and
gauge on
down
it?
hills? Are you going up and down hills?
Yeah, you do have quite a bit of up and down.
Yeah. So of course, if you're on a flat map, it's not going to measure the same distance. You
All
got to
right.
go up.
Yeah,
Now we got the coup de grace question.
yeah, go for it.
A real world example where you actually did this and you charted the discrepancy.
You want me to give you a real world example?
No,
Yeah.
no, one that you've done, experience, because it's sounding like you've done it. So I just want the one you did.
Yeah, so Trail 12, it's a pretty common trail. It's a pretty cool one. It goes to a really cool waterfall at the end, and it has it's up and down. That's all you can see that on a terrain map. You can also see that if you carry a GPS tracker with you, you'd be able to see what was you know uh, your elevation gain and loss over that trail. And if you just put it onto a flat map and you map it out from where the waterfall is to there, and then you take all the terrains and you add all those things up, you're still going to be off based on uh, different than what you would see on
I don't
like if
know.
I took that same trail map and
Bro,
I posted
I don't like the language you're using. It sounds like these are
okay.
What
hypotheticals
percentage?
rather than accounts of what you did. Now I could be wrong, and that was just the way you talk. But I'm not getting the confidence that you did this. It just sounds like it could happen, and I didn't necessarily do it. So correct me if I'm wrong.
No, I absolutely have done that.
What
Okay, so then
percentage
just
was it off
tell
by?
me from this point to this point on the map A, it says 12 miles, but when I actually went there using my tracker, I got 12.32 miles or something.
Well, I don't remember exactly the numbers, so I don't know if it would be good for me to
Okay,
throw those
fair enough.
numbers out there.
Right. So which flat map did you use to chart your course? And what was the discrepancy? Was it like over or under?
For most times, most of the maps I've seen are quite a bit under.
Under?
Once you get into larger distances, if you're doing like a couple 100 feet or something like that, or something, a mile, it's not really going to be, it's negligible, right? But then when you start thinking about larger distances, then you
Over.
see more of it.
Can you remember roundabout how much the difference was over 12 miles?
I believe it was. I'm trying to. I can't remember. It's not in my mind. Anything I throw out there would be an absolute guess on my part of what my recollection was.
Okay, so the
Significant
flat map,
sorry.
the flat map that you used,
Sure.
what type of map was it, and how accurate was it supposed to be?
I've used quite a few different ones, from whether it be something that you would pick up at a visitor center, or whether it would be like the National Geographic type maps, like uh, like the ones that have all the terrain and all the water systems and everything on them, like the trail maps. What other types of maps have I used? Like the little crappy park maps they give you, or it's just
Yeah, well, those aren't
those are
navigation quality maps, right? We'd agree
yeah,
with
yeah,
that. These are graphic representations, which
yeah,
what
yeah.
really most maps are just graphic representations.
Would you say I'm not answering your question though? You asked me what maps, and I'm giving you examples of
No,
maps,
I'm
and then you're
agreeing that
picking
you
one
use
to
those
go
maps.
after. I agree that there's various maps that all have varying degrees of inaccuracy because they're flat. I totally agree with you.
No, I think a lot of them have varying degree of inaccuracy because they're a graphic and not properly accounting for the terrain. Right. So
Yeah,
they're just
that could be true too. Yeah, you're
yeah.
right
For
there.
example, some guys will like I've seen this happen. They'll have a map, and then so it's supposed to be a rectangle, but they'll squeeze it to a square. So technically, it's a little bit off in its own representation of the dimensional proportions, but it still is roughly accurate to what you're going to encounter. If you go on this trail and then you turn left, you're going to arrive where you want to go.
So would you say that if I had like pedometers are not really great, but let's say I have a pedometer on and I hike a trail that's has a stated distance between of one size, right? So let's say it's we'll use there's a really flat trail in between Kentucky and Indiana that follows along the Ohio River. It's very, very flat, very little elevation change on that trail. It's called the Knobstone. Let's say I'm hiking the Knobstone Trail. You do have switchbacks, right, where you go because you're following along in the side of a river. Um, but you could easily, take any wheeled object, like a small wheeled thing,
Yeah.
and run along that map. And then you could also take a bigger version of that with you on that same trail, right? Now, of course, the scale is going to be different, right? You really have changed your scale. Um, but within that scale, you could probably figure out what like the deviation you'd expect, and be able to determine, was there more distance or was there less distance than what was shown on the
Yeah.
map
Do you have
itself?
any examples of that being done?
But what did I just say? Or the words I just used? I mean, yeah, I
I
mean,
don't know. Maybe I missed that part because I was looking at peanut butter.
yeah. I appreciate it, man.
It just seems like the maps are a little bit out, right?
Yeah, it could be the maps are a little bit out, but
Yeah, because how are you
until you
gonna
actually,
determine that the maps are accurate, right? So
yeah, but we do have a very accurate map.
yeah, I know, but
We do have a
obviously
very,
it's
very accurate
not
map. It's
accurate, right?
extremely
So
predictable and almost always right.
because you said it wasn't accurate, right?
Flat map, yes, absolutely inaccurate, especially one that
Yeah.
doesn't like
So
account for
maybe the
elevation.
maps Maybe the maps aren't accurate, right?
I think I think people do a pretty good representation, but I would say that now that like a flat
I
map
know,
is
but
going to be very hard.
obviously, if you walk it and you get more distance than the map, then the map's wrong, right?
Oh, whatever you're using to measure is off a little bit, or the guy who made it was off a little bit, but nobody ever
Yeah.
thinks about that.
Yeah, and just because the map's not right doesn't mean the Earth's a ball.
Well, let's
Idiot.
say you take like aerial photos of a large
That
trail.
doesn't
Would
measure
you get
anything. You
would an
don't
aerial?
measure. You don't measure with that.
Okay. So if you have aerial photos, let me finish the question. If I have an aerial photos of like a trail, let's say I've got a 50-mile trail, and I do aerial photos of that, I composite them together as accurately as I possibly can, and then measure across that. What's wrong with that map?
Well, it's always going to be wrong, right? Slightly.
Sure.
Yeah, so you don't measure with pictures. Like I let you finish, even though I said it ahead of time. The punchline is, yeah, you can't measure with pictures.
You can't measure with a picture. Could you
You
measure
could.
with video?
No, go down there and physically measure it yourself.
Yeah, and then if it doesn't match the map, then the map's wrong. I don't
No,
see where the globe comes into it.
you don't measure it. You're the one measured.
I don't understand what you're saying. Sorry.
Sorry, yeah, you cut out. Whoever was just speaking, you cut out a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't get what's happening. Why are they saying?
So why are you talking then?
I don't get why you're. Whether.
Whatever. I don't know what you're talking about. You said you don't know what's going on, so you start talking.
Sorry, that totally threw me off there for a moment. I was really trying to
Yeah.
concentrate to see what they were saying, and then I lost my train of thought. We were talking
Yeah.
about pictures of the ground would not produce an accurate map.
Well, it's always going to be all measurements are always going to be inaccurate in some way, right?
Well, I mean, a little bit. Well, let's say you're on like the Bonneville Salt Flats. I've never been there, so I don't know. But everything I've seen and everything I've heard, they're pretty damn flat. Of course,
Yeah.
there's something there, right? So if
Well, there's
I
always a margin of error in
yeah, sure,
measuring something, right?
sure. So
Yeah.
like if I have if I'm able to like look on a map and see what the distance is across that a part of the flat, and let's say I got a really big map, a really big accurate map, right? Or I guess you can never really say accurate, but a more accurate map.
Yeah.
And then I take a you know a wheel. I don't know what those things are called. I don't know. You guys might know what those
Yeah,
are.
it's a meter. I think it's a meter wheel or something like that, isn't it? Measure
It sounds
every time it turns, it's 1 meter.
yeah. So let's say you take something like that. You pick a point in the distance and you walk toward that point, a point that's past where you're going to go, right?
Yeah.
And you measure that. Would that then be considered a more accurate measurement since you physically walked it with a meter wheel?
Yeah, if it matches the map, then yeah, it matches the map, right?
And
Holy crap.
then that would put validity onto the map.
Holy crap, guys. Listen, new word alert. So apparently they used to be called, you'll never guess, perambulators.
What, the
What the
wheel?
heck? Yeah.
Perambulators?
Yeah, whatever that means. Later to be called trundle wheels, surveyor wheels, and measuring wheels, which sound way more obvious than perambulator, whatever that means.
Yeah. I like measuring wheel. That sounds good.
Nah, that's going to come up in conversation for the next few weeks. You guys in totally unrelated things now.
Yeah, those are good for measuring your yard and
Yeah,
figuring out how much topsoil you need, how much dirt you need for your beds. That's what measuring wheels are good for.
Yes, can you please inform me of your perambulatory metrology, please? Nobody tell Gregory.
But I think we'd all like if those two things matched up, then you'd say your map is decent, right?
Yeah, that map. So that would be like you'd only be talking about a local map at that stage, right?
Well, I mean, you could walk pretty far. I mean, at what point would the I'm gonna call it a measuring wheel. I'm not even gonna try the perambulator. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. I'll leave that
Yeah.
to more more eloquent speakers. Uh, but is there a point where the measuring wheel would you would say is no longer accurate or no longer a good measure
No,
on a
I
flat surface like
wouldn't
the
say that.
Montreal flats?
Yeah, fine. It's always gonna be a little bit out, right? If it
Yeah.
skips on a rock or something like that. But I mean, it's close enough, right? If it matches the map, it matches the map. But that's only on it would be a local map. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get a measurement from that map of how big you say the lake is on the map, right? So and then you go up a scale to the next map, you're not going to get the same measurement on that lake as the map before. You know what I mean?
I'm thinking through what you're saying. You're not
So
gonna get the
as you
same measure.
increase the size of the map that shows more things, it becomes more inaccurate, right?
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah.
Well, unless you're
So
like, let's
unless
see,
yeah.
unless it's
So the
digital,
amount
right?
of curvature that you would be claiming to use on a local map would be negligent, right? To increase distance. So over 12 miles, how much more how much would it increase over a curve of the Earth the size of 3,959 mile radius?
It's gonna
Right, how
depend on
much
the
would you
map you're starting
expect?
with, right? I mean, it's
So
gonna
the map. So we're talking
like
about the map, not the Earth.
how much.
Yeah, because you were saying like because the original argument was that you use the globe in your everyday life by measuring maps, right, with rulers and stuff like that.
Oh no, so that was where it ended up, which is a fun
Yeah,
conversation. Learned a new word that I've already mostly forgotten, other than it starts with a P.
yeah,
But other than that,
perambulator.
no. So what I'm saying is it's useful to me. So if I want to determine how long it will take for me to get somewhere, or the distance between spaces that
Yeah.
it matches
So
a map that's like a GPS map or
yeah, cool. So if you had
even
a map and you're talking about that trail that goes for 12 miles and you said it was off, right? So you say
yeah.
on a flat map I measure it and it's 12 miles. If
Well,
you
that was because you
factor in
guys.
if
We
you
got on.
factor in
I
the
know.
curvature of the Earth, how much further is that distance going to be?
Yeah, now I
What?
remember. We went down that path because you asked me, well, why don't I just use maps, like a flat map? And then we
Well,
went
you
down the
do, right?
conversation of how inaccurate a flat map would be.
Well, all maps are inaccurate.
Where do
But
you add?
I don't
I'm
experience
just
that.
curious on your guys' maps for both of
Yeah.
you.
I already told you how
So-
accurate. I already told you how accurate it is. Terrain feature accurate within 3 meters.
okay, so 10 feet. Okay, so that's fine. So yeah, that's pretty accurate then, right?
I mean, I can get more accurate.
And that's
Why is
flat,
that?
right?
Okay, tell me why, how all that makes a globe.
So the maps that are derived from us have it being on a globe and accounting for the curvature and everything else are more accurate than a flat map.
Where do you add the radius of the Earth in on your maps? Go ahead and show me that formula.
On my maps, where do I add the radius?
Yeah, so everything curves right.
Yeah, I could definitely do that. Do you guys really want me to stop talking
Yeah,
to you
I
and go
would
off
like,
and do
yes,
Google
I definitely,
searches?
since you
That's
definitely think you can do
that's
that and that
primarily
becomes
what we want.
accurate,
No,
I
hold on,
definitely
hold
want you
on.
to do it now.
No, Professor Triangle, man, I've talked to you before. your whole thing is to push people off and let them have a conversation. Let's have an actual conversation about it instead of pushing me off to tell me to go Google things. We can all go Google things. Is that fair? Or is that your
What
only
did I
way that you
have you
want to
go
communicate?
Google?
Oh, several things, man. Not too long ago, you were really stuck on the definition of a triangle versus a spherical triangle.
Do you know what a triangle is?
Absolutely, man. I've seen your
What is it?
full.
What is it?
Do you really want to play the game, man? You
Real
know,
quick,
you know
it
what the
says,
answers are
What
going to
What's the
hold on.
definition of a triangle?
Just pass the test and get it over with so we don't all have to suffer.
be. I don't even want to. I know where this goes. It's not interesting to me.
Well, then, if you know the answer, then you should pass the test so easy, dude.
No, because he just keeps going. There is no end of it.
Okay, so anyway, why you're thinking of the answer to the test, even though you know the answer. Look, it says here that maps that are strictly accurate to 1 meter are typically high resolution spatial data, military grids, or survey grade aerial photography. These specialized software or hardware are not found on standard consumer apps like Google Maps or Apple Maps. So where are you getting this super accurate map that you're using?
Oh yeah,
Their
if
maps
that's
are pretty
military,
good.
they're flying with those special cameras. They've got grids lined up in their lenses.
Oh, hey,
Then
hey,
they line
hey,
then they
Triangle.
line those up and all that shit.
Triangle, you ready for this one? In order to get meter and sub-meter accuracy, you can't use GPS satellites. You have to use ground stations.
Well, if you want to be accurate, you have to use ground stations because they don't move.
So that's for sub meter.
Yeah, so when we're in the open field, like
Pretty cool.
when we're invading Iraq, going through the desert, you don't get the GPS data that's sub-meter accurate, dude. But the maps are good enough to within terrain feature accurate within 3 meters, so it doesn't matter. I mean, it really don't matter, dude, because guess what? If I'm standing 10 feet away from something, I don't need to worry if I'm 9 feet away from something because it's right freaking there. I can see it.
Yeah, but if you're like, let's say, 100 miles from one point to another, and you want to be within 3 meters, so you get 3 meters and 3 meters. So from your point to their point, so the accuracy between those 2 points is. Wait, were you saying it's going to be like
Dude, they're
6 meters?
1,000 meters. Well, how much is 1,000 meters? Let me see. Almost a mile.
Oh, I will. So you can extrapolate that.
No,
So
I'm
you would
saying
add up
I'm
over the
saying the
distance.
military grid maps are. Hold on, let me double check. Pretty sure they're 1,000 meters long. They're taller than they are wide.
But that doesn't make them 3,000 meters inaccurate.
No, I'm saying with the map that you hold in your hand, the paper map, is all the terrain features on it are accurate to within 3 meters. So if you go from one end of the map to the other, you're going to get a maximum variance of 3 meters from where the terrain feature is on the map. This is what the military uses. What they use to call for fire. It's what they use to plot their phase lines. What they use to plot movement. Everything.
Yeah,
So let
but
me see here.
so
How?
like if they're shooting let's say they're shooting like artillery or something like that, you're saying they're just going to use a plotted flat map.
No, yeah, it's all on those grids, but the fisters, which are the call for fire dudes that you call, they're gonna convert it to like an angle bearing from where they're at, right, compared to where you're at.
And do they
You're the
account for
one.
temperature or anything like that, or they just call
Well,
the fire?
let me explain it how it happens. So you have a
Yeah.
grid line. You call in a grid square.
Hmm.
So the military works on grid square coordinates. So they might convert it to some kind of like radial coordinate system or something, but they're gonna fire. They're gonna miss. The guy who called for the fire is going to see the round where it hits, and then he's going to tell him to adjust the fire till he thinks that it's satisfactory. Then he's going to say fire for effect, and then they're going to send a barrage and destroy the enemy, right? Now,
Sure.
what's interesting is that when you actually calculate out the alleged curve of the Earth and Coriolis corrections they're in the tens of meters, and the round variability circle of uncertainty is in the hundreds of meters. So the first round is going to miss. Second round, you're going to bracket. Third round, you're going to bracket. Then you're going to fire for effect. So those guys could pretend they're accounting for the curve, and it wouldn't matter. It just doesn't matter, dude. They could do it or not doing it. It wouldn't change anything. In fact, they did a test. They did a test with battleships of the 16-inch guns and the different batteries with the same firing solution. That's at 60,000 meters, and they've done them at various different ranges. And the circle of uncertainty is always around 300 meters. And any Coriolis or curvature correction is going to be in the tens of meters. So the variability of the round subsumes the error. So it's like you could do it or not doing it, and it wouldn't change anything.
They're not. Wouldn't change anything.
Yeah, because the round variability on the ground is going to be greater than the alleged correction that you're making. And then the person who's actually correcting the rounds is the forward observer. So unless you have a smart round, right, you're not hitting your target without eyes on.
Or if it's bigger than 3 meters in size. If they're using those maps.
No, you're not getting it. So if I tell the dude, you know, this grid zone and these coordinates, it's gonna give them a coordinate which is less than 10 meters, right? So that less than 10 meters, that's the target. They're going to send a round, and it's going to miss by 100 meters. So it's going to go 100 meters long, or 50 meters to the right and 100 meters long. And then I have to tell them, you know, correct. And then so you do it in a bracket. So you don't just say correct down 100 meters. You say correct down like 200, right? And then they'll fall short, and then you'll have an over and under, and then you split the difference.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And then you know what's really interesting is there's actually like supposedly if you don't get it by the fifth round, you have to start the firing solution over, because after that there's no expectation of greater accuracy. But yeah, like so I didn't really think about this stuff when I was in the military, but after I got out and I thought about it and I thought back to, because people were always telling me, oh, they got to account for this Coriolis and this and that, and I just remembered the bracketing that we had to do, and I'm like, the person who ultimately decides that the round hits the target is the guy looking at it with his eyeballs, not the guy at the artillery piece. The guy at the artillery piece cannot see the target. He just has to rely on what the forward observer tells him.
Yeah, makes sense.
Now you do get into a different ball game with smart rounds, right? Especially GPS guided rounds, right?
Is the guy holding the gun moving the gun or moving the sight?
Like counter moving the sight.
There's no sight.
Got it.
On artillery pieces, indirect artillery pieces, you don't use the sight. So even if they had a sight, that would only be for direct fire. Indirect fire is where you can't see the target. You know, it's like
What about
air.
snipers?
Oh, snipers, that's a different story because that's direct fire. You can see the target, and you can see the impact of the round from the sending location.
So do you use the sight or do you just move your gun over?
Do you like re-zero the sight? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, do you start moving your sight to a left or right or up or down?
Oh yeah, you got clicks. You got clicks in your sight. But if you're
Is the guy
at
calling the clicks
unstable
out, the guy
jet,
with the binoculars telling you what to move it to?
yeah. But that's who's telling you what to move it to. So most engagements is you guess, or you do, or like these guys will do math based on wins and stuff. And they'll say, okay, do this. They'll do it. They'll see that he missed left. They'll say, bring it right so much, and then fire again. Which is basically what every engagement is. You aim center of mass, as best you can. You either hit them or you miss, and if you see how bad you missed, you just correct immediately. I fire. Oh, I missed to the left. Move to the right. Fire. He's dead.
Okay, got it.
Now, what's interesting is they'll say that you need a 4 centimeter correction per 1,000 meters for Coriolis, right or left, depending on which hemisphere you're in. But per 1,000 meters, a 1 mile per hour crosswind is a deflection of 10 centimeters. And a person at the chest, what's that like? My meters to inches is pretty off. So what if you're like 18 inches wide at the chest? What's that in centimeters? That's 45 centimeters, dude. So your chances of hitting that guy, whether you account for Coriolis or not, at 1,000 meters, you're probably gonna hit him unless there's like a 5 mile per hour crosswind. And at 3,000 meters, right? If every 1,000 is a 1 mile per hour crosswind is a 10 centimeter displacement, right? That's what you really have to worry about because the Coriolis is still going to only equal 12 centimeters, which is a 12, and 12 is what, 36? So, and then another 12 is what? Hold on. My brain ain't working. I ate too much sugar. That's going to just put you beyond the width of the dude's chest. So the chances of you hitting him center mass with not even pretending or to account or not account for Coriolis, the chances are you're probably going to hit him unless the wind is taking the round away. You follow that logic?
Yeah, I'm following.
Yeah.
So at 3,000 meters, you should be plunking dudes all day long unless there's wind in the way. In fact, if I'm not mistaken, we've sent not we as in the guys here, but guys in our community that we know have sent email to that guy that won the world record sniper shot, and they specifically asked him if he accounted for Coriolis. He said, "Fuck no." And I'm pretty sure he used the method of doing his calculations, firing, seeing how he missed, and then adjusting. And part of the reason why you got to see how you miss and adjust is because you can't do a perfect calculation for the wind condition. So you see, okay, in this amount of time, the round went to the left. So I'm just going to recalculate real quick, either mentally or very fast with like my mil dots or whatever the heck method you're using. Move the gun to the right and fire again. Maybe you got to fire one more time because you moved it too far to the right or not enough. But you're just going to correct on the fly.
Yeah, you kind of get like I mean, anybody that's like shotguns or even like a basketball player, somebody like that, somebody that's like done something with projectiles, you kind of get like this like sixth sense that kind of
Yeah,
kicks in. You just
wave
kind
a
of get
gun.
a feel for it.
Yeah, how those guys used to be able to shoot from the hip and hit any target they want to without using the reticle or the sight at all.
I've never been that well, but yeah, that's the
Yeah, it's
gunslinger
like the
type thing.
weapons. Yeah, like the weapons that I use. Like if you were 1,200 meters away from me, there's no way you're surviving. Whether I did math or no math, whether I thought the Earth was a globe or not a globe, didn't matter. I could see the rounds impacting. It's over for you.
Yeah,
Now, I might not get you on the first shot, but even with all proper calculations, the chances of getting someone on the first shot are very low. And
sure.
you'll hear that testimony with a lot of snipers. They'll say it's approximately 2 to 3 shots. Like this idea that they have these miraculous one shot kills. They're rare.
That's like a hole in one in golf or something. You can't really plan for it. You can't really skill yourself up to it. It's just going to happen if you get it if you hit it far enough.
Yeah.
You get better and better, but
Yeah, so the whole Coriolis accounting in the military for artillery and for snipers and stuff, like it never really was compelling to me for those reasons I just described.
sure. Yeah, not an area of my expertise to know too much about that.
Now the difference would be if you had if you wanted to be compelling, you would need like a series of firings in 4 directions from the same target location where you could predict the landing of the round below the circle of uncertainty. Right? If you could do that, then maybe you'd have a really strong, compelling case that accounting for or not accounting for the Coriolis was absolutely necessary. But that just I don't know that any of that exists anywhere.
I mean, even with your numbers, I mean, like at the typical distances where engagement's happening, right? I mean, are they? Um, does it even does it even make sense? You know, you're saying, you know, if you're like shooting 5.56 out of it, and you got like 25, 50 rounds right there with you, does it really make sense to start doing math on your arm or something?
Yeah, and keep in mind that most weapons firing 5.56 aren't going to be in the range that they're even saying they're going to have
Nowhere
significant
near that.
effect in.
Yeah, you're not going to shoot
You're
an AR that
saying
range.
1,000 meters is when you're going to start encountering the 4 centimeter. Really, and like I said, dude, if a dude's chest is 45 centimeters and you accounting or not accounting for Coriolis is going to displace the round by 4 centimeters, for someone to tell you, oh, bro, you need to account for that 4 centimeters, it's no, dude. You aim center mass, right? And you put your mil dots on for the range for ballistic drop. You lead the target if they're moving, and that's it. And you fire, and you see where the round lands, and then you fire again. Like that's how it's actually done.
But also, I think there's at least I haven't had to shoot at a person, but shooting at a deer or small woodland creatures or whatever else it would be. And I am Midwesterner, so that stuff occurs. That the you get like a feeling for it. You get like this feeling of how much you need to account for things. Do you know if you're accounting for the
Yeah.
Coriolis effect when you're uh, hunting for a deer? No, you don't know that. You just get this like other sense that kicks in of what you need to account for. What you
Yep. So the way
yeah
I
and
look at it is like this: is we hear arguments all the time that the proof of the globe is that snipers have to account for the Coriolis or artillery has to account for the Coriolis, and it seems to indicate they're trying to say, well, if they didn't, they wouldn't be able to hit their targets. But to me, like after I looked at it, I'm like, no, they'd be hitting their targets no matter what, dude. There's just not as much variability as people think. It's not like if you don't account for Coriolis, your bullet's going to go 17 feet to the right. It's like that's not how it is. It's like you're hitting them center mass, dude. For all you know, the variability that you're witnessing is because you ate too many beans last night and you can't control your your trigger squeeze or your breathing.
Yep. There's so many other variables in there too.
But so in some of these things, brother, it's kind of like we hear this too with bridges. It's like, oh well, they have to account for the curve in the bridge, and then when you actually look at the numbers, it's like, no, they don't. They could try, but it wouldn't matter. It's like if whether the Earth was a flat or a globe at that scale would be statistically irrelevant to the error margins of the materials you're using, to the alleged correction you have to make. So even if you thought the Earth was a globe, and let's say it wasn't, and you built the bridge accounting for the alleged curvature, one, you couldn't even do that in reality. And two, even if you could accomplish a perfect bridge, absolute perfection, the first perfect construction in the history of mankind, it wouldn't even matter. It's like it would work just fine if the Earth was globe or curved. So it's like it's a nothing burger.
Yeah, bridges are. I mean, that's another more of an example of like kind of waypoints as opposed to a. There's no single span that's. I mean, at least I'm not aware of a single span from point to point with no supports in between that would
Yeah.
be deeply impacted. Now, something
One
like a
dude told
tunnel.
me that they had to like it was a steel cabled bridge, and they said, well, they would have to make the steel cables. So actually, let me change that a little bit. So it's kind of like there's cables hanging down, which are kind of like braided cables, but then there's some sections which are essentially tubular, and then they're bolted together, right? So they were basically saying that either those tubular connection with the bolt or the braided cables would have to be accounting for the extra length of the bridge. But the extra length of the bridge is 2 inches. So you have, like
Yeah,
a
that's just
2,000 meter bridge or whatever, and you think that they're going to add a micrometer to the end of each cable so that it can make it to the other side, when guess what, bro? They can't even put the bridge together without waiting for the steel to expand and contract. So all they would have to do is wait for it to expand to that extra micrometer, bolt it together real quick, and then they wouldn't have had to add any micrometer extra of a steel to begin with. It's like a joke.
what would be like the common way that people would like approach like the tunnel problems?
Well, the only one that I've ever been told is the channel tunnel, and the only evidence that I ever heard was, oh, they had to make a datum that bridged the fact that the two countries that the thing was spanning between used different datums. So one side used one datum, one side used another datum. So they had to create a bridge datum, which was basically something they could both agree on.
Oh, I see.
And supposedly they quote unquote accounted for the curve of the Earth in there. But then when I asked the person how they did it, all they kept saying is, well, they made a special datum. I go, yeah, but how does that, like, what's in the datum that proves the Earth is curved? Well, it's a special datum. I'm like, okay, dude, whatever. Clearly, that wasn't the guy to argue that point.
Yeah, I wouldn't be either, but I don't think I would be. That's an odd argument to make. I don't know if I follow his argument either.
Well, they made it in like a 3D software program, and then they made like 18 waypoints where they were like critical waypoints where you had to make corrections or something. But other than that, you really didn't explain what that had to do with the Earth being a globe. And sometimes it's so simple. It's like they'll tell you, "Oh, the Earth is a globe, therefore you have to account for the Earth being a globe." And then when you look at it, all they actually did to the structure when they built it is just level it.
Yeah,
Right? So they're just assuming level equals a curve, and then they call that quote unquote accounting for the curve. Like, no, dude, you just went to every point and leveled those points. That's all you did.
yeah, you're just waypointing because at that scale, like, so from my perspective, and the scale of the Earth is so massive, the curvature is so tiny in comparison. Like I don't know if you guys have heard like the Grand Canyon comparison, the 87-mile Grand Canyon kind of thing. It's like
Oh,
it was like Earth and Science class when I was like in ninth grade or something, in the States. The So like the Grand Canyon, where you're standing on the edge of Grand Canyon at like I can't remember what point they use. Like it starts with an M. There's like one part of the Grand Canyon. It's like the most famous view. When you're standing there and you look down to the farthest point you can see down in the canyon, that point is just under a mile from the straight up and down from where if you were to draw a triangle, right, from where you are to the bottom, that line that's going straight up, it's a little under a mile. That same amount of distance, if you're like looking over an ocean to get that same amount of drop that you would see at the Grand Canyon standing on the ridge, is of like 80 some miles. So you'd have to be able to like see 80 some miles to see a 1 mile drop. So like if you're building a bridge or something like that, you're not on that scale.
okay.
It doesn't
Yeah.
seem like you need to
Yeah, I'd
account
agree
for it.
with you. Right. So I'd agree with you. But what about 30 miles? How much drop would there be at 30 miles?
Yeah, well, we'll treat it as a ratio, right? That way we don't have to go back and forth on the actual math. We'll just treat it as a ratio. Let's say that's
400 feet.
3/8.
No, it's 400 feet. It's 400 feet, dude.
30
So
miles,
if they're
400 feet.
30 miles, 400 feet. So if
If I'm setting on the ground,
yeah,
what are you saying? There's a
yeah. Let's
is
say
that
you're
oh,
yeah. Well, I'll do it for you right now. Hold on a second.
Now I've got to do it too, man. Dang it. I was trying to
That's
stay
just
off of
from
the
memory.
30 miles. And now I got to consult the Google and other guides. 182
Did I
meters.
say 30?
You said 30 miles, so it's like 600 feet.
Yep.
Is what it's saying,
I got to
approximately.
divide this by 12. Dude, this is wrong. This didn't. Oh, divided by 12, not times 12 anymore. 600 feet? Oh, I thought it was 400. Oh, maybe 600 feet is the raw drop, as if your eyeballs were on the ground.
Let's see what's 30 kilometers.
30 miles. Miles.
Yeah, I was trying to back up your number, man. I was trying to figure out how you got there. It's 231 feet at 30
8
kilometers.
inches per mile squared. 8 inches per mile squared. So it should be 30 times 30 times 8 divided by 12, right? You know what? I'm gonna ask here. We used to have a bot that would do this. You just put it in and it would give you the output right in our text chat.
Or somebody had a really good like GitHub for curvature.
Feet. So 600 feet is the raw drop. I think 400 feet. 400 feet must be the observer's hidden height at this observation that I'm speaking of. So Indio went to Boston Harbor, okay, and he went on Marine Tracker and tracked the boat out 30 miles with his iPhone. Okay, there's no boat that's 400 feet tall. So he clearly saw the boat at 30 miles. Got a whole video of it on his channel.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the videos I've seen, you guys float around, so I'll give you my perspective on them. Like, I prefer to see videos of somebody who is not, that wasn't their goal, was to go out and prove something. You know, that they were just taking photos. Like, I don't
Okay,
know if you guys.
let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. So it's
Yeah, let's
either
do
he
that.
recorded the boat that far away or he didn't. It's not like he was trying to record a boat, therefore he didn't. I mean, I don't get that logic.
I get it, because like if I gave you the same images and it was the person was like Professor Dave or somebody did it, would you give it validity? Because Professor
It
Dave did it.
depends because you'd have to scrutinize the image itself, dude. So, for example, when
Yeah.
India went out, he showed you the marine tracker data. He showed you the boat. He showed you him tracking it out. He even has the buoy data from the buoys in the bay, right? So if somebody has something like
Yeah, but
that scrutinous,
you
then
don't
yeah,
know
it's a
what his
little
height
more
was.
legit.
You don't know what his
Do,
height was, what he was standing
do we?
at. I mean,
Yeah, but see, the problem is,
were you there?
all right, let's say that's the case. Let's say that's the case. Let's just
Sure.
say that we don't know all the particulars. Let's just put it like this. Should we be able to see a boat 30 miles away when there's no boat that's 400 feet tall?
Yes.
Why?
Because you could be up high enough to be able to see it. I mean,
That's fair.
that's
Now
as
what?
simple as
No,
not
yeah, but
giving you
what
extremely detailed answer. The short
fair
answer,
enough.
yeah.
That's fair enough. Now, what if the observer is actually at a location where the off angle gives you a 400 feet hidden? In other words, the boat would be completely obstructed by the curve of the earth.
By 400 feet? Yeah. Yeah. I would feel very dubious if somebody saw the boat.
Yeah. So I see. I don't know where you're coming from, bro, because it's skeptical because you're like, you know what? The globe has a geometry. Things go over the horizon. They're on the other side of the horizon. They shouldn't be seen. So I should be skeptical if somebody saw the boat, and you're correct. You should be. The problem is, dude, is we don't just have one or two of these. They're
Yeah, you
getting
guys
up
have a
into the
bunch of them.
thousands. They're getting up into the thousands upon thousands of observations of people doing this day in and day out.
But I look at the source, right? So if you look at the source and would say, let's say the source is, you know, I'll just use Professor Dave again because he's just a very hostile group to you guys, or
Yeah, but
hostile.
he also is a self-confessed. I don't do anything for myself. I hire people to do it for me, and I'm just a figurehead.
Sure, I don't know about that, but what I do know is he's hostile toward you guys. So I'll use him as an example because he's
No, that's what
hostile.
he said. That's what he said in his own video, dude. His own video on his channel.
Well, maybe we'll just use a different guy so that way we can continue the conversation, right? Instead of, but the point is about the person, right? So like if the person's coming from that point of view and they're
Okay, fair enough. What about
motivated,
dude? What
yeah,
about
yeah.
what
So
about what about a Glober who's a PhD
I still
specializing
would go
in
if his
optics,
point was
specializing in optics? No,
if his
just let me
point was
finish. Let me finish. Let me
oh yeah, go
finish.
ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
So he's a Glober, okay, just a dude, PhD specializing in optics, physicist, and he came upon the idea. People saying, "Hey, bro, Earth could be flat," and he's like, "Yeah, wow, that's interesting. You know what? I'm an expert. I'm going to go out and use my expertise to test that claim and see if they're correct. Because now I'm curious." And so he's starting out as essentially a neutral party, just trying to find out what's going on. Maybe he's a little biased to the globe. And he goes out and he uses his expertise. He uses all kinds of different laser tests. And he comes to the conclusion, I measured the Earth and it's not curved. It's flat. And now he's a flat earther. Like, is that compelling? Or is it because he went out and tried to measure the Earth that it's not compelling?
I mean, I don't know why he's doing it, like I don't know what the impetus for him doing
Right,
it.
so
I
then,
don't know.
the only good observation is somebody who had no frickin' idea why they were taking the observations. It's like, hey, honey, look, it's a bird, and then they took a picture, and then it just happened to be a boat that you could see 1,000 miles away.
No, that's I mean, fair enough, that's a huge leap, right? From based on what I'm saying to what you're saying. That's a huge leap.
No, it's not. I mean, I don't. It sounds like the only things that you'll accept
That's
are
what you heard
people
me saying.
who have no dog in the fight at all, and it's just completely random and accidental.
No, I think if someone then makes a channel who is on either side of it, and that is their primary like thing that they're doing, and like uh, you know, like any other type of thing, right? There's definitely a lot of uh dopamine that's released when someone posts a video that gets a lot of people to look at it, targeting a certain group, right? So I think that motivator would be the one that I would be suspect of. Whereas if I look at something that's like, this is just, whether it's a scientist or whoever it is, this is just some videos or a image that they took on their vacation, or maybe they were just wanted to look at boats. They were watching a sailboat race. They were, they catalog marine traffic because they love it. That kind of stuff. Uh, I look at those and give those a little bit more validity than I would, somebody
Yeah.
who then
Okay,
targets it.
but the problem is all your
Oh, what happened? Sorry, what were you saying, man? Let me mute here, see if
the Wi-Fi kicked me for some reason. I had to re-enter the Wi-Fi password. Hello.
I hear you a little bit better.
Right. So according to your logic, I'm going to throw out majority of the scientists because they actually do it for a living, and so they have a dopamine bias and a benefit to make money on it. So I can't trust them. I have to trust just randos that accidentally measure the gravitational constant of a quark.
I think more of what I'm saying is like, if I post a video that says proof of globe, proof of flat Earth, then I might be doing that with some type of bias. Might be doing that for some reason.
If I make a video called "Evolution is totally real and your God is fake," I might be doing that for a bias and for some type of reason. Or if I make a video called
Sure.
"Flat Earthers are You know, they're not very scientific, but science is scientific.
Yeah, I'd say
Same
they're
problem,
biased.
right?
Absolutely.
Right. So that means everybody who's doing anything is biased, dude. So we can only trust the randos.
I don't know. It's taking a huge leap based on what we're saying. What I'm saying is, if you're I'm trying to think of a way to put this so that it can't be extrapolated. Um, if I'm putting something up about, like, let's say, building 7 for 9/11, and I'm saying, it was an inside job, right? Whereas if I put up another video that's just like, hey, here's a video of building 7, here's its collapse, this, multiple points of view of what occurred, or something else, I would give that
Right.
more
I got
validity
you. I
to
got you.
somebody who's starting with,
Yeah, I understand.
yeah,
I
yeah,
follow you. So,
right.
so for example, if my funding was coming due and they were going to cancel my funding because I haven't had any results, and then all of a sudden, as I'm narrowing towards my funding deadline, I all of a sudden detect a gravitational wave at my nonsense laboratory. Yeah. Interesting.
Yeah, it would get them funding for a short amount of time till it was peer reviewed, and then they would become, ostracized, and wouldn't get that they wouldn't get tenure. They would not be professors anymore.
No, dude, because all the people that thought they were peer reviewing it, they had a bias too, because they are invested in it,
Possible, yeah.
because they're
No,
invested in the paradigm, right? So we go down the line to where nobody except randos can be trusted.
I'm not going that far.
Right. And we all know that you're going to go on the side of the ones that are representing the bias that you represent. You're going to trust more on that spectrum, right? According to your own admission.
No, I didn't ever say that. I actually said the opposite of that.
Dude, you already proved it, because when I said that these guys basically fake the results to make money, you said, oh, no, because they have these measures in place that are going to correct that. So I could trust it more.
No, I'm saying that, like, the risk to that person is pretty high. It doesn't mean it
Hey,
doesn't
what about
happen.
the risk? What about the risk to a physicist coming out as a flat earther when
Oh,
that's
I'm
his
sure the risk
livelihood?
was high. I'm sure the
Yeah,
risk was high.
listen, being a flat earther isn't his livelihood. Let's be clear. What about the risk to Brian Mullen, who was an engineer, who came out and said, here's a whole bunch of things about the globe Earth, which are absolute dog crap, and here's my proof based on my engineering background. And then the Globers got so butthurt, because Globers love to say this phrase: there's no flat Earth engineers, there's no flat Earth pilots, there's no flat Earth mathematicians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But here we have a flat Earth engineer with a whole YouTube channel. And so the Globers got so butthurt, one of their champions decided, I'm going to go after that man's livelihood. I'm going to go to the licensing board in his hometown, and I'm going to appeal to them to get him fired because he's a flat earther and he's going to get people killed. I'm going to go to his employer and tell them that he's a flat earther and they need to fire him, bullying him and harassing him to the point where he had to basically stop participating in the flat earth community because he had to make a choice. Do I, take care of my family, or do I keep doing this flat earth thing? So, he already had his body of work out there. So he's like, you know what? I'll just make a decision. I'm not going to have a bunch of globe psychos stalking me. So I'm just going to take care of my family.
Sure, but I mean, someone being ostracized doesn't make them right.
Oh, the content of what he produced made him right. It had nothing to do with anything else. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's whether or not your content or the merits of your things can be validated. Like if you can present, where you were, what you did, this is the image I took. And don't forget, a lot of this stuff's reproducible. So anybody can go to Boston Harbor and track a boat out. It's not like it's secret knowledge.
Yeah, a
Let's
lot of
say
people
this.
do.
Let's agree that
Yeah,
maybe it's the case that you shouldn't just take what somebody puts out on their video who says, I'm a flat earther. This is clearly evidence of flat earth. But they present it to a way where, hey, I'm a flat earther. This is clearly evidence of flat earth. Guess what? If you live in Boston, you could just go down to the beach and duplicate what I did. Why don't you go do it, sucker? That right there, friend, is the reason why even though people say, like Will Duffy, who thinks he's the globe Earth savior, and he thought he went to Antarctica and put the flat Earth debate to bed, even so being so bold as to go on to a guest show that he was on and say, I, glorious globe savior, basically made flat earthers stop debating about flat Earth, which didn't happen. In fact, it increased. But the reason is why it hasn't stopped is because people can actually go down and just do it themselves. They don't have to take India's word for it.
There's a little bit of a double standard in that statement, though, right? I mean, if we're being honest with each other, right?
Oh, because when you go down, let me tell you why it's not a double standard. It's very simple.
Have you done it? Have you went to
When
the
you
Boston
go
Harbor
down,
and looked at that exact same ship at
I
the
don't,
exact
I
same
don't
time?
have to do everything everybody does. I only have to do stuff sufficient for myself. So no, I don't
Yeah,
have to do
I
that.
agree. That's why I'm saying
So
the
for
double standard.
example, no, it's not a double standard. Let me explain. So
Okay.
Indio might say, if you're in this area, you could go and duplicate what I did. But he would also say, well, you could do it off the West Coast. You could do it in the Gulf. You could do it off the tip of Florida. You could do it on the island that you were sent to after you crashed in your plane, if you still have your camera that works, right? But the point is that they can do it. And so they're motivated to, and they go out and they do it. But on the contrary wise, why it's not a double standard is this is what I mean. Everybody can go out and see things that supersede the globe geometry day in and day out. Globers can go do it. Flat earthers can go do it. Everybody can go do it.
But what about the images and the videos and other things by people who disprove flat Earth?
No, there's no disproving. There's no disproving of the fact that you can go out and see things day in and day out that supersede globe geometry. There's no disproving that.
I mean, how I believe I have. I mean, I believe I've seen images out there. I haven't done them, right? Like I didn't do that exact same
Images
thing,
of what? Images of
but I
what? So
could.
for example, real quick,
Yeah.
if it's the case that you could see a boat 30 miles out, and then you go out and take a boat that you can only see 10 miles out that day, that doesn't negate the fact that he saw the boat 30 miles out. So you presenting a boat closer doesn't disprove the fact that the boat was seen beyond the globe geometry. So you can't debunk it. There's no debunking it. It's past the globe geometry. That's just a simple fact.
Well, I mean, there's multiple cases where I could see a boat 30 miles out.
Exactly, which only proves my point.
No, it doesn't. It depends on the height that I'm at.
Yes, but we already parsed that out. So I'm just assuming you
Yeah.
understood that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that changing your elevation, obviously, there's different variables, but we're talking about you're in a position where the globe geometry dictates this should not be seen, right? So that's what I mean by supersede the globe geometry. So when I say supersede the globe geometry, we're including the relative position of the observer to the alleged obstruction between point A and point B. That's a given. But you parsing that out and making me say it is important.
So if I gave you a video of a 14-meter tall boat recorded 14 miles offshore, or 14 kilometers. So this is in kilometers. I can't share this video with you because I don't have any ability to put stuff in chat. But let's say what's that?
Hold on. Are you sure you don't?
Yeah, last time I checked, I wasn't able to. Yeah, it still says I don't have permission to send
I will
messages.
hook you up.
Can you do that for me too if it's not that crazy of a deal right now? I don't want to interrupt you guys' conversation. But don't worry about it if it takes a second, but
Yeah, that's great. But who is speaking?
Flatlander.
Okay.
Sorry, man. I spoke before you.
Doobie-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. He's gonna show me things within the globe geometry rather than outside. Ah-dee-da-dee-dee. Oh, That's the wrong person. That's Flat Buzz. He already has it. Yeah, work on posting what you got while I do this other thing.
I got it ready.
Oh, no, that roll's already on you, bro. Somebody must have done it while they were listening to you.
Oh, my bad. Thanks. Anyway.
Let's see.
Doobie doo. Boats disappearing at a certain distance from you. Falsely assumed to be the curve of a giant ball. Too bad I can see a boat further and closer do the same thing. Dingy ding. Dude, you want some marshmallow fluff? Yuck.
Maybe I can post it in the live stream. Oh no, it didn't let me post there
Live
either.
stream voice text. What are you talking about, dude? You got the perm. You're really telling me it can't post? What is it, too large?
No, it's saying you do not have permission to send messages in this channel.
Dude, are you in the
And
right
then
chat?
the voice chat or the channel above is locked out for me.
Shouldn't be. Let me see, bruh.
I had that same issue. Try to come exit out of the chat and go back in the chat. That's why I thought I was still blocked out too.
I'll
See
give
if
that a
that
shot.
works.
Yeah, just leave and rejoin, yeah.
Yeah, still.
Oh, you got pinged now, so you're in there, Holmes. So cool. See, yep, you're in there now.
Let me try going out again, see if that works. Okay, I can drop it into this area.
And do you even see the? Oh, you see it now. I was gonna say, do you see the text chat in the list of channels on the server?
I could see it, but I couldn't click on it.
Oh,
But
really?
now I can.
Okay.
Now I'm able to click in
Right.
there and just drop the message in there.
Cool.
Right, so this is an example of a quote-unquote horizon at a 14-kilometer range.
Yeah.
Right, which is 50 miles. 3, 4, 3 or 4, 5.
I'll copy this stuff from his description. So this was actually shared by I think his name is Jin, Jin.
9 months. So what do we got going on? What do we got going on here? We got a boat getting cut off.
Got a boat
Supposedly.
getting cut off.
All right. So what we got is we got a boat where you can only resolve the top portion, and then it appears to be resting on the water. And you think that that's 14 miles away. Oh, sorry, 14 kilometers away based on certain factors. So you say, okay, this boat's getting cut off at 14 kilometers away. Okay. Now, what's causing it to be cut off at 14 kilometers away?
Curvature.
Okay.
It goes
So
directly.
curvature.
It's actually a really good one for hitting the numbers on curvature.
Okay, let's say that's the case. So
yeah,
that would be a physical edge of the Earth, right? Interrupting the sight line.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay, let's say that's true. So the boat being cut off doesn't mean the horizon is at 14 kilometers, right? Or is it? Or is the boat 14 kilometers away and the horizon is in front of it, blocking it?
He's claiming that the zoom distance, he's got about 14 miles or 14 kilometers approximately. I took the description that he had in there and
So then
pasted it out.
where would the hump of water be? So it has to be in front of the boat, right? So it has to be closer than the boat.
Well,
So
the
you have to
hump
get the
is,
off angle. What?
you mean like where is the apex
Yeah,
of
there's
like
there's an
of the arc?
apex of which the sight line is supposedly diverging after, right? And then below that is the obstructed height, right?
Sure. Let me see if I can do the math on what the apex would be.
I mean, you could just put in a height and the observer height, and then just ask the AI how far away is the horizon, and that would be the intersection point.
Yeah. So let's see. That was the math that I had seen before, I'd done before. So his, according to his, so I watched some other Super Zooms videos because there was a lot of flat Earth people that were sharing this. I think it was last weekend. They were sharing videos from him from Super Zoom. So I was like, oh, I'll go and watch a few of his videos. And he said that his tripod, he doesn't account for it when he says the total height from water. He just does the elevation. So I just went ahead and
I
said,
mean,
okay, well,
if
let's
you're
look
off
at
the
my
water,
meter
if
tripod
you're off
then.
the water, whatever your camera height is from the water, that's all that matters.
Yeah. So he put the elevation at that point is what he gives. He doesn't give he doesn't add his tripod to it when he gives numbers. This specific guy doesn't.
Yeah, but is this elevation to the center of the lens?
No, his elevation is the elevation at that where he's standing, where the camera's standing, not to the lens.
Oh, it's the ground level. So he has
Yeah.
to. So you have to add extra. Okay.
Yeah. So I gave it like a low number. Like let's say he's just got like a 1 meter tall tripod. So let's make it 2.7 meters of elevation on that image there. And the Port Alfred boat, the boat's name is Port Alfred. He puts its height as 13.8 meters. I wasn't able to verify that anywhere. I found some information on Port Alfred, but not enough that told me how tall it was when it was full or empty, depending on what its ballast was. And then he has it at 14 kilometers as the approximate distance. So I think it's something like I mean, I'll plug it in rather than trying to remember what I had done before.
Fly shunkin' in the boo. You're gonna tell me a geometric doobly doo. And then there's going to be supersedery observations, which means the geometry of the horizon can't possibly be causing it. And then you're going to be screwed.
Oh, so you don't want? There's no reason to do this because you already have an answer, no
Oh,
matter what the math says.
no. It's good to have specific variations of these different observations. The problem is that they're supersedery observations. So you're giving me a limit band that's within a range, which is already supersedery observations well beyond that range. Does that make sense?
No. So I guess the question is if I give you the math and it accurately portrays that this amount of that boat should be hidden by the curvature, and that appears to be true, then you would just have another explanation
Well,
rather than
you would have to say, okay, if there was an apex of an arc that was a physical arc interrupting this boat, yeah, that would be true. And if the horizon is the apex of an arc interrupting the sight line of things beyond it, that would be true. But the problem is that we have observations of this phenomenon occurring 3 times the distance. So it can't be a physical location that's causing it, because otherwise the Earth would have to be changing size.
or you'd have to be higher up than what you claim to be.
Well, that's one option, true, but a lot of these observations are validated to be within the observer's range. So basically what you would need is every other supersedery observation that the observer height is a deception.
No, not every one, just ones that will come at it with a bias in order to increase engagement.
Well, what about the ones that don't come at it with a bias and they just have the facts and figures? If they're
Yeah,
correct,
but
then your globe geometry fails. So you would need them to be false as well.
why do I get treated differently than the way you would treat your own information? So I gave you a video that was taken by a person who was shared by a flat earther. They shared this as proof that there is no curvature. I then did the math, and it showed me that the curvature lines up almost perfectly. So why is mine not valid in this case?
Where's the curvature in the image that I've provided, which, mind you, is a cut from your video?
Yeah, I use that same cut too because it's pretty good representation. So I think
that's out of your video that you presented. That's a still
yeah.
of it. Where's the curvature in that? That is an exceptional image portraying a mirage. That's all that is. Anything outside of that is just yap.
The resolved water line is actually before the horizon. But the horizon is, by definition, where the water line appears to meet the sky. So what you have here is you could clearly see that there's a mirrored image there. So the water actually continues past the resolved water line because that's what's reflecting. And what we have here is it's reaching the critical angle and the total internal refraction is taking over. And so you can't see the color of the water. You can only see the color of the sky reflected in the water. So if you think that the horizon is the resolved water line and you're to use that as a geometric demarcation, that would be really foolish to use this image to do that. So I guess I'd have to ask because we'd have to know before we could even continue is what benchmark are you using to set your standard for the intersection point that you're saying agrees with globe geometry? I guess you'd have to have
Okay, go ahead.
like you'd have to already have a still, or maybe you did it in an orthographic, but you'd have to have like some information from the imagery where you say, okay, this little point right here is an intersection point of the eye line, or this little point here is a point that's coming off of the apex of the arc, and then this point here on the boat is showing this much missing or something like that. So you'd have to have something like that to show, right?
Yeah, can you guys produce that same standard?
Well, for this observation, I don't know. This isn't my observation.
I mean,
well, see, as transversely, if for example, if the globe, let's just say, all intents and purposes, Indio has his in the example of the Boston Harbor one. Let's say he knows where he was. Let's say he was standing on the boardwalk on Boston Harbor. Let's say he even videos himself standing on it, right? Literally shows the sign, literally looks down at his feet on the boardwalk. You know how high the boardwalk is because it's affixed to the earth. Then he watches the boat. He watches Marine Tracker, and it says on Marine Tracker that the boat is 30 miles away. And you could tell by the diminution that it's actually that far away, and you could see the boat, and the boat should be buried below 400 feet of curvature drop.
Yeah, and I contend it's because of his height.
Right, but let's just say his height was correct. Now, I wouldn't need to know how much of the boat is showing or not showing because I know it already supersedes the globe geometry by so much that the amount of boat I can see would be irrelevant. So when you're going to the one side,
but
because it's so far beyond the
I see what you're saying,
tolerance.
but that's not true, right?
Yeah, it is.
So if I'm up 30 meters, I should not be able to see that boat.
I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. I don't care about that, dude.
Why?
Because I already told you this. Listen, I'll tell you. It's very simple.
Okay.
If you contend that he's in a different location, that's fair. However, I set up the example if he validated his position, and then you know how high he is based on the landmark where he's taking the photo from or the video from. And then the sighting is beyond the geometry's ability to attend for it. You don't have to know, like he wouldn't have to draw a line on the boat. He just has to be able to see the boat at all. Does that make sense? Because his argument isn't I should see this much of the boat or I shouldn't see that much of the boat or I should see the hull but not this. It's I should not see the boat at all. So it's a
Unless
little
he's at
bit
a
different
certain
that
height.
way.
Unless he's lying
Right,
about
but
height.
right, but we're already conceding that he agreed with that. So if it's the case that he didn't
I'm not
validate
conceding
his
with that. I haven't
no,
conceded that
listen,
this
listen, listen. I could
individual.
care less, dude. It's for the sake of argument. Do you not know how that works?
But you're wanting me to agree with a statement that I don't agree with in order to have a
No, no,
statement.
dude. No, dude. No, 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 dude. Listen, listen. I know you're only a Glober, so I'm going to be careful. I don't want to damage your fragile brain. All right. So check us out.
All right.
The way hypotheticals work is you
Oh,
agree
dude, come on,
to
man.
the
Let's
premise
treat each
and
other like
then you
adults.
agree to the conclusion. And so if it's the case that he validates his sending location or his observer location, that and he sees the boat, then he wouldn't have to show you about how much of the boat he could or couldn't see, because the whole point is about you shouldn't see it at all. But if he doesn't validate his place, then you have a point, and you're correct.
Okay.
So if that's the case, let's say I rewatch the video and it turns out that he doesn't have sufficient evidence to show where he was observing from. Then you'd have a good point there. That would be a proper scrutiny. But to
So from
say,
the
oh,
video
he didn't put lines on the, yeah, but in his video, him not putting lines on the boat or anything wouldn't be a proper scrutiny. The proper scrutiny would be the scrutiny you said, which is, well, this would be possible if he was higher, and I don't see any evidence that he's actually at the position he said. And so I could throw this one out, and you'd be correct.
Yeah, like a common trick that I see, or a kind of a way that I see a lot of videos go, that fool my own eyes, right? Ones that get me. Even this one kind of gets me, the one that I shared, because of the focal length of that camera, what it's capable of. When you zoom all the way out, it gives you like this impression that you're farther away from something than you are. You know, like objects may appear, closer than they are, or farther away. So
That's how wide
since
angle
that
works,
camera,
bro.
I'm sorry, what's that?
That's how wide angle works. It pushes the
Yeah,
image further away from you. You've got a set angle of vision. If you can push the image further out, your angle gives you a broader view. The angle stays the same, but it actually feels like the image is getting pushed out. That is how wide angle works.
yeah, yeah, and that's what I'm saying is, like, if you watch that video there, it looks like he's like right on the shore, right? Like if you watch the video, it looks like he's sitting on the shore, but when he pulls out, he's actually uh up off of the ground. But because of when he pulls out to 24 millimeter lens with a focal length of whatever it is, when he pulls out to that focal length, it looks like he's way closer than he is. Looks like he's like
Okay, so let's say
got his
that's
feet
true.
on the beach, but his feet
Let's
are
say
not on
that's
the beach.
true. Let's say that's true. So which frame did you apply your math to see that it coordinated with the quote unquote accurate globe size?
I mean, you should use the whole video, but the one that Matrix pulled out, that's a pretty good one. That's at minute 17.
Well, how did
Okay,
you
so
judge where the
what, like, how
horizon
are,
was?
yeah, well, horizons for schmeisen. Like, what did you do at all? I mean, this image doesn't have any demarcations on it.
The image
I
doesn't
still,
have any demarcations on it. What demarcations would
yeah,
you expect?
I don't know. Like, I put a red line on the resolved water line before it hit the blue, and I called that the horizon, and then I did my orthographic Earth curve calculator from there. Or no, I put a red line on what appeared to be the mirror flip point. No, I mean, they're just, I don't know, dude. It's like, I mean, you're not making a good case here, bro.
I mean, this is a video
I'm
you
not
guys
saying,
share.
dude, I don't care. You said that they shared it and they were mistaken, but when you looked at it and applied the math to it, you got the good result. So that means you had to do some kind of like, you had to pick a point, you had to apply the math to it, you had to do your orthographic projection, you had to get the off angle from the apex of the arc, you had to do all of that to get to your conclusion. So I'm just asking you, like, do you have that so I can look at it?
It's a description in the video. I posted it again.
Okay, so What does
And then
any
you're
of
asking
what
me,
you wrote there have to do with what I asked?
you're asking me where I'm deriving the data from.
No. Not this. Not these points.
Are you asking me what's the math at that gives me that, like at the end?
No, dude. Listen.
Sure.
Narrow deck beach, elevation 1.7 meters. That has nothing to do with the Earth being curved. Zoom distance, 14 kilometers, nothing to do with the Earth being curved. Super zoom, standard tripod, 2.7 meters, nothing to do with the Earth being curved. So I have an image here that Matrix posted. I have your data points. Now you have to somehow put in that this image with these data points demonstrate that there's a curvature in between point A and point B. You'd have to do that in some kind of orthographic projection, an Earth curve calculator, a circle segment formula, something.
Okay.
Right? Right. You must have done it.
Sure. Well, I have no problem giving you that. I mean, you guys can do it too. I was giving you the ability to also do it as well, in case you wanted to question what the calculator I would be using or the whatever system I would be using. But yeah, let me pull one up here. I'll just pull up some random one.
And the zoom distance, 14 kilometers. Like, is that the boat is 14 kilometers away from him?
Yeah, that's what he's claiming. That's what he does that in all of his like videos. Is he does it based
What
on
if
zoom
this guy? What? If, yeah.
and
What if?
approximate.
I don't even know what the heck zoom distance means, dude.
His videos are all about the camera and the lens capabilities. I
Yeah.
don't think he's a flat earther.
No, he's not a flat earther.
Yeah. So
Super
what the
zoom's
heck
not.
is what the heck is zoom distance? That does. I mean, like, what does that even mean, dude?
How far you
What's
can
14 kilometers away, dude? How did he validate this boat's 14 kilometers away? What if it's closer or further? I don't know. Maybe, I better watch this guy's video, but from what you're describing, it sounds like this guy's. It sounds like this guy sucks.
All right, let's see what he's got written on the video. Auckland's Hakuri Gulf is a handy shipping lane and anchorage bays that make tracking ships coming into the port quite easy. Okay, so he must have used some kind of tracking program, whether it's what is it?
Holy crap!
Shiptracking.com or one of those. Several of these bays also happen to sit right on the horizon line when looking out from the North Shore coast, so you get to see some really interesting mirage shots when the conditions are perfect. This week, Nikon Coolpix P1000 zoom test is a sea level ultra zoom out to the carrier Port Alfred. Narrow Neck Beach, elevation 1.7 metre ish. Sea level is 0, but you don't want to look at sand. Port Alfred height 13.8 metres, zoom distance 14 kilometres approximately. So he's claiming the ship from his camera is approximately 14 kilometres.
I didn't hear the ship was 14 kilometers away, but maybe I missed it real quick.
Yeah, that's what he's claiming, that it's zoom distance 14 kilometres approximately. So that's what he's claiming the distance to the ship is.
It's not convincing to me. Zoom distance. So, oy, oy, oy. Is anywhere in this video, does the producer of the video say that this observation proves the Earth is flat?
No.
No.
So who's presenting this as flat Earth proof?
Where I got it from was from Gen CBR1 posted it
Okay,
a couple days ago.
okay.
He's in here now.
But when he posted it, like, what was he saying was the point in the video that proved anything? Like, for example, I would expect something along these lines. Hey, this boat is 14 kilometers away. If this boat was 14 kilometers away, it'd be buried under 1,000 feet of Earth curve, and so you wouldn't be able to see it. But clearly, you can zoom in and see it. You see how that works?
We could do this the ultra brutal way, AI. Jin CBR1, are you here?
Yes, I am here. I don't know what
Excellent.
kind of timing that was, but brilliant. Go
It's like
ahead.
perfect.
You have great timing. Hold up, Shane. Jin CBR1 in the side chat. Shane at 40 minutes past the hour has posted up a super zoom Nikon Coolpix P1000 Horizon sea level zoom test. Can you please enlighten us as to the context which you would have pushed that video?
Oh, basically, that ships don't disappear over the horizon, of course. And 14 kilometers, which I think is about 9 miles. It should be hidden behind X amount of feet of curvature, but it's not there. We were able to zoom in on that ship. That's basically it, because that's what he was saying. That ships over the horizon, disappearing over the horizon proves curvature, but it doesn't. That's it. That's the
You're saying
standard.
at this distance, you got 10 miles roughly would be 66 feet of curve. This boat
Exactly.
is smaller than 66 feet. Therefore, it should not be seen. Is that kind of your argument you're going for?
Well, yeah, exactly. 14 kilometers.
Okay, now keep in mind the 66 feet would be raw drop, so it wouldn't necessarily be the off angle of the hidden height, right? So if you just
Right.
apply the raw drop and then you say the boat should not be seen because the boat is the boat is shorter than the raw drop, that would be an inaccurate way to describe what would be going on, right?
Yeah.
You have to put it into the, let's just say, for lack of a better term, the Earth curve calculator style orthographic projection, so you can get the interruption of the sight line, right?
Yeah.
Because if let's say you're 5 feet tall and you're looking out at something 10 miles away, right? Your horizon isn't 10 miles away. It's like 3.25 miles away, right?
That's right.
Right. So our other homie here, Shane, is saying he put that through what I just described, and he found out that you should be able to see the boat.
No, he's not telling the truth, then, is he?
Well, how would I know? Because I don't have the orthographic relationship of the geometry from either of you. So I was putting Shane through his paces here to try to get him to do that for me. I'm not saying he wasn't willing. I'm just saying we were working towards that together.
Yeah. Well, it's up to him. They're making the claim anyway, so let them get out there and try and prove that to us. I offered up that material as proof that ships do not disappear over the horizon, as he
Let's see what
thinks.
he posted here. He posted Earth curve calculator, bloopity doopity. He says eye height 2.7 meters. That's including 1 meter above the water, whatever above the water plus the to the camera, and then 14 kilometer target distance.
Yeah.
So horizon's distance, target hidden height. What the heck? Oh, 5 meters. So the target hidden height at that range is only. Hold on. So we got the Earth is a convex sphere. Its radius 6,371 kilometers. That's 3,959 miles, right?
Right.
Yes. No. Well, I'm asking the guy who did it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good. Yeah.
That's just the standard radius, right? Let's just
Yeah,
do
it's
what it is for now. So we got horizon distance 5.86 kilometers, and we got the target hidden height 5 meters. So let's just call that 16 feet. All right, let's go back to the boat image here. What's the height of this boat?
the Port Alfred. He listed it as 13.8 meters. I wasn't able to validate that because I couldn't find the
Well,
Port Alfred.
let's say it's 13.8 meters, and according to the geometry, if the geometry you just said is correct on the Earth curve calculator, then that would put the hidden height at 5 meters, which would put the height left to be seen at 8 meters, right?
Yeah.
So where are you demarcating 8 meters of boat available? And I'm not saying you have to have it precise, because if you could see any of the boat, then you're seeing some of the boat, correct?
Yeah, and I guess the image that he has in the corner makes it a little hard for me too, because he's it's the opposite direction, like the
Sure.
matrix thing.
Right. So Jen, his argument is, according to the math, if you do it out, this boat wouldn't be expected to be fully gone yet. So he would need this boat to be further out for it be in competition to his claims. Does that make sense?
Well, not. It makes sense what he's trying to put forward. He has to confirm that.
Yeah, so you based on AI, you're asking me to confirm by drawing a line and saying that's the line.
Well, why don't you just take
Depends
the
on what
actual?
it depends on what argument you're making. If you're making the argument that somebody else told you that this boat should be completely hidden based on the geometry of the globe, and the math you presented says no, 3/4 of the boat should be seen, or 2/3 of the boat should be seen, and you can see some of the boat, then that still would debunk somebody else's claim who would say the whole boat should have been gone already, but it's not. You see what I mean? So now you're left quibbling over how much of the boat is seen. So in order to argue how much of the boat is seen, you have to make some type of claim. You could say, well, it looks like some of the boat is seen, half of the boat is seen, 3/4 of the boat is seen, if you want to get into the precision. But if your argument isn't about that exact precision and it's just about whether it's completely over the horizon or not, then it's a moot point because it's clearly seen. And according to the math you presented, if that's correct, it clearly should not be completely obscured yet if the Earth was a globe of that radius.
Yeah, at that height.
Right. So you would need an observation of this boat. Well, hey, put in the Earth curve calculator if you have it open, how far the boat would have to be away from that height to be completely hidden. Just so we know, if you don't mind.
Yeah, let me see if it. I
You
might
could
have to
just add
start.
numbers. Just add numbers till you get it gone.
Yeah. So I'm changing the target distance. Let's see.
Yeah, just change the target distance till the other one disappears. Till it's greater than what, 15 meters?
So 19 to 20 kilometers. Then it would be in between 19 to 20. It would be obscured.
So that'd be 12 miles.
Yeah.
So
About 12 miles.
that would mean that this observation, unless you're going to try to say, well, there should be 7.2 feet missing, but there's 7.3 feet seen. Unless you're going to make that argument, then this particular one really shouldn't be used as, if it's the case that your math is correct, I wouldn't proffer this one as proof that the boat should be hidden, but I can see it. Because at least it's plausibly congruent with either interpretation, right? And it certainly isn't congruent with the boat should be buried below the hidden height. Because according to your math, it shouldn't be. It should be seen, at least some of it.
Some of it, but not all of it. And
Right,
the
so
part
that's
you're
not
not
very
seeing.
compelling.
It's not? Okay.
No, I mean, it's not compelling to say this is proof that it's hidden if it was a globe, but it's seen, therefore it's not a globe. This is not compelling.
So if you can't see, which looks to be, 5 meters, if you can't see that, that's not compelling. Can you see the bottom of the boat?
No, I said it's not compelling to say I shouldn't see this boat, but I do see
like
the
the whole
boat,
boat.
therefore
Okay.
the Earth's not a globe. So in order for this to be a compelling argument for the Earth's not a globe, this boat would need to be 20 kilometers away, like you said, or whatever.
You know
Or
how I
25.
know how to tell that that's flat Earth proof AI? Because I go off McToon's word. Only on a flat Earth you would not have a crisp horizon. That is not a crisp horizon. It must be flat.
Whatever. Now, is it congruent? Listen, the idea that the Earth is curved and it blocks the bottoms of things, therefore, if I show you something I can't see the whole thing, that's congruent with the claim that the Earth is curved, sure. It's not compelling proof that the Earth is curved necessarily, but it is congruent with that claim.
Yeah. For this, in my case, I find this more compelling that there is a curve because of it matches the math more closely. And this person they're not posting this as like a flat Earth proof or a globe proof.
Okay, let's say he goes out and he gets about 30 kilometers away from the same location at the same at the same observer location. So that would be, put in 30 kilometers and see what comes up. If you
how
don't
far
mind.
it'd have to be? Yeah, it would be. You'd have to have a
Well,
pretty
we
damn.
just want the hidden height. We just want the hidden height. No, we just want the hidden height. That's all we need. We need to work with.
45.7 meters hidden.
So that would be 3 times the height of the boat, right?
Yeah,
So
pretty
the
close.
so the boat right. So the boat would then be 2 times its own height displaced downwards in your field of view behind the curve. So now, if somebody presented that to you in the manner in which you said, where it's just a rando, just taking photos, no dog in the fight, that to you that should be compelling to take pause in this idea that the geometry so perfectly matches the globe. But for me, someone like me, that what you're presenting here doesn't make me pause about the Earth being flat, not in the least.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. I mean that's that. For me, this seems to be pretty compelling proof, or at least not a proof, but I'd say I don't know, an example is probably about as much credence as I'd give it.
See, listen, I'd agree with you. I would agree with you. I would agree with you, except for this fact that you're claiming that the geometry of the globe is obstructing these things, and that's congruent out to a point. But after that point, okay, and I know you don't like them, or for whatever reason, that's fine, and you maybe have not found one that's compatible with what you're willing to accept. Who knows? That's fine. But I have seen so many supersedery observations beyond the globe geometric horizon that showing me something within it isn't compelling at all. Not only that, but this effect that you're seeing right here, I get that same effect on my 1,014-foot wide lake. Same effect. Same effect. Now, what's interesting about that, so not only do I have supersedery observations, I have lesser observations that give the same effect, which are supposedly caused by the globe's curvature. But what I see here is I see an optical effect. I see a mirage. I see compression. I see angular reduction. I see diminution. I see all these things. And guess what? On my 1,000-foot lake, I see it. Now, what's interesting about my 1,000-foot lake is even if you attempt to model Earth curvature on the lake, you cannot get a apex of an arc based on the math that's sufficient to obstruct anything on the other side of the lake. Yet I have numerous observations of the boat, the yellow boat that's attached to the pier on the other side of the lake, disappearing bottom up, disappearing in a mirage like this. And so what does that tell me? It tells me these are all optical effects. And the congruence with the alleged globe geometry is coincidental. Now, if, my friend, my short lake observations didn't exist, and the supersedery observations that are numerous didn't exist, then yeah, I might be convinced by this.
I'd offer up that the same standard you've asked of me, right? Can you produce something where the person isn't trying to, where there's no way I could say, or there could be some way, but let's say that it's not extremely obvious that that person has posted it and said this proves flat earth or this proves globe. It was not tried to target an audience.
Well, dude, I could just post my images from my short lake and just say I'm not claiming that this proves anything. But look, so dude, you can go to a lake yourself and accomplish it yourself, and that's really what you should do.
Yeah, I've taken photos of stuff on a lake.
Where is this stuff? Where is it? You haven't presented it here, so we can scrutinize it.
Also, real quick, I don't know. Are you just asking for long distance observations or specifically boats? I'm in and out
No,
of
we
this
just kind of got
conversation.
onto this topic. The question came of, what would I give validity to?
No, yeah, I
And
understand that, but are you
yeah,
asking for specific? Any long distance observation that's like neutral party?
yeah, I think that would be more compelling to me.
So there is a website where a bunch of photographers keep track of, like, they have like this thing going where whoever has the long. It's like the world record of longest distance shots. You know, it's very unrelated to the globe or flat Earth or anything. Would that be like interesting for you to look at?
Yeah.
Just photographers stroking their ego.
Which
Yeah,
one
let
will
me.
you
Let
look
me
at? There's a few
well,
sites like that.
I don't know. I mean, any of them, right? Like if you found one yourself, that'll save me the trouble of looking at that.
275 miles. That's a good one, isn't it?
Which
Yeah,
one?
I haven't looked at them in a while, so maybe if you guys know what I'm talking about, you can direct
Yeah, I
somebody.
do know what you're talking about. I'm just about to
Yeah,
retrieve one of those right now for you. Give me a couple of like 60 seconds or so, and I'll put it in the side chat for you. Hang on.
sweet. Thanks, man.
No, thank you. Yeah, thanks for offering it up.
Have a look in the side
AI,
chat.
you followed through, man. You
15
put photos of your
Yeah,
lake.
15 minutes past the hour. There's a video there showing a ship anchored, and you can watch what optical effects happen to it over a 3-hour period. Also, AI has chucked up his images.
There you are. So there's plenty of material.
Let me mute myself so I can.
Must be you have to post them in triplicate. Just the way the phone is. You know what? I should have turned them around to match the way the guy did it. So Matrix, you see the Dexter what he posted. So over fences says prove the Earth's shadow prove it's the Earth's shadow by proving the Earth is a sphere. So he presented the boat. You can see that the boat moves, and then it blurs into itself in that little double miraging where the bottom of the boat does sink down and disappear, and it goes into the mirage, right?
Yep.
Now look what I posted. Actually, I might have posted the wrong ones because I don't have the mirage portion. But you see that the boat disappears. I'm gonna post some more. Give me a second here.
It's like the Sky Free
All right.
one with their little toy boat.
Yeah,
Sorry, I was
more.
watching that
I don't think
video.
this one is it.
I was watching that video. I don't know if you're talking. Are you talking to me?
I was talking Matrix.
Oh, okay.
Amongst
Sorry.
ourselves. Interesting video, isn't it?
Which one? That video?
Yeah.
And again, with like the skepticism that I'm bringing to it, right? A video with a lot of cutscenes and dramatic music. I don't know if that's really.
But what that video is
makes me
about,
seem impartial.
what that video is about is the ship is not moving; it's anchored. And the reason it's cut is that's over a 3-hour period. So unless you're happy to watch a 3-hour video, and 99.9% of people are not, they would like their data compressed and shown to them quite efficiently. That's what it does. It shows what happens to the optical effects or miraging over that 3-hour period of a stationary item such as that ship. See, we get a lot of people saying, "Oh, that's the ship going over the curve. That's what it should look like," and that is a demonstration of what optical effects happen.
Yeah, I wouldn't give you that explanation. I have no idea what's happening in that because it's has cutscenes and the music's
Well,
great.
if you're listen, bro, if you're like I said, unless you want to sit and watch a 3 fucking hour long video, and because the changes will be so subtle, you won't even see it. This is what you'll do. Fast forward an hour, fast forward an hour, fast forward. That's what you're going to have to do on a 3-hour video to get any idea of what's happening. They have done it for you.
Do you have that video? Or does anybody have that video?
Why the fuck would we want a 3-hour video?
Matrix, bro, Matrix. What you got to do is just record the video again, but just don't record the sound. Problem solved.
You'd never be able to post the thing. It'd just be too big. Because you do the 3-hour video and you'd have to put it at a lower quality just to make sure that it's not 50 gig, and then you'd get here and go, oh look, it just scrapes under the 500 limit, and then the next thing, oh, it's pretty low quality. How come you didn't do it in high definition?
You can do it with Media Helper. Media Helper can rip like 12-hour videos, dude.
Yeah.
You go listen, brother. Pay attention now. Hold on. Listen, go over to Pickled Minds. They got the Media Helper embedded right there. You can just whip over there, embed it, rip it. It'll do it right on the spot. When it's done, you click it, then you pick copy Discord message link, or copy file message link, and it's going to copy the Discord embedded link, and then all you have is a link. And wherever you post that link, it's going to post that video without actually transferring the data. And then whenever they play it, it's going to play straight from the Discord's side. It's an awesome way to do it, with big files.
But we've still got to upload them at some stage.
No, it rips it right on. It rips it for you, dude. This is what it does. It rips a copy to Discord. And then you could download it if you wanted to, but it's going to be native in Discord. And then you just share the link, and that link takes them, it just starts playing. It doesn't take them back to YouTube. It's basically sharing an MP4.
Oh, right. So that's what I was going to ask. When it gets ripped, what does it do to it?
Yeah, it turns it into like an MP4 or something, but it holds it native, right? And so then you don't have to share the MP4. So you're not sharing a 500, 600, 800 megabyte file. You're just sharing this little truncated link to that location.
Yeah, I'm just interested to see what the rip does, what it cuts it to.
Try it out. Watch, you go to Pickled Minds. I just did it the other day, so my message should still be in there somewhere. Yeah, I just did a little one.
That shit video.
I'll do the video. I'll do the yeah. I'm gonna do that video that dude just posted right now, just for fun, because it's the closest video that I got here. So look, I'm taking the link from Shane that he posted, copy, right to Pickled Minds, right to staff text, and then I go. So you got to type in, I think /media. Then it's going to show up download media helper from a URL. So you pick download, and then you press paste your URL, and then it's just going to start working. Oh no, it screwed up. It screwed me up, dude. Maybe I did something wrong. I don't know. Maybe better ask DJ. It says error
DJ.
API
He's spoken of it
YouTube.
before, so
I don't know. Maybe I did something with the wrong. It says error API YouTube login. So, well, YouTube, periodically blocks certain things from doing that by they altering their API. So maybe we got screwed. Who knows?
I normally just download them completely. When someone says, "Hey, can you grab this video?" Yoink. Just grab the whole thing. What I found interesting, Shane, is all your excuses to dismiss the video. It's pretty common. I won't be offended. We've heard it all before.
Yeah, I posted 2 bits of material for him to look at in the live stream voice text. They can have a look at it. One of them is the famous Kauai Island viewed from Oahu, which I think is 109 miles. All the height and everything is there. It takes you through how he made the observation and then onto his computer, lays it all out and how much they should be hidden. It's all there. You can replicate yourself. In fact, this particular observation, if you go to Hawaii, they give you tours to go and see this phenomenon. Oh, there you go. Who knew?
So just to check with you guys, if I posted a video that said evidence of globe Earth,
post it.
Would you immediately?
I don't want to hear your
discount?
hypotheticals. I want you to post it so we can scrutinize the data as opposed to scrutinize hypotheticals that aren't happening.
Yeah, we welcome all material from the Globers. So, yeah.
So is this just another trap where we'll be going back and forth sharing information, or is
Hey,
it
listen, Shane. I'm going to make this simple. Just post your data. We don't want stories about your data. If you post the data, we may need an explanation. Oh, this is a photo from such and such or film from such and such. That's great. Most of the time, the data will sell itself. We don't need people poisoning the well. Oh, but you guys are going to turn it down and you won't like it because you're an angry Australian. We just want the data.
Yeah, stop projecting your bias of limiting things to people who can't have a dog in the fight onto us.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying.
Yeah, just bring your material and we will scrutinize it. And if you've got something, we will say, because it's about just the truth. That's it. You know what I mean? Is the Earth an oblate spheroid?
Think about it logically, Shane. We've already
Mhm.
changed our minds once. So if you present the appropriate data, who knows? You might perform magic.
Yeah, we might be in error. We might have overlooked something.
Yeah, I don't have like a Rolodex of images that say proof of globe Earth that I've scrutinized in order to say,
Pro
hey,
tip
this.
though. Pro tip: make sure it's got nothing to do with Professor Dave. They're likely to
Yeah.
yeet you.
So
Yeah, that's an
basically, you
example.
just conceded that you don't have any proof of Earth being an oblate spheroid, and you don't know that at this point. So you don't have any evidence for it, and you don't know that. Okay, fine. So please do that, though.
Let's
You're
try to
squabbling
be.
over. You're squabbling
I'll
over
ask
our
I'll ask
material,
one thing of you
which is
guys,
fine.
and if you don't want to do it,
Yeah,
that's
I
fine.
was
I'll
talking.
try to
Hang on,
ask one
I
thing.
was talking, wasn't I? Wasn't I not? Because I would just talk
Yeah, but
right
you had
through you.
stopped.
All right,
You had
let me
stopped.
finish. Let me finish. I was going to say this. If you could provide us with something that you've actually done for yourself, so that the people who are listening in the live stream can see that you've got good faith, that'd be great. So go and bring the material that proves to you that you know the Earth is an oblate spheroid. You haven't got that yet, right? But you're busy squabbling over our material, which is fine. But bring your stuff. Thank you. Now you can talk.
Okay. So, I mean, I can post to the video that we were talking about a moment ago. I can post that again. What I am saying is that, like, let's be genuine with each other. Like, it's fine if you don't want to be, but let's not make leaps of what each one of each other are saying. Like, I didn't
Well, that's
say
what
this
you're
image
trying to
came
do.
from
You're
Bush.
not providing data. You're providing meta. We're not interested
Yeah,
in the
but he
meta.
did
We're
do
just
he
interested
did
in
do
data.
something for himself, though. He did do something for himself. He looked at a video that was presented to him with a claim that this is a boat that should be over the horizon but can be seen. And then when he did the mouth out, he find it wouldn't be over the horizon. So he debunked that claim, and he did it by himself. Right?
Well, I actually put that video into my Mirage collection. Sorry if it offends anyone.
No, it's fine. But it's like if you're going to claim that a boat should be over the horizon or hidden below the horizon, but here it's clearly seen, you use math to see if that claim's correct before you present it as evidence, right? Now, look, you could make a mistake and somebody told you, hey, this boat should be over the horizon based on this video, and you say, oh, great, I'm going to share that.
Yeah. No,
Now, whoever
I
told you that, you need to go back to them and be like, hey, bro, you gave some bogus image here.
No, I mean that's a
What?
standard that I think that you guys put me to. I believe that I fulfilled it once, at least. Uh, so I mean, I don't know if going back and forth multiple times is really the goal of the conversation, but we can. I mean, it's not very interesting to just go back and forth with images that say, "Here's proof of flat Earth. Here's proof of globe," and that they're titled in that way. To me, that's not compelling. To you, that may be, but to me, it's not. The title of the video
Yeah,
is
but see,
not
the problem
is not the
here's the
proof.
problem, brother. Right, correct. And neither is. Here's a white swan, here's a white swan, here's the white swan, here's this white swan, all swans are white. And then somebody shows up with a black swan, and you're like, yeah, but look at my 5 white swans. That's what I meant by I'm not interested in the globe claims that are congruent with a limited scale geometry that would be congruent with the globe. I'm interested in the outliers because those are the only things that are interesting because they're the only things that can disprove the globe.
I mean, you can guess what I heard in that statement, right? I don't think it's what you meant, but what I heard, based on what you just said, was that you're I'm not even going to do it because it's been done to me multiple
Well,
times in these conversations.
yeah,
So
I'm interested. I'm interested in studying the black swan. Right? If there's
yeah,
10 swans in a room, not 9 of them are white and 1 of them is black, and somebody's making the claim black swans don't exist, the black swan is going to be the most interesting thing in the room.
okay. Then, but the video that I shared from Super Zoom is not.
That would be equivalent to one of the white swans in the room. Because, like I said, that would be so. We did the math out together, and that would be like pretty congruent, or at least plausibly congruent. Like we didn't actually find out how much of the boat was missing. Whatever, that doesn't matter. It's close enough. You could say yes, this could be explained with the Earth with this. Okay, fine. But then we agreed that if you had a boat 30 kilometers away, that would supersede that geometry. So if somebody was in the room and they had an example of a boat 30 kilometers away, that would be what interests me more than 7 of your examples.
Why? What was because of the claim that makes it more interesting, or because of what it shows? Like, what's the part that
Okay,
makes it?
listen, bro. If
Yeah.
my new girlfriend swears up and down she's a girl, but she's got a dick, the only thing that's interesting is the fact that she's not a girl because there's the dick. So it's the
Okay.
thing that disproves the claim that's the interesting part, bro. So if you say I'm a girl because I have long hair. I'm a girl because I have long nails. I have all these things congruent with things girls have, but I just am not a girl.
Is
And
there a topic?
by
Is there a
likewise, hold on, brother, by likewise, you could say, here's all things about the globe Earth that are consistent with the globe. Look, something disappears from the bottom up. That would be consistent with the globe. But what's not consistent with the globe is seeing something way beyond this alleged geometry that's supposed to be blocking the thing. So that's the interesting part. Measuring a body of water with a laser and finding it's not curved. That's the interesting part. All right, go ahead.
So I guess my question would be any question you can think of. And the internet has become so vast, right? Anything you can think of. Is there proofs to those points, regardless of if it's true or not?
Sometimes.
Is there a
Sometimes
massive
there's
amount?
proof. Depends.
Yeah.
I like to
So, for
separate.
example,
Sure.
I think 2 plus 2 equals 4 has been proven.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that were going on that. What was that one guy saying? The actor from.
Yeah, the Terrence guy. I think it's
Hey, listen,
better to
the
separate.
ramblings of an incoherent coke addict.
Yeah, I think you
Go
should try to
ahead.
separate evidence and proof, right? Like proof can be absolute, but evidence is a spectrum. I mean, you can have like a small amount of evidence that might allude to some things. You might have an overwhelming amount of evidence that might allude to one thing, and then proof is absolute.
No, it's good. It's a good distinction. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, like for example, things disappear on my 1,000-foot lake, and I actually have analogous images from that lake that match images of boats that are far out at sea. They look identical. Can't tell the difference between what's going on, except the context that one's further and one's closer. So I know that you can get the same kind of effect in an area where a globe of 3959 radius can't possibly explain, whether it be lesser observations or supersedery observations. So while if the Earth was a ball, things would disappear as they pass over the ball and you wouldn't be able to see them. That is true if the Earth was a ball. And it's congruent that if things disappear, that would be congruent with that claim. But it doesn't prove the claim in itself. Because in order to put that claim into a logic form, It ends up being an affirming the consequent classical formal logical fallacy. Can't carry the conclusion of a necessity. So at best, you have a congruence with the globe Earth, not a proof of the globe Earth.
Yeah, I'd say that you have the same, right? I mean, you would expect me to say that, right?
What do you mean? You think you so me seeing something 3 times beyond the globe geometry, that's congruent with the globe geometry somehow?
Yeah, based on your height, I'd agree with you that you would be able to see things 3 times longer than the curvature of the Earth
Yeah,
if you were.
yeah, and I do understand. I do understand that you have to fall back on that because if all of these other supersediary observations are actually taken at the correct height, then your whole globe daydream is just exploded right in front of you. Your last
Yeah.
line of defense. Well, listen, to be fair to you, friend,
No.
it's not your
Yeah.
last line of defense. There is one other excuse you could use.
Yeah.
Well, your first excuse is in the category of the flat earther presenting this as evidence is actually not in the correct location that they claimed. So the observation is the claims of the geometry of the observation are false. That's one claim. There is another excuse, and that is that no matter what happens, light takes a magical path. So the Earth is still a globe, no matter what you show me, no matter how far away it is, no matter how much it supersedes the globe geometry, light took a magical path, the Earth's still a globe. So those are your 2 ways to go.
I don't think I've employed that. Have I?
No,
Have I employed
I
that?
didn't say you did. I didn't say you did. I just said those
Oh,
are the
okay.
2 ways to go. Because once the geometry is solid, the only thing left in an observation is the optical category. There's the geometry and then the visuals, right? So your first gambit is, well, clearly the geometry is wrong. And what you mean by that is the observer is not in the location that they claimed. So they're actually higher. And so then this would be fine because they're seeing over the apex of the arc. Okay. Fair critique if the person doesn't provide where they are and if you can't validate it. Right? If they can't provide their observer location sufficiently, you're well within your rights to dismiss that observation because it relies on that position, right? Without that position being known, the argument fails. So then if they validate their position and you know where the object is physically apart from where they are, and you know where it should be on a globe, right? And you know it should be below 400 feet of Earth curvature, yet you can see it plain as day. There's only one excuse left at that point. Which is appeal to something in the optical category.
Yeah.
No, I've already listened, but I've already conceded that it's optics. By the way,
What's do you guys want to use that the beyond range from the Alps to the Pyrenees?
well,
That image. You
I
guys
don't.
want to talk about that one or?
I want to wash some dishes, so I have to go on mute. These homies might.
Okay. Is that right? Number of miles. Imperial is 275. For this image of the 273 miles away one, do you know what height this individual was at? Mark is his name, I guess. Mark Brett.
It's a record. Is it not there? Well, you might have to. Well, you might have to do a bit more further investigation there then.
Yeah, I'm making some guesses based on there's quite a few peaks in the Pyrenees and in the Alps, but determining which one or approximate height that he was at, I'll just make a guess. There's a bunch of them are over 4,000 kilometers, so we'll just say 4,000 kilometer.
Well, yeah,
4,000
guessing could be risky. Guessing could be risky, though, isn't it? The record is there.
His elevation is there. It's in the image.
Yeah.
If you click on the image, then click on zoom in. Viewer height in feet, 9251.969.
Yeah, it looks like it was typed in. Let me see. I'm not seeing that.
Well, the whole thing is typed in. Click on the image in the white section on the right-hand side. What are you looking at? Blah, 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 red and black writing. Then you go down, Earth curve, horizon, bulge, drop, and hidden calculator. Distance in miles, 275. Viewer height in feet, 9251.969. Horizon equals 117.8 miles. Bulge equals 2.39 miles. Drop equals 9.56 miles. Hidden equals 3.12 miles. Horizon dip equals 1.704 degrees.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
So I just posted the link to Mark, the guy who took the photo.
Well, the information's in the picture.
Well, I see that as being written into the picture by someone, but I don't see that on his.
Well, how do you think it's going to get there? Do you think it's going to magically teleport itself? See, Shane, this is what we're talking about with you scrutinizing stupid things. You are picking the most obscure left field thing to attack, which has absolutely no relevance to the data presented.
Yeah, the integrity is being called into question here. So please bear that in mind. It's a live stream.
Like if you looked at the elevation, for example, the claimed height, and said, this is bullshit, it's not possible because Mount Picard is only 8,000 feet high, okay, that's a fair attack. I get that. But when you're complaining about it being typed in, would you prefer it handwritten? See, this is just your subjectivity coming into it.
Yeah, it is subjectivity because I prefer the information to come from the source.
How do we know that he didn't provide the source and that's how he presented it?
That's what I'm looking for.
You're looking for excuses. That's what it sounds like you're looking for, mate.
No, I'm just trying to do the math.
He should be looking for them. That's his job.
I could write.
Yeah, think about it. I could take an image and write. Listen, I could take an image of something that's 4 inches and write on it 8.5 inches. Okay.
Yes, but that's a mistake with the numbers. That's not what he was attacking.
Right, but the point is, I could write anything on the image. So he doesn't know who wrote it on the image. So if it's just an image with numbers on it, it's fair to say, who wrote those numbers on? That's not an unfair question, right? Now, to be fair, we deal with this kind of stuff a lot. Usually it doesn't go anywhere, but maybe he's got a point there, which is, how am I supposed to trust that these are the correct numbers? Who put them there?
No, he wasn't attacking. He wasn't attacking the correctness of the numbers. He was attacking the fact that they were typed in, and the whole of everything is typed onto the image. It's like,
Did I say
yeah,
that?
fair, but I'd be willing to bet that my assessment of what he was getting at is correct.
You're spot on, AI.
Right. It says me and you agreed that that's the way it goes. Matrix, you owe me $100.
Hey Shane, if you found out, assume, no, it's not assume. let's say that you confirmed everything, right? We sent you like 100 observations, yada yada yada, and you confirmed them all. What would that do for you? Just out of curiosity.
What would it do for me?
Yeah. No wrong answer. I'm just curious. You know, I'm not like doing a gotcha or
Uh,
anything.
uh, I think for me, I'm an eternally curious person, and I enjoy conversation and debate, and not necessarily debate where we're just shouting at each other and shouting over each other, but debate where there's you know both people are given adequate space to do their thing,
Sure.
say their piece, and validate against each other. I don't expect two people to walk away with their emotions or their minds or their truths or whatever we want to call them. I don't even know. I don't expect that to occur in a conversation, but I do expect. Like I've learned a lot from
You expect to have
every
integrity.
conversation
That's
I've
what
had.
we want. Integrity in the whole thing, the truth. That's what I enjoy the most. Bringing the integrity out of this heliocentric model that's not there, you see, because it doesn't exist. Right? I've posted a lot of material for you to look at. You're looking at the 275-mile record, or then there's another one there from Oahu. There's the Black Swan. I've posted enough material for you to be getting on with. So there you are,
Would
Black
you
Swan
prefer that
stuff.
I went away and did not discuss with you, or that I
No,
went
no,
through
no,
the
no, no,
agenda?
no, no. Well, we're glad
Okay,
to do this.
yeah. I'm just
Oh,
making sure
please.
I'm not misinterpreting something there. And
No,
I will.
not at all. Not at all. We're still waiting for you to bring your material so we can actually look at as well. So we can scrutinize something that you've actually done for
Yeah.
yourself.
Could you finish answering were you done answering Spain? It seemed like you kind of like went off on a different route there, which is fine. Like, because I understand what you're saying, and I agree, right? Like, yeah, I like the debate and all that as well. I don't come from a vicious place. You seem to be pretty cordial with AI. You know, obviously things can get heated from time to time, but heads, whatever, that's just people, right? But yeah. So my what I kind of want to hear is like, would you like how would that, knowing that these observations are actually happening, how would that affect you in terms of like understanding the globe model as presented? Right. That's kind of like what I was curious about.
I mean, I can just give you the real effect of what I've gained in these conversations. I probably only had like maybe 3 or 4 conversations, and you guys' group and your discords. Um, I've definitely gained a lot of knowledge. Definitely heard a lot of terminology that I isn't in my normal vernacular day to day. Right, it's not things I normally am
Say
thinking
it for
about.
me. Say it for
What?
me. Perambulator.
Yeah, that's a perfect one. And I wouldn't even know how to search for it. Um, but yeah, that I've gotten a lot of value out of that. And I don't think that I haven't been swayed. But I don't think that that is ultimately the point. Is that in a conversation we're going to be able to sway each other. We're going to have to, the way most of us probably work is that we have to gain knowledge on our own. It's really hard for someone to just tell you this is what
Yeah.
it is.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Now, so that's kind of what I was getting at too. So these to yourself, as long as like you understand that these observations are what they are, right? Like, would you be interested in doing it yourself, or you just kind of be like, you know? And again, like I don't care the answer. Like I'm not baiting for an exact answer. I'm actually just curious. 'Cause I've been listening to you talk with AI for
Like,
a couple hours
uh,
now.
like, would I be interested in doing observations myself? Yeah,
Yeah.
I think it's definitely yeah, yeah. Why not?
Okay.
Given the opportunity. I mean, right now I'm in the middle of the country. I don't have much of a ocean
Like,
to observe.
Yeah.
let me give you let me give you a community update. So we got a guy in the community. He's actually a math professor. He actually has his own YouTube channel. It's called Matthew Learns. That's the name of the channel. And he does all kinds of different things, but he does talk about flat Earth. And he does come into our channels, and he's been for years. And so he's very staunch Glober. He's well entrenched in his belief. He says it's a belief. He says I don't really have proof for it in the classical sense of proof because he's a mathematician. He believes proofs are for certain types of things, not for others. But he says, I've got a pretty good body of evidence or body of reasons that lead me to the conclusion the Earth is a globe, right? And so we've asked him, would you ever be willing to go out and do a test to find out if the Earth is really flat or a globe? And he said, no, I'm confident in my belief, and I don't really feel like I need to do tests at all. And we find that odd because we're always talking to him about field tests, and he's just like, no, not interested. Don't want to do tests. And he's also kind of like an apologist against flat Earth. Like he'll talk to his communities and stuff, giving reasons why the Earth isn't flat and why it's a globe. But when it comes to actually going out and testing it, he's like, nope, can't be done. Can't be bothered. Very weird, in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't see any reason for that person to make that statement. That's an odd statement. I agree with you. I mean, yeah, there's some things that I would say that with, like, hey, I don't want to be bothered with checking that your girlfriend has a penis or not, right? Like, I don't care to learn that.
Well, what? Yeah, but what if I ask you to do it on my behalf so that I don't have to?
Yeah. I don't know if we're that close, man. I don't know. So the other one that I found, so like the image that you guys had shared, I wasn't able to find that exact same image because it looks like that image has been squashed a little bit. So it's more like the image that's on the right. I'm not sure what's happening on the image on the left with where it says 273 miles away. I can't really figure out exactly what they're zooming in on. So I went ahead and went with the image that's posted on the person who makes the claim that they took the photo, Mark, on the WordPress site, and plug that in, the distance between those two places. So he's saying, on his site, he says it's 443 kilometers was the distance between his farthest viewed thing. And he doesn't give his exact height. So I just went ahead and went with there's I think there's over 16 peaks that are over 4,000 meters. So I just said, okay, maybe he was on one of those. So I'll just give him 4,000 to say his eye height was 4,000. So according to the Earth curve calculator, the target hidden height should be 3,700 meters. The Pyrenees has multiple points that are above 3,700 meters. In some cases, you'd be able to see almost 500 meters of the Pyrenees from the Alps, or the Alps from the Pyrenees.
Okay, so what does the image show that's presented? Assuming all your math is correct.
What's the image show?
Yeah.
And I'd have to like actually do some analysis on the image, right? So I'd have to like see, okay, these two peaks, how far apart are they? Where does this valley or dip, cliff, or whatever you want to call it, where does it start and end? And then be able to do, okay, in this image, this is a good guesstimate, right? Because there's no way I'm gonna be able to be precise.
Change your height to 820.
820 what? Feet or meters?
Meters.
Where do you see that?
Portraying the silhouette of the Bar des Écrins from the most distant possible summit of the Pyrenees to get a world record has been set for us, the most recent target. The result is counted in the image, a view from Pic des Finestrelles, and then in brackets, 2820 meters to the Alps.
Yeah, that's the height of that would be the elevation of the city, not of where he took the photo. That's just the closest city to where he took the photo from.
A view from.
Yeah. Like,
So
if you're in San
viewed
Francisco, if I take a photo from San Francisco, am I up on a mountain, or am I up on a hill, or am I down at the beach?
So that's what the number's for behind it.
Yeah, that number is at that location with that name.
And how do you know that? It doesn't say that, what you're saying.
Oh, because I just looked up to see, does that name of that location match pretty close to what they're saying the elevation is on the
That's where it's
thing that was
taken
written by
from.
someone else. Okay. I that would be a claim that I don't see that
Well,
that photographer has made.
it's written there. That's what you're after, what was written from their website. Instead
I
of
can
you
give it to
adding
you again.
random arbitrary numbers, you'd use
No,
what
they're
the
not
data's
random
given.
arbitrary numbers. No, right here is the photographer's website where he posted the
I'm on it. I'm
Guinness
on the
World
page
Record.
that I'm on the link that you posted up, bro.
Yep.
And I'm reading it off the page. Where it's got the nice orange picture with the black hill in front of it. Underneath that,
Yeah.
distance 443 kilometers by Mark Brett, Panasonic Lumix. The next chunk underneath that, the second paragraph.
Good paragraph. So you're seeing where he says the elevation of his location of the photo?
The result counted in the image. A view from Pic del Fenestrelles, 2.820 m to the Alps.
So that's the distance.
Here's a better idea. Instead of arguing over whether it's true, false, or otherwise, why don't you just chuck it into the calculator and have a look? It might still present a ball tard. Then
It's in
there's
the
no point
calculator.
worrying about it.
It is at 2:49 a.m.
Hey, Golden Monkey brings up a good point. For him to win the record, he had to record all his data points to submit. So wherever that data is, it's going to give you all the particulars.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeking. Maybe it's on Guinness World Records site. Let me check there.
Well, go ahead, but in my memory, I think the image that was taken that was in Guinness is different from the Beyond Horizons image.
Oh, is it really?
So, well, yeah, because he did more than one shot at this range. There are more than one shot done at this range. There's even one done in infrared, which is a panorama of the whole mountain range,
Oh, that's cool.
and it's like in super high def too. So it's like bajillion download, and then you can't look at it at a mobile device. You got to like open it in a computer or something.
Try to see if I can find his point where he dropped the pin. Yeah, I guess it makes sense if you're going to sell an image to Guinness, you don't want to give them the same one that you could sell on your website. Let's see.
Well, I think if I remember correctly, he did one that had a certain range to it, and then he did another one which he got way further. But this is all from memory, so who knows? So Matrix.
Yep.
Seems like the claim is basically that no supersedery geometric photographs exist.
That's a claim I'm making?
Well, it seems like the implication.
Question
Right?
mark.
So far.
Don't remember making that claim
Well,
in any way.
ultimately, yeah, but ultimately, this is the logical progression of the claims of the Globers. Is that ultimately every observation has to be congruent with the globe because the Earth is obviously a globe. Therefore, the implicit claim in that is that there is no image that exists that supersedes the globe geometry.
Is that a claim I made, or is that just a?
No, it's just a progression of where that all leads to. If it's the case that everything fits the globe because it's a globe, then that means no one could show you an image that supersedes globe geometry because it would have to be a globe, right?
No, I'm not making that claim. I could see you guys normally that would be what people would say, but who have given up or something. But yeah, I'm not making that claim.
Yeah. Okay, that's
That's
good
good
then.
because that would make your claim unfalsifiable, right? Or at least in that category. Not unfalsifiable totally, but at least in that category. And that's fair. Like it's actually fair that some concepts, ideas, claims can't be proven wrong with certain types of evidence because those types of evidence don't apply. Like for example, someone might say, "Oh, science has proven the shape of the Earth." Well, science doesn't adjudicate shapes, right? Geometry does.
Yeah, it's where do you want to draw your line and your ologies or your ometries?
It's really simple. Like if you have a ball, which is a geometric shape, then you use geometry to determine that shape and size and everything. When you walk away from geometry and you use another thing, like I use 20,000 Barbie dolls to determine the radius of Earth, you depart from the actual thing because now you're taking Barbie dolls. And people always go from, oh, the Earth is a ball, let's look up in the sky. Then you depart from Earth because you're no longer looking at Earth. When they say, oh, yeah, but we're looking at planes and plane routes, now you're looking at aviation. That flies over the Earth, but has nothing to do with Earth as a geometry. So you depart from the geometry issue in a lot of cases. And here, in long distance, line of sight, you are still doing a geometric thing. You're trying to
My
draw a
name's John
shape.
Decoberry. The Earth is actually a donut. What are you talking?
You're making basically a tangent on what Globus would say, a sphere.
Hello, you guys, my fellow flat
And
earthers.
then you're still busy with the geometry issue. So, and You don't need any other thing than geometry.
Guess I'm not sure what your statement is saying. So I mean, if Barbie dolls became the way that I mean, imperial measurement versus a meter or versus an inch versus I don't know, whatever, a furlong, there's multiple different ways that we could measure things and agree to them.
Yeah. Then you make like pure one-to-one comparisons. A measurement is a comparison between what people agreed, what system they agreed to. I said Barbie dolls because it's not a system that we agree to. So people move away from what is agreed, how you deal with things. When people talk about Earth as a globe, and they stray from the geometry issue, namely that the globe is a geometric claim, and then try to use something else like a Barbie doll, or call it special relativity, or whatever they come up with in science. It's not the agreed upon standard for geometry. And if they say gravity has nothing to do with geometry, but in the books they claim gravity makes spheres in space, but it has nothing to do with geometry. It's an empty claim. So science doesn't deal with geometry. Just geometry deals with geometry. Like, we can use Barbies or unicorn farts or whatever. People move away from the actual claim by doing so. People can do long distance.
Is your claim that measuring things takes it out of science?
No, science puts in attributes that are not applicable to geometry.
Yeah, that's a great point, Golden Monkey. That is a very good point. Yes, I agree.
Maybe I'm something. I'm going to run to the restroom and think about this for a moment, but be right back.
It's a very important and valid point you've made there, Golden Monkey. Yes, they always seem to slide away from the actual issue that you're pointing out, and they bring in non sequiturs. Basically, yeah, I would have to agree. It's not a scientific endeavor, but yet the word science is up there all the time.
For the globe, the science is the question: how? How did we become, and how did we get stuck on this ball? That's their science. That's the question of their science. Because there is no field that actually says, did we measure the ball? No. They jump to, how can we be on the ball? How can planets be so far? How can long, far away galaxies shine through the whatever space and hit our eyes? How? It's all how. It's never what. Because when they do what, they have to address the actual issue. Like, the reasoning for sciences to use the how is you can get to an answer or an explanation in various ways. Simple example, how do we go in an orbit? Well, we all do an orbit in our lives when we go on a roundabout. And we do that how? According to the traffic rules.
Yeah.
And the traffic rules are different for everyone else. But it's never, what is the geometry of that orbit? How many meters or how many miles do you go around?
That's right. It's never about that. No. You just go around.
Yeah. And it's a distraction because now you're not looking at what you're dealing with, but how someone goes about it. So if you ignore the rules, you can just go straight over the roundabout. You know, you can do that, you can do that on your bike or your car. And you can say, oh yeah, you know, I can do a roundabout in 20 meters. And then, you know, I went the full diameter. And that's how they, you know, attributed it, the radius, basically. Ignoring the rules, because first they have to determine if that is what you need. Like Eratosthenes, oh, I assume we're on a ball, and therefore it has to have a radius. Yeah, that picture of old horse Redborn, that's what science is. How can we manipulate that object to suit our explanation?
I'm back. Sorry, I didn't hear everything you said, but I got a pretty good. I think I've got at least a snippet of it. I won't try to challenge it or restatement because I didn't hear everything you said.
Well, I was just rambling.
Yeah, that's good.
No, the main premise is that science wants to project to the public a how question rather than a what question. So, how did we become a sphere? How can we see, you know, the birth of the universe? All that kind of stuff. Where they presuppose something, don't look at what we're looking at or what we're dealing with, but already taking that and then ask a question how. Ignore the basic observation phase. Is it really that what it is? And if you look in the text chat, you see that picture of the car flying over a roundabout. That's kind of like what science does, and then says, well, how can we get around a roundabout? We all know you should do that with how the traffic laws are set up in your country or in your neighborhood, and that's how you do the roundabout. And then you have science that says, yes, but we can do it differently. And how can we do it differently? Well, just look at the picture. And people are saying, oh yeah, that's advanced science.
Yeah, I've never done science that way. At least I don't think I have.
No,
And
it's
my science has always been
metaphorical.
based on rejecting the null hypothesis. So
But
you try to
science
find.
does, in regards to the globe, science does reject the method, because whatever science you do that involves Earth as a globe means that you put in your observations the measurements, the geometric measurements of the globe taken by the one doing the science, because that is a prerequisite. And there is no observation taken of the globe in a geometry measurement ever put into any scientific observation. So they already failed the name science. They didn't uphold their own rule.
Yeah, I must have missed that day in class. Is it,
Well,
or maybe I'm just an outlier or something, but I was
yeah,
not taught
but
to do science in that way. But I also would say that um, I always say his name wrong, but the two sticks in the ground guy, Eratosthenes. I don't think what he was doing was a scientific method in any way.
I know, but I'm talking about, let's say, modern sciences where they say, well, gravity might vary at the location you're at because it's not a perfect sphere. Then you need to sample the radius at that specific location. So you need to measure it at that location to determine the gravity deviation. They can draw maps of the globe and deviation of gravity, but that's all calculus. They never did an actual measurement of the globe at that location. And you can find maps all over the internet about how gravity is different here from there because of the Earth not being a perfect sphere. But it's never measured. It's never demonstrated in a measurement that geometric claim that influences the gravity where you're at. Especially in sports, they make absurd claims about the guys in Africa. They can run, or most of the times they outrun other people because they have more gravity, because they're closer to the equator where it's thicker. There's more distance between you and the core. Therefore, they have stronger and more exuberant muscle. But they never measure the actual distance to the core.
Yeah,
So
another good point. Yeah, but they make these statements straight off the bat, and they haven't actually measured this to confirm it. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I guess we're talking about, again, the standard of integrity. When they say something, have they actually proven what they're saying? No, they haven't,
Right.
it turns out. Well, make the statement then. See?
It's not about integrity. It's about the understanding of your own method. Like you got to understand, those people are being drilled. Like when you're in school, you're being drilled. You're being brainwashed to do a thing a certain way. Because if you deviate, then you don't get the same answers. And then you get a D minus, if not an F. So they teach you not to deviate in how they grade you at school. And that's in middle school up to university. They grade you in compliance, not in how you excel at something, but how much you excel in compliance in their method of thinking. So the moment they are graduated and are in a field, they don't have the headspace, they don't have the capability to think outside of the box, to review their own steps with a critical mind, because it's ingrained in them that they have to do it this way, and any other way is the wrong way. Now,
I haven't met those people, and I've definitely met those people at lower levels of education, or but as at least most of the people that I am around, when I have dialogue with them about, whether we're just talking about, politics, or religion, or the weather, or whatever it would be. Normally, the experience I have is the smarter the person is, the more they don't know.
yeah, but like their integrity lies in, I studied in this and this field, and of the other fields I have no experience nor knowledge. Then they are showing their integrity.
I think it's sometimes like the appeal to authority. That, yeah. Sometimes sometimes it's beneficial. It's usually not great for. It's not great for conversation, right? Or for to prove a point, to just say that Chuck said this was this. That doesn't help anybody really understand anything. So yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
see what you're saying.
appeal to authority is the antithesis to science, because science was created to not have the appeal to authority.
Although, I mean, you could say that the appeal to authority could happen when, at the peer reviewed stage, right? Because there's going to be some stuff that, like, let's say, um, like if we know the chemical composition of something, right? And we know how to test to see if it's pure or if it's not pure. Let's say like gold. So we know how to test its pureness. And if somebody hands you, like, a chunk of that gold, tells you that it's 18 karat, and then you just, maybe test a very small amount of it and say, yep, appears to be 18 karat. I mean, of course you got to look the person in the eye and things like that. Like, what other credibility do they have? Have they sold gold before? Has that been a good experience, and that kind of stuff? But then you can appeal a little bit to that authority of that person and say, this was 18 karat gold. It's been, this person is shown to be honest. This person is shown to be these things, and when I look at it, it does that. So rather than testing the entirety of it, I'm going to take their word for it and use it in my experiment to, I don't know, lay conductive wire with gold or whatever it would be. right? So
Yeah,
we do have to lean on each other
yeah,
because
but
nobody knows everything, right? And that's
no. That in a lot of practical applications, you have to deal with something called trust.
yeah, and however that's measured, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, and
but
that the statement. I don't know if I'm just throwing it out there because I like the statement, but none of us are as smart as all of us.
no, but um, none of us are as dumb as all of us. Like
Yeah, but I think like
we-
uh,
w-
go ahead, go
when you
ahead.
look when you look at um, religion and politics, and we take history, we can all see the same pattern. The good intentions pave the road to hell. Why? Because once you have a power structure, it attracts people that desire power over people. In a
Yeah,
good way or a bad way, it attracts the people that desire power over people. So you already know in those fields that basically trust is a stupidity. Then in science, because science was invented to test authority, to test the claims of authority in politics, in religion, and it's really the philosophical basis for science. Now you go to the globe or Earth, everyone has the capability to walk out and see the seashore or a long distance or climb a mountain and see another mountain range. Basically everyone has that capability now.
yeah,
And
but
when you
there's some stuff we take people's word for, right? Like I've never. Oh, I'm just using this as an example. I've never looked at my own sperm under a microscope, but I have a pretty good idea of what they would look like if I did.
yeah but
But can
that
I?
is that is
Sorry.
something that you cannot do without like the proper equipment
Yeah,
that costs money. That but this the earth that you walk on, you can do with household things that you have in your room right now.
that could also be because I don't have the equipment, and I don't. If I didn't trust the people with the equipment, couldn't I also be mistaken?
Yes, but if you make that mistake, it's your mistake. It's not because you can then point your finger at the authority you trusted. No, you are the one, which means you get your control. You are the one that has control over your own mistakes, which you learn from. You don't learn from another one's mistake because you can review your own steps. You cannot review the steps of someone else's story.
I don't have to touch a hot stove ever to learn that it's hot.
I think everyone
Or you
basically
think you do?
did touch. There is something hot to understand that you don't have to physically touch it to experience heat radiating off it.
That's
Everyone in their life experienced that. Others, or some are, unlucky. Like I touched the stove with my hand when I was 2 years old. Like, and, and then from 2 years old, I understood, whoa, if it's nice and cozy and warm, maybe not touch that thing because it might be hot. Everyone learns that by themselves on their own.
hmm. I'd take your word for it though if you told me hey, that hot
This is
thing.
crazy, though. It's almost like you're setting yourself up for the concession of, listen, guys, I'm not going to be able to demonstrate the globe in reality in any way so whatsoever. But, stoves are hot, right? We all know that. It seems to be what you're turning towards. In what context is this conversation taking place, if not that?
I think we got into kind of like a philosophy when we were talking about science and its goals. I don't know if we were going toward an end goal. I wasn't.
Did you ever think that maybe the globe is pseudoscience, just very popular?
Sure.
If the globe was science, then your excursion or investigation should be to find scientific experiments that follow the scientific method to a T that involve the globe. So, because the Earth is round, therefore that should be in the hypothesis. If you can find any scientific observation in the observation phase of the science that claims to be science, where they independently measured the globe, you would find the gold gem. Like that would be like the best thing out there. But I can give you this now. Anytime they use the globe in science, it's the appeal to authority of the globe. There is no one out there that claims science that has done that measurement in the observation. No one.
Dude.
Yeah, what's up?
Like if it was recorded in science, meaning through the scientific method, that the Earth was a globe, every child in school, when starting with geography and going up higher up into other Earth sciences, they would know how to do it, how to apply basic observations to come to the same measurements of the globe. And all they do is go to either a NASA website or whatever basic, value chart for the Earth, which is an appeal to authority because they didn't get the values themselves. No one measured it. It's not recorded, but they claim in their observation and hypothesis the Earth is a globe. So if you can find that actual measurement, then yeah, sure, you got science that backs the globe, but there is no science that backs the globe. Science uses the globe. It's a totally different thing. Or if you believe that science has it in the right when they talk about the globe, then you should look for an observation done for an hypothesis and an experiment that measured the globe. It's the simple thing, and it should be out there in a billion. Like every year, thousands of students use the globe in their science papers. Not one of them does an actual observation of the globe to justify the use of it.
Where I keep getting into circles in the conversations is what would be a measurement of the globe? What would be, or what would be a measurement of any large distance that would be attributable?
Measured drop over distance.
Gotcha.
Observable, measurable, repeatable.
For the globe, it would be the globe horizon being at the same distance all the time in all conditions. Because you have to deal with a physical manifestation of the globe horizon. Once that's not there, it cannot be the globe as they teach you in school.
So in all conditions at all times, it should be exactly the
Yeah.
same.
Yeah.
Well. Hang on a second. No, it should be that the geometric horizon can be measured. That the observations that we're making fall into the geometric horizon of the globe, but we're seeing beyond the geometric horizon of a ball of a 3,959 mile radius, which goes on to make the 24,901 miles. So, what would be the standard, or to be legit, would be if we are actually measuring that curvature of the Earth. That's what it is. But we're not doing that. That's not happening. The geometric horizon from said specifications isn't being found at all. The horizon is well beyond the geometric horizon of the 24,901 1 mile, circumference.
What tool of measurement would be what would provide strength to the argument?
Well, we've been showing you, we have been posting in the server, in the live stream vortex, tools, photographic
The
tools,
repeatability.
laser beam tests. Yeah,
Hold on, Jen.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter what tool. It doesn't matter what tool you use, as long as it's repeatable.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A simple thing, you don't have to take it as the gold standard, but we kind of use it a lot. In text, I posted a meme called the Black Swan. Just the photograph alone is not like evidence. Evidence is using the values that you can obtain while taking the photograph. And then the photograph is just the explanation. So here we have 2 oil rigs, a little boat between the oil rigs, and a horizon line in the distance. The picture claims that the camera is 1 foot off the ground, which puts the globe horizon, so the geometric horizon, at 1.22 miles. If that was the case, you wouldn't see the oil rigs and the water touching the base of the oil rigs. You wouldn't see that little boat between them, nor would you see a secondary horizon beyond that. Those things are impossible when you talk globe geometry.
So I know I've been accused of this not being a fair question, but do we have images like this that are not covered with things like bub by ball and things like that that make me say, okay, well, this
Yeah,
person is coming at
this is a
it, right?
screenshot. This is a screenshot from a video,
Mhm.
so I'm sure someone will
Uh,
end up posting the complete video. I don't have it on hand. Yeah,
I'll
is
don't
have
the
a
get
look
video
triggered.
through it.
Don't get triggered by that. It's just look at it as like an infographic and see what it's attempting to demonstrate.
Yeah,
Don't get
yeah,
triggered by it.
yeah. Forgive the guy who put the bye-bye ball in there, but that's his emotional ecstasy, if you will, because he's proven to himself the globe doesn't exist, and that's why he said bye-bye ball. So if you agree, you will say he's correct. If you don't, you highlight where he's wrong. Let's get on with it. We mustn't squabble. Squabbling doesn't make you look good. That's a fact. Weakens your
all right,
position.
I agree.
Matrix posted a great video about it. It's without the annoying text in the screen.
Lovely Matrix, isn't he? He's always there. That's because Matrix just wants to let the truth be known. That's why. Why he's there. Why he's there most days of the week.
I just love going through the data. People provide data, gives me something to look through, and I listen to you
Yeah.
guys while it's happening.
Yeah, you munch it up. I know. You do, definitely. And that's
And
one
the
of your
beauty of
traits.
these things are for you to replicate. Like anyone can do this for themselves. And you don't have to rely on anyone else saying how you should do it, what you should do. These are like the long distance pictures of the Guinness Book of Records. If you go into it, they tell you how to do it, how to replicate it. And you can, change how you do it however you want. It's just a method of doing an observation. And you can do your observation in a different way. But these are just examples of how people do it. And the
I
science
think
would be that you do it yourself.
no, I agree. I mean, if I produce that and put something up here and I put proves Earth curvature and I showed you someone else's video, what would be your next question to me? Just hypothetically, if you don't want to answer hypothetical, that's fine. We can just move on.
Excellent. So what
Oh,
we'd
no.
be asking for, elevation of camera, distance to subject matter.
Can I have that with this one?
Yeah, if
Yep.
you look for the video, you can, like, I think the guy also posted the details somewhere, either in the description or it's in the comments somewhere, but it's also in the video.
You guys mind entertaining one more hypothetical?
Yeah, sure.
So I don't agree with the way the guy approaches you, but let's say I posted a video that said Professor Dave proves curvature of Earth, and
The
he
fact you
puts his
started
numbers
off
in
with
there.
Professor Dave, I'll make this extremely short and nasty. I'll tell you to fuck off. Professor
Yeah.
Dave is not a professor. He's an absolute tosspot, and he's just a complete muppet. So if you post
Yeah.
anything from Professor Dave, I'm going to tell you to kick rocks.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're not really going to be interested in that.
He's
But
an absolute idiot. He's got
yeah,
no idea. Honestly, go and watch his videos, and even you'll go, this guy doesn't know how to debate or put forward a sensible, logical argument. He is just a complete unit. Fail.
yeah.
Yeah,
I
tell him to give it a
hang on
haircut.
a minute. I was going to say that my black swan that I posted gives you the height and everything you require. It's there, and the video accompanying the image. Beautiful. Everything is there from Anthony Riley. That one, but it's a really good one. Go ahead.
I would be more positive of Professor Dave. First of all, he's a great actor. He acts as if he is a doctor, and a lot of people believe it. So that's one plus. He is proof and demonstration of fallacies, and he's a great tool to demonstrate how not to use fallacies. So there are good things in that, but him talking about Earth, that would be part of the act. That would be part of the doctor part, which he doesn't have that title. He just claimed that title.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I started off with saying that I don't agree with the way that he approaches.
Yeah.
But so I mean, but would you also be able to understand that, like, if I'm presented with information, so I think you guys all know where I kind of or at least currently standing on the position, but if I was presented with something like this that
Well, hold
says,
on. If you're listening to Professor Dave, it's possibly far worse than what I had imagined.
Well, actually, Shane, you have been presented with stuff like that, and one of the problems we've got is the algorithm naturally leans towards McTurn, Professor Dave, Fight the Fat Shirt, and all the other morons that you've probably seen all of their anti-FE propaganda. So this is what's really interesting. If you've got red versus blue, so it's a 50-50 chance of one of them being awesome, why is it 99.9% blue only getting advertised? Doesn't that at least make you step back and go, hang on a minute, that's not right? It's either red or it's blue. Why isn't it a 50-50 split of information getting pushed towards people? And it's obviously not. And anyone that's even halfway skeptical would sit back and go, why is it I jump on YouTube and TikTok, and it's like YouTube before all the other ones come out was very heavily towards anti-FE. Why? And you look back through history and you'll understand that there was actually a Congress meeting about information or misinformation as perceived by them and what should be done about it. So you've already been misled from the get-go and you don't even know that.
Yeah, and hasn't Professor Dave since, I mean, it seems like a year ago, announced his retirement from flat Earth discussion?
I think he done that multiple
It's
times. He got drawn
if
in.
you're, I don't know, dude. How did you come up with this? Why the resistance? All this was a 1 foot off the water long distance observation, and now we're talking about how Dave has his hooks in you. Like,
no, I didn't say that at
why the
all.
resistance and how did we swap?
So the only thing I ask is, and you know, I don't know if talking with me is enjoyable to you guys, but the only thing that I ask is that let's try not to put words in each other's mouths.
Yeah,
And
yeah, it's enjoyable, but why?
yeah.
How we were talking about these long distance observations, and before, right as it seemed like we were getting into it, you asked for one without the words, and you got the whole long video. Now, why'd you bring up Dave?
So I brought it up as a hypothetical, like, right? So like, you know where I stand, right? So if I produce something that was on its surface biased and had a leaning, right? We know Professor Dave's leaning; it's very well known, right? We know what he thinks.
Yeah, but hold on.
So then,
Wait, he's actually
Just give one actual argument Dave makes.
I don't
wait,
care to. I'm not arguing
he's
Dave's point.
actually
Okay.
That's not what I'm
Shane.
saying.
Shane, I know where you're. I think I'm like the only one here right now that actually knows where you're going. I disagree with
Well,
where
no,
you're going, but
biased or not biased, the man, this Dave character is completely illogical.
yeah. I mean, I disagree with Shane. Like, I see where Shane is coming from completely, and logically he's not wrong. But like, when you understand the whole thing, like for example, if there's no like flat earther that's out, well, there could be one, right? But the majority of flat earthers are just doing honest work, right? Where Dave is doing very dishonest work. I think that's the main issue. And a lot of people can look at like even people on the globe side and stuff. They can see that Professor Dave isn't handling things very well. Where then when you look at like a just a normal guy who's like, holy shit, like these observations are abnormal. He's not pulling the wool over anyone's eye. He's not like trying to make fun of anyone and come on camera and go, ha ha, you stupid glober. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's like a bad example because of who Dave is. Compared, and I know what you mean. Like your whole point is when you see flat Earth thing, you kind of go, ugh. The same way when we see Professor Dave, we go, ugh. But it really shouldn't be like that for you because we've given you real no reason to feel that way. Where Dave has.
Yeah, that's right.
Honestly, I
And actually, the
think
context is accurate.
everyone is missing the point here, where
Okay, go on.
I introduced the meme as a meme, where I clearly stated that you can ignore the text. I'm just pointing out the features of the picture itself. And Shane said, well, hypothetically, how would you react? Well, he got his reaction. That's just a social reaction of different people. My point for the real argument that should be addressed in this is that Professor Dave doesn't give you tests you can do for yourself without having something inferred, without having speculation in it, without having guidance of authority. I presented this as you can do this on your own. What Professor Dave does is trust other people blindly. Don't question. Follow this. He doesn't give you the tools. He doesn't give you the method. And no Glober does that. That's the difference between the stupid meme that you can reproduce for yourself and anything from the globe side that you cannot reproduce without appeal to authority.
Another great point, Golden Monkey. Yes, another great point, and I'm glad you're driving that point home. Good, excellent.
Okay, so what if you guys know where I stand?
That's
So
crazy. That's crazy, Monkey. He tried to do the whole roundabout. He tried to drive through the middle of the roundabout, and you got order back on the roundabout. That was brilliant. Full circle moment.
I think I don't disagree with what where he's coming from. He's kind of just trying to appeal to us, like, hey, listen, like when we're looking
He's
at
putting
these.
up great resistance for no reason.
No, I'm not.
Well,
that's totally not what I'm doing. Old horse.
Yeah, I mean, he's just trying to have like a not as normal of a
Drag
conversation
his
as we
feet.
are. Huh?
This is just
Drag his
normal
feet,
human.
nitpick, split hairs.
Sure, but I mean, we've kind of been doing this for hours with him, so it's not like
Relax,
he's
dude.
like.
Relax, Flatlander. Everything's fine. Shane's just we're having a great,
I'm
enjoyable discussion.
relaxed. I mean, I'm just trying to talk. I've been in here for hours and hours, and I've probably talked for like
I would
3 minutes.
Like,
I'm pretty
sorry
relaxed.
to interrupt you there. I think Flatlander has also been very accurate in his assessment of what's going on. He's made no mistakes there at all, and what he's saying even now is still welcome and valid. So let's not get.
I'm going to say he's dodging it, and the reason for it, at 8 minutes past the hour, I revised his numbers for the Canagoo look, and there was no comment. He went quiet and jumped to another subject matter. Every time data has been presented that shows no globetard, he's jumped to another subject.
And I agree with that.
What I've seen.
Yeah,
Hey,
he's been doing that for a while. But yeah,
I didn't even know you posted that. We're 8 minutes past the hour. Let me go back to it.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't know you posted anything at 8 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, I've been posting whilst you've been talking. I've been posting, backing up, empirical evidence all the way, long distance observations, lots of material, because that's what you want to do. You want to look at the data. The data's there for you. And the Matrix has done it as well. So yeah,
you know what the worst part about it is, Jen, where he just said he didn't know. He was talking at the time, and I heard the chime when you get the little message thing pop up in the background of him talking. That's how I knew he got it, because he's tagged it.
I'm on multiple.
The little notification,
I'm on like 70 Discords, man. That chime's always going. It's like it's like one of those things you just don't even hear anymore. I'm looking at it right now. I'm not discounting it. I didn't even know it was there. That's my true
Well, anyway,
statement.
you can look
If
at
you
it.
want to construe it as me doing something else or trying to dodge or something, that's not what I'm doing. But
Well, okay.
Yeah. Well, also, like,
In
let me.
my
I really wanted to point this out, though. And I understand, like, I understand how we do things here, right? But we just been talking to this guy for hours and hours, and I've been listening to him. Like, he's coming at it from more of a philosophical point of view, more debatey, right? And we've been entertaining him thus far, so that's why I kind of wanted to respond to what.
You got to admit, after hours and hours, I've been listening for an hour.
Yeah, I mean, I
The
agree.
whole, this whole revelation that Professor Dave's in his ear is a little frightening. And now you just, I mean,
I think, okay, again, I think what Golden Monkey has highlighted was very important. There's a lot of psychology going on there. Brilliant work there. Then let's not forget about AI making that comment that it's almost as if we can't get a picture that can falsifies the globe kind of thing. Because that nuance was there. That was definitely there. So we have to be careful. But that's what happens when you have someone who's scrutinizing at this level to the point where sometimes it might seem a little bit squabbling. But okay, let's let him do his thing. We've given him the material. He's got to go away and have a look at the material we've given and come back. We know the Earth is definitely measured and utilized flat. We know we're not going to space to do anything. We know this. So let's just see how he copes with the material we've given him. That's all we can do. But thanks, everybody. Everyone's putting great inputs, and that would be Gold Monkey, Flatlander, my man who was just talking now, Matrix. Thank you. You know, it's all been good. You're holding the standard that needs to be held. I mean, I came in and I was in hot water with my image. So even I was brought up to standard. So there you go. So let's enjoy it.
I do want to finally just respond to this last bit. Like, again, we've been entertaining this for a long time. That's the only reason why I want to respond to what he said there, because what he was kind of bringing up a semi interesting point. It was not in the greatest context. It doesn't really hold true. But what he was trying to get us to do, unsuccessfully, was to put ourselves back in those shoes when we kind of look at these taboo subjects. At one point, obviously, we're all Globers, and we kind of, imagine you're back to being a Glober, like, today, right? You never became a flat, you never seen this information, and some guy randomly started talking about flat Earth and sending you all these links that say flat Earth test, flat Earth laser test, and all these things. It's hard to, like, completely, even if the information is good and it's like right in your face, it is like a mental block just because of all the indoctrination and on all the bad stigma of flat Earth. Like, it even for a reasonable logical person, it's hard to, like, see past it. It's almost, it really is like a, I don't know a good word for it, but it's like the fucking
it's
Matrix,
mind
like,
blowing.
blinding you basically, right? Like, I don't know. That's all. That's the point he was trying to make, and he did it unsuccessfully by using Professor Dave for reasons we already went over. But I thought it was an interesting point that sometimes we might forget because we've been down this road so many times. We know so much about it, just to kind of take ourselves back a step and see what he sees when we're showing him this stuff,
Yeah.
right?
Okay. Let's just get back to it. It's not like, but I have to give one last try to get it back to it. He's comparing. If unless I'm mistaken, Shane,
you're
you're
mistaken.
okay. Well,
Believe me.
let me get the mistake on the record then.
Okay.
So you're comparing this 1 foot observer's height still of a video of oil rigs in the distance. The bias nature of that, you're claiming, you're comparing that to the bias nature of a Professor Dave video?
I guess so. For example,
But
if
that's where
I
we're
post,
at.
okay,
That was the sequence. It went from the 1 foot observer's height to you talking about Professor Dave, or am I wrong? Am I mistaken?
He offered a hypothetical. What would happen if he was to present a Professor Dave video, and I made my point very clear. So far, all he's offered is hypotheticals. He hasn't actually presented any data.
But what I'm trying to say is he's admitting that Professor Dave is uber biased. Yet
yes.
a video from 1 foot off the water on a tripod, looking off the coast of Santa Barbara, how is that biased?
Can I? I mean, it's up to you guys. I mean, I'm having a good time in the conversation. Is it okay
I
if
am
I actually
too.
explain myself?
Let's carry on with the conversation.
Is it okay if I explain myself?
It's more than okay.
It will take less than, it shouldn't even take a minute. Probably way less than that. So, like Flatlander was saying, I was producing that as like, hey, there's an extra level of scrutiny I'm going to put on something based on the claim that it starts with, right? So if the claim is, proof of globe or proof of flat Earth, then I'm already going to go, okay, this person went to this, or this person comes from a certain side that says this is what I'm going to prove, right? Which is very much like Golden Monkey was talking about, right? Like that is a flaw, that you shouldn't go into these inquiries with, I'm going to go prove this, and here's my proof of that, right? And I fully hear you guys' view of, these are things that you could go and reproduce yourself. Well, not all of us can go to exactly that same point and things like that, right? But I can definitely go other places and try to prove it to myself as well. But my questioning was not about that specific person. I won't say his name again. And I'm not saying that he's my hero or that I even give a shit what he has to say. That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is that when the information is presented to me and it has that as the purpose of the video, and that person has a stream of videos who do the same thing, then my mind is going to give it extra scrutiny. Not necessarily going to block it, but it's going to give it extra scrutiny. And the other things you guys said, yeah, I mean, you're right. It is really hard to find flat Earth content, and it's really changed over the past like year or two. I've definitely noticed that. But no, I'm not saying that, like, you guys repeated it several times. I unequivocally, I am not saying that we'll just call him PD, that he's my hero or that I am trying to equivocate that person to that person. I'm just saying the level of skepticism that may not be the same, but I see a heightened skepticism in myself, and that's the only statement I'm making.
So attach that heightened skepticism to PD as the same as what you've attached to our Black Swan and Kenagoo and the other one, and you'll be all right.
Maybe it was missed or something. So I made this statement very specifically that if I see any content that has those things, my skepticism is going to increase, whether it's flat Earth, globe Earth, any type of thing that I'm
So
looking at.
hold on. Are you now referring to the bye-bye ball comment?
No, I'm not referring directly to that.
Sounds like it.
Okay, sure. Did I say
But
that?
anyways, the
I
long,
asked you guys to be honest with
dude,
me.
just chill out. The long
Okay,
form video is there for you to check out if you want to. I'm not saying to do it right now, but there it is. I mean, and actually in this channel, have you gone through the channels on this
yeah.
server? There's all kinds of videos.
I actually
things.
just joined this server today.
Okay. Yeah, there's all kinds of channels with all kinds of videos cataloged in there, a library of them. That very one is in the some channel somewhere.
Yeah, well, we extend a warm welcome to you joining the server. And as my colleague is telling you, just enjoy the material that we've got in there for you. Give it your best scrutinization, and we'll have discussions whenever you're ready. Thank you, and welcome again.
No, I appreciate it. You guys. Always great conversations. Sometimes gets a little heated, sometimes, but I understand. I mean, you guys have people that come in and just want to battle you for the sake of battling you, and so I get it. I hopefully I'm not that person. We both
It's,
have.
not on this.
it's a shame that Professor Dave even entered into your stream. It's a shame that's a shame.
Like, if the hypothetical was NASA, it would be more in line with what we were talking about. Professor Dave is just the instant emotional trigger in a lot of people, because people were either present or directly involved with Professor Dave and his entourage. Those people really pull the nails out of your finger. Like
Sure. Yeah.
And that's why you get such a response.
Understood.
Well, he's just a modern day wannabe charlatan.
But my point still stands. Whenever you compare a flat Earth, part evidence, part meme, to globe arguments or evidence, and you would scrutinize it with a scientific mindset, the globe part will never be reproducible by the individual, where all the flat Earth things are done by individuals. That's the most important part when comparing one meme to another or one part of evidence to another.
I think you guys were all here when we were talking about the super zoom videos, right? About from the channel super zoom.
Yes, that's how
Yeah.
Jin dropped headfirst into it.
Yeah, I won't bring that up again.
Doesn't prove anything. That's why, unless you're just demonstrating kick-ass miraging, but this is a pretty good mirage.
Sorry, I'm looking at Made. I'm looking at your 3:08 a.m. one, 8 minutes past hour. Oh, now
Yeah,
one time back.
That's just the numbers from the
Sure.
floor.
Yeah.
So you said all of those that ranges were all 4,000 meters. Well, the problem is that they're behind 5,000 meters of drop.
Yeah, the part where I was struggling earlier, and I think you were here when that I was struggling to figure out where that number came from of the height of the observer.
2880, 2820.
Okay, the result of is counted in the image of view as to the ounce.
And if you scroll up one or two posts, I think Flat Buzz, I think, posted up the numbers.
Yeah, and then AI's backed that up as well. So AI's posted the whole thing with the pictures and where it's from and everything else and the heights. It's all in there. AI backed it up as well. So there's a lot going on there that you can use
I
to
appreciate it.
scrutinize.
I was struggling to find it.
Hello, Lupus.
Hello.
What brings you to the server?
Just looking at what's going on, man. Can't sleep.
What, clowns will eat you? Not a Simpsons fan, I take it.
Oh, I want to wish everyone a happy Saturday and a great weekend. I'm off. Enjoy the night, the morning, the day.
Yeah, same to you, Golden Monkey.
Cheers, Monkey.
Enjoy
You
the
too, man.
weekend. Wicked.
Sleep well.
I guess there's nothing actually happening.
Yeah, Lupus, I'm off looking at videos that have been put into the live stream chat.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Matrix, did you just call me? No. Okay.
Jin, CBR1, check your messages.
Yeah, okay. Cheers.
You should have a request from me.
Hello?
Hello.
How are we doing, flat earthers?
Oh, well, I'm not a flat earther though, but most of the other people here are. I think all of them are.
Yeah, we're doing well here. Welcome. What's
Yeah.
up?
Hello.
How can we help you?
Yeah. Wait. One sec. I'm gonna get my friend.
Wow, refraction.
Yeah, Roots, I haven't seen anything you sent me. Let me look somewhere else. Hang on. Looking in the wrong place again. Still a rookie. Notifications. When did you send a notification? Just now? The request.
I sent the request a few weeks ago,
Okay. Right, I'm looking
but
back.
I sent you a DM as well. I'll see if I can send another.
Yeah, send another one. That'd be brilliant.
You managed to find it yet?
I'm still looking. Is it I Love Me size? Is that the one?
No.
No, right. Well, send a DM, but I didn't get it then. The most latest DM I got is from Gem Panda and then Quantum Eraser. That's it. I'm
Hold
looking at
on.
my
Go
DMs.
to. Are you on your phone or desktop?
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I'm on my phone, right? I've gone to notifications, okay, where all the
No.
friend
Go to
requests.
bottom right hand corner where it says you.
Okay, yeah.
Then hit friends. And then there should be a friend requests. And then received.
No, I'm not getting that on this. It's not configured the same way for some reason, which is unusual. Yeah, I'm not getting anything come up. I've also gone into my notifications, right, where I have a list of people who are trying to contact me. You're not coming up there yet.
I'll try again.
Yeah, something's gone wrong. What's the matter with this thing? Right, let's try again. Just send a message. You should just be able to send a message and I should just get it. Right, because I'm looking at the notifications right now. Right. The one I've got is Quantum Eraser. That's the last one I've got. Next one, Gem Panda. Okay, so I'm waiting for you to send me a message. It should come through. Should be
Yeah,
that
I just
easy.
sent one now.
You sent it to me, didn't CBR1, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, that's really odd. I'm not getting it.
That's strange.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything.
Anything come through now?
Let's have another look. Hang on a second. Okay, hold on. No, nothing's come through.
Damn it.
Nothing at all. What is your username?
Mine is Racing Franco.
Right, I've now got it right there. I'm now accepting. Thank you very much. Accept, yep. I've done that. Now you can send messages. Well done, that man.
Check your messages.
Well, there's not much. Let me have a look now again now. Hang on a sec. Let's see if you've come up. Let's have a look now. We go. Okay. Okay, yeah, I'm checking it now. Cheers. Nicey one.
What's going on, boys? Yo.
Good morning.
Ah, Shoma.
How is Eddie this morning?
Ah, doing alright. The heat wave's over. A couple of, some of them trails out there. Yeah. How are you?
I am doing wonderful. It's a beautiful day here in Wisconsin. It's the Sabbath, and yeah, I'm not going to do anything all day.
Wait, where did you say you were? Cut off a second there.
Wisconsin.
Ah, Wisconsin.
Wisconsin.
Nice.
Where are you at?
I'm in England, the south part of it.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful day on flat Earth.
Amen.
Amen, brother. Ooh. There's a bit of an echo on your thing there.
Oh, I'm walking around making coffee. I apologize.
Oh, no, it's fine. I'll be back in a moment.
Hello, Flat Earth channel.
Good morning.
Anything popping off in here?